At the library back then, Tuet Vu was taking a book down from a shelf. As soon as she opened it, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she said, "How amazing! We can learn what people from hundreds of years ago were thinking." Then she introduced herself. "I'm Tuet Vu. I'm 19 this year, just an ordinary college student." Suddenly, her phone buzzed. In the group chat, everyone was sending lots of messages. A girl with twin braids suggested, "Ladies, want to go shopping later?" Right after that, a purple-haired girl with glasses replied, "Sure, where to?" Then a blue-haired girl joined the conversation. "How about the SKP Mall? I want to check out the new products." The girl with braids immediately agreed and replied, "Okay, I want to go get milk tea." Then someone tagged Tuet Vu and told her come along. Holding up her phone, Tuet Vu read the message while still holding the book in her hand. She quickly typed back, I can't. I still haven't finished my thesis. I'm only fit to sit around like an idiot in the library." As soon as she saw Tuet Vu's reply, the girl with twin braids quickly messaged, "Honestly, Bookworm, I knew long ago we wouldn't be able to get you to come." At this point, Tuet Vu continued introducing herself. "I really love reading books and all kinds of writing. It feels as if they take me into another space." Then she suddenly clutched her head, pulled at her hair, and cried out in frustration, "Why am I reading unrelated books again? I came here to find materials for my thesis." On the verge of tears, she quickly stumbled back to the bookshelf. Tuet Vu said miserably, it's over, my thesis. I can't keep looking at random things anymore." She climbed the ladder and looked toward the highest shelf. Just then, Tuet Vu suddenly noticed a very eye-catching book. The title on the cover read History of the Spirit Kingdom. Seeing that book, Tuet Vu wondered, "What is this?" She took the book down. As she held it, she said, "Star Moon Continent, History of the Spirit Kingdom." Curious, she opened it and looked inside. Tuet Vu immediately asked in confusion, "A mysterious, ancient novel?" Then she began reading what was written in the book. It described a nation with a long history. The book stated that Triad Nac, one of the greatest kings in the history of the Spirit Kingdom, had quelled every rebellion against any ruler. Tuet Vu continued narrating what was written in the book. He used various methods to extinguish the flames of war and led the Spirit Kingdom and the Ba-Air Empire into a glorious era. The story said that he was the king most supported by the people, and also the most extreme dictator. The man with golden hair and green eyes was Triad Nac, the 14th king of the Spirit Kingdom, a man of great achievements who also detested women to an extreme degree. The book also stated that when he took office, all traces of women disappeared from the civil and military officials. The academy for girls that had been built by a queen in history was also abolished. This hardline king used all sorts of reasons to drive women out of public spaces and keep them inside their homes. Not only that, the book also said that even when it came to his own children, he had a mindset that valued sons over daughters. He wholeheartedly wanted to pass his throne to a man like himself. But the story also described how things went against his wishes. His concubines in the harem bore no sons, only 6 princesses. By the time the queen gave birth, the state preceptor predicted that this child would become the successor who would lead the Spirit Kingdom into an even more glorious age. After hearing that information, everyone in the Spirit Kingdom, from top to bottom, was filled with anticipation. Returning to the present, Tuet Vu was walking down the ladder when she tripped and fell. The book slipped from her grasp. As she slowly fell toward the ground, she cried out in panic, Then the book and its pages scattered all over the floor. On the Star Moon Continent, inside the royal palace of the Spirit Kingdom. At this moment, the king was seated high above. Below him stood many knights carrying swords at their sides. Tuet Vu looked at the scene and thought, why does this imagined scene feel so real? Looking up at the king seated on the throne, Tuet Vu continued thinking, but this king is really handsome. Suddenly, someone came in and said happily, Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Queen has given birth. Shocked that she could hear their voices, Tuet Vu wondered, why can I hear what they're saying? At that moment, another thought flashed through her mind. I don't know why, but it seems like I've transmigrated into this world. At the Moon Palace, the queen had just finished giving birth. The midwives were holding a child. At that moment, Tuet Vu said to herself, and what's worse is, immediately after the announcement, His Majesty has arrived, Triad Nac walked in coldly. Everyone there lowered their heads and knelt. As soon as Triad Nac entered the room, the queen, sweat covering her face, smiled and said, Your Majesty, I have named the child Tuet Vu. What do you think? Tuet Vu then continued what she had been saying. Back then, I became a newborn baby. Tuet Vu had reincarnated into the body of an infant with smooth golden hair and beautiful green eyes. At that moment, she wondered, it's the same as my name. Is this a coincidence? At this moment, Triad and AC raised his eyebrows and held Tuet Vu in his arms. Immediately afterward, he quickly lifted the swaddling cloth. At the royal palace square, at this moment, the people were whispering among themselves. The queen must have given birth. I wonder if it's a little princess or a little prince. I think it's a little princess. If she inherited His Majesty's appearance, she would definitely be the most beautiful princess on the Star Moon continent. But His Majesty doesn't like princesses. At this point, a woman with pink hair asked, aren't there already 6 princesses? With a sympathetic expression, the blue-haired woman beside her said, exactly, that's the most frightening part. The woman continued, if it's still a princess this time. I heard that the concubines who gave birth to princesses were all deposed. Then, suddenly, Triad NAC walked out from inside while holding a child. The people around him shouted excitedly, His Majesty the King. Look, His Majesty the King has come out. As soon as Triad NAC raised the baby toward the sky, someone said, the Spirit Kingdom has. And as soon as they saw the baby urinate, everyone around continued, a prince. At that moment, all the people were overjoyed and happy. Congratulations to His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen. At that moment, Tuet Vu said to herself, I didn't turn into a man. She continued thinking, the little prince receiving the people's blessings in front of everyone is not me, even though he is being regarded as the queen's child. At the Moon Palace, Tuet Vu was happily playing with the decoration hanging above her cradle. As she fiddled with it, she thought, I'm the queen's real child. At that moment, the queen's close maid hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, His Majesty has already proclaimed it to the world. The prince who gave birth to has been named Chiu Ban. With a sorrowful and despondent expression, her mother looked at her sadly and said, What a pity for my Tuet Vu. At that moment, Tuet Vu said to herself, So I transmigrated into the world inside the book. She continued, the Star Moon continent, the Spirit Kingdom. That is the very book Tuet Vu read before she transmigrated. The book also recorded a detail that was exactly the same as Tuet Vu's current situation. The tyrant, dismayed after discovering that his 7th child was still a girl, was unwilling to let his daughter inherit the throne. He did not hesitate to use his younger brother's son, Chiu Ban, to impersonate the queen's son and announce it to the world. Remembering this, she thought angrily, the king named Triad NAC recorded in the book is a scumbag from beginning to end, and did not stop there. Thoughts kept appearing in Tuet Vu's mind. In order to let a son take the throne, he used his younger brother's son to impersonate the queen's child. At that moment, the image of Triad NAC harming Chiu Ban's biological mother appeared in Tuet Vu's mind. At that moment, she immediately thought, in order to keep this secret, Chiu Ban's mother was killed. Everyone who knew about it was imprisoned and strictly forbidden from revealing the truth. Right afterward, she thought again, now, all of this is what I have to face. Returning to the present, in the body of a newborn infant who seemed about to cry, Tuet Vu shouted miserably in her mind, Is this a nightmare? Hurry and let me wake up. The little girl was still lying in the cradle, flailing her arms and legs wildly while crying out, this is a dream. This is a dream. Hurry and let me wake up. Could her life be considered a chain of tragedies? In my previous life, my parents both passed away early. Because of that, I longed for a complete family even more than ordinary people. Memories of a little girl lacking the love of her parents appeared. Her parents. Then the mirror of those memories suddenly shattered again. I once wished to have both my father and mother by my side. Could that be considered too greedy? And so, she came here to a place no different from a royal palace, with a father who intensely craved a son. Yet she was a daughter. The man spoke softly. The little girl thought, what is this cold-faced guy saying? The man looked at her, his face showing disappointment and disgust. He lifted her by the collar. What use is a 7th daughter? It seems they are all equally weak. Just one look was enough to tell that this person had been hoping for a son. It seemed he valued boys over girls no less than expected. She absolutely did not want her father to be such a pervert. This person's expression did not improve much. He continued, bring Chiu Ban here. Beside him stood a woman holding a child who was still sound asleep, with a pacifier in his mouth. He looked extremely adorable. The man spoke coldly. Queen, the state preceptor predicted that the child you gave birth to would be the successor who would lead the spirit kingdom into a more glorious era. Queen, remember this well. This is your child. The queen lowered her head with a gloomy and sorrowful expression. Yes. He glanced at the child lying in the cradle, frowned, and replied, "Send it to the divine tower." As if the little girl understood what the other party had said, she was somewhat stunned. After all, the divine tower he mentioned was a place for offerings to the gods. Those who were sent to the divine tower had only one path before them, death. But according to them, their souls were summoned by the gods. The child realized what her future life would be like and immediately burst into loud sobs. She meant to curse that heartless man. Damn it, are you even human? After hearing this, the queen hurriedly knelt down. She held onto his leg with both hands, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, please spare Tuet Vu. Although she has disappointed you, she is still the child I gave birth to." She paused for a breath, then begged again, "I will send her away. No one will know her identity." The king's expression remained cold and dignified, seemingly not moved in the slightest. The queen seemed to fear something. He would never allow anyone to know that his seventh child was a girl. All of this was it was for the sake of keeping this secret that he had killed Chiu Ban's biological mother. Even those who knew of the matter had been controlled and strictly forbidden from revealing the truth. She knelt properly, full of grievance, and begged, "Now, this is all I must face." Her eyes filled with tears as she said, "Please spare Tuet Vu." The king's cold back turned slightly away. In an icy voice, he replied, "You had best not let me see it again." Outside the royal palace, a horse-drawn carriage was arriving. A girl wearing a red shawl gently handed the child in her arms to a strange man. Then she quickly turned away. Even though she knew she could not bear it, there was no other choice. With tear-filled eyes, she could only watch as that person carried her child and slowly walked far away. "My daughter, take care of yourself, and may we never meet again." The child named Tuet Vu had already understood her fate. She had been sent away as soon as she was born, and because she was a girl, her father had wanted to kill her. He truly was despicable. The weather today was very beautiful, and the air was exceptionally fresh. The afternoon sun shone outside a small town bordering the royal capital. The maids were still chatting about what had happened outside. One of them said, "Have you heard? The Baron brought back a child, but he already has 3 children, and yet he still went outside and got someone pregnant." One spoke, and the other listened. "Men are all the same. The two of us truly feel ashamed for the Duyi family. Who knows which woman fell victim this time? But the Baron usually seems so honest and straightforward. As expected, even when sneaking around, he's the same. Poor Lady Kaisak Lamb. If she finds out, she will definitely be heartbroken." Inside a large room, a woman was sitting in front of a vanity table. Standing beside her was another guard. The guard seemed to be recounting something to her. After listening, she could only sigh sadly. Sigh, what a hard life. Then, suddenly, the room door was flung open. A boy causing a commotion ran in from outside, and behind him, the maids kept trying to stop him. "Young master, a nap air, you mustn't." The boy ran in and asked sternly, "Hey, is what the servant said true?" This boy was the second son of Baron Duyi, named Napair. He was 12 years old this year. Seeing him run in, the woman asked in a stern voice, "A Napair, you're no longer a child. Why are you still so reckless?" As soon as she finished speaking, another young man appeared. This person was handsome and dignified. He was the eldest son of Baron Duyi, named Mulier, who had just turned 15. His personality was calm and cautious. In his hand, he was also holding the hand of another child who still looked naive. And this was also the Baron's third child, Fatly, 4 years old this year, nicknamed the Little Troublemaker. "I'm sorry, father and mother. I failed to manage my second brother. I will take him away immediately." Count D raised his eyebrows and replied, "Forget it. All of you come in." He lightly raised his hand, pointed toward the child lying in the cradle, and said, "This is something all of you must know as well. Starting today, she is your younger sister. Her name is Tuet Vu. Tuet Vu looked up with bright, sparkling eyes, appearing truly innocent and pure. The room now carried a strangely cold atmosphere. Count Duyi and his wife seemed to be facing their 3 sons, waiting to be questioned. The count spoke first, instructing his sons, everyone must get along. A Nap heir, who was at a rebellious age, immediately found it unacceptable. Impatiently, he shot back at his father's instructions. You suddenly brought back an illegitimate child. How do you still have the nerve? Seeing that the situation was not good, the more mature Muley heir quickly held his younger brother tightly to stop him from acting disrespectfully toward their parents. A Nap heir struggled, trying to break free from his brother's grip, but failed. Unable to sit still, he kept pointing as his mouth loudly spat out harsh words. Let me go. Coward. You people are letting this old man ruin our family name. Muley heir said nothing, but the expression on his face seemed to show that he was also dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of this little sister. The youngest son, Fat Lee, was still clutching the hem of his brother's clothes when he suddenly asked mischievously, "Who is the mistress?" This made the count, his wife, and Muley heir able only to shake their heads and sigh. In contrast, a Nap heir looked very pleased with his little brother's question and immediately could not hide his smile. Kai Sak Lam had no intention of continuing to argue with her sons. All of her attention was drawn to Tuet Vu, and she gently picked her up in her arms. She stepped in to stop the argument between the children. All right, stop talking. I have already forgiven your father. What are you all making such a fuss about? However, Kai Sak Lam still could not calm a Nap heir, who had been angry all this time. He continued pointing and shouting loudly while his older brother tried to stop him. Mother, it's really not worth it. You should get out with that mistress. It seemed that what a Nap heir had just said had exceeded the limits of Kai Sak Lam's tolerance. She stood up and shouted to stop the chaos. Shut your mouth. No one is allowed to say another word. All I know is that from now on, Tuet Vu is a child of our family. A Nap heir could no longer argue back against his mother. Angrily, he shook off Muley heir's hand. Ignoring the fact that his mother and older brother were still standing there, a Nap heir could not bear it anymore and ran out of the room in frustration. As he left, he said, I will never acknowledge the illegitimate child of some mistress. The blood of that damned woman runs through her veins. Right in front of Tuet Vu, he had directly declared that he would not accept her as a member of the family. Tuet Vu was being held in Kai Sak Lam's arms. She understood everything, but her mouth could only make a few babbling sounds. Watching a Nap heir's back as he left, Kai Sak Lam showed a helpless and unhappy expression, as if she was already far too used to her son's hot temper. Worried about a Nap heir, she instructed Muley heir, hurry and follow him. Muley heir, go after a Nap heir quickly. Don't let him get worked up and do something foolish. Although Muley heir still agreed to her request and said, yes, mother, his expression immediately showed displeasure. It seemed he was also dissatisfied with the way his mother had handled things, but he did not say it aloud. All this time, Muriel had not said a word about Tuet Vu's appearance, but his expression and his cold gaze said everything. He turned away icily without even glancing at her. It seemed he did not agree to let Tuet Vu become one piece of their family either. Under Muriel's sharp, chilling stare, Tuet Vu could not help trembling. Seeing such intense reactions from the 3 boys, she could only think to herself, her gaze turning cold. These children really won't be easy to get along with. Catherine was holding Tuet Vu in both arms when her husband reached out and drew her into his embrace. Troubled, the 2 of them whispered to each other. The Countess spoke first. The children seemed unable to accept her. The Count could do nothing but say, there's no other way. We'll take things one step at a time. That person has done us a favor. Tuet Vu's background absolutely must not be exposed. Catherine could not help asking in distress, but do we truly have to hide it from the children? By the time you returned today, rumors were already spreading through town. If even the children misunderstand you, then how will our family face what comes next? Out of caution, Count Duyi could only comfort his wife. The more people who know, the more dangerous it becomes. Let others say whatever they like. And just like that, I was settled into the Duyi household. Although my brothers did not accept me, everyone else treated me quite well. As the household servants bathed Tuet Vu, she thought to herself. The servants could not help being delighted by Tuet Vu's tiny body, and they kept laughing and praising her. Oh my, look, my lady. Lady Tuet Vu is so healthy. She must weigh 4.1 kilograms. When young Master Avery was born, he was only around 3 kilograms. Seeing that the servants did not reject Tuet Vu, Catherine could not help smiling. Letting the servants bathe her body, Tuet Vu sank into her own thoughts alone. After all, adults never remember what it was like when they had just been born. In my previous life, were my parents this happy when they took care of me too? After Tuet Vu finished bathing, her diaper was changed neatly. She was placed into a soft cradle. Seeing this, the Countess could not hold herself back and sweetly stroked and played with her. "Aha, are you Lady Tuet Vu?" Seeing this, Tuet Vu grew endlessly embarrassed. Her head spun as she thought to herself, having my bare bottom handled by someone else. This really feels a little wrong, no matter how I think about it. Dressed in a beautiful outfit, Tuet Vu was lovingly held in Catherine's arms. As if sensing a happiness she had never had in her previous life, Tuet Vu could not help thinking joyfully, if I had known my birth could bring joy to the people around me, then in my last life, I would have been even happier about coming into the world. The scene shifted to a warm, fresh space. Golden birds spread their wings and flew, gliding with great grace among the green forest. So this was the Count's family garden. Tuet Vu was being taken for a walk in the garden by Catherine and the servants. Catherine held Tuet Vu in her arms with great care. 2 servants followed behind. One held an umbrella to shade her and the Countess from the sun, while the other pushed her stroller along. Lying in Catherine's arms, Tuet Vu smiled so comfortably that her eyes narrowed. As the Countess and Tuet Vu strolled around the flower garden, they ran into Anner, who was playing with his pet dog in the garden. Anner happily threw a ball. Fortune, his dog, obediently and quickly caught it, barking woof woof. At that moment, Anner noticed Tuet Vu's presence. His mood suddenly worsened, and his heart filled with malice as he spoke. "Ah, the mistress's little bastard." As if he had just thought of a good idea, Anner smiled sinisterly. He gripped the ball he had just thrown for Fortune, as though he had come up with something interesting. Suddenly, Anner hurled the ball hard toward where Tuet Vu and Catherine were standing. As usual, Fortune quickly ran toward the place where the ball was flying. It opened its mouth wide, ready to catch it. Catherine and the servants had only just realized that Fortune was rushing over. They could not react in time and could only cry out, "Ah!" Catherine was startled badly. She cried out in panic, and both her hands suddenly loosened, causing Tuet Vu, who had no idea what was happening, to start falling. Catherine immediately panicked and reached out in fear, wanting to catch Tuet Vu. Seeing the situation go beyond what he had intended, Anner could not help panicking too. Both of them were so frightened that they screamed. Count Dui saw this and ran over, frowning as he said, "Anner, look at what you've done." It turned out little Tuet Vu had fallen out of the stroller. Everyone hurried over. The little girl lay on the ground and burst into tears. At that moment, she was screaming in her head, "It hurts so much I'm dying." Seeing this, Catherine hurriedly picked the little girl up and soothed her. "Good girl, don't cry. Don't cry." The maids beside her checked the little girl and said in panic, "Oh my goodness, is there a bump on her head? What if the fall damaged her?" Boo-hoo, that was too scary. Seeing this, Count Dui quickly stepped forward to ask about her. "How is Tuet Vu? Is she hurt?" Seeing him, the little girl looked at her father and cried, "Wah wah boo-hoo." But what she wanted to say was that her head had not been damaged from the fall. It only hurt. A while later, the doctor came to examine her and said, "By heaven's blessing, Lady Tuet Vu is fine. It is only a superficial injury. Apply medicine and she will be all right." Everyone stood beside the little girl's cradle and looked at her worriedly. Catherine turned and scolded, "Anner, how could you do something like this? If something had happened to Tuet Vu, how would you explain yourself? Did you ever think that if this led to your fortune being punished, what then? Where have your kindness and conscience gone? I'm truly ashamed to have a son like you. For the next 3 months, you will stay shut in and reflect properly. Get over here and apologize to your younger sister." Hearing his mother scold him like this, Anner could only stand there in a daze. He clenched his fists and stayed silent. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. It turned out to be Muriel. He said, "Are you stupid?" Catherine frowned and turned around to shout, "What are you standing there for? Get over here." Suddenly, young Avery, who was below, tugged Anner's hand and said, "I'll tell you a secret. This baby is a witch. You can't mess with her. You really are stupid." "No." Seeing this, Muriel knelt down beside Avery and asked, "How do you know? What did you do?" Seeing this, the little boy hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, I didn't do anything." Then Muriel suddenly stood up, grabbed Avery by the collar, and said, "If you use forbidden magic on an ordinary person, do you know how you'll be punished?" Seeing this, Avery hurriedly said, "Big brother, spare me. I only used the lowest level dark magic to curse her with a boil, that's all. But it turned out she's immune to all dark magic. If that isn't a witch, then what is she?" Hearing this, Muriel's face darkened. "And you still say you only used the lowest level minor curse?" The little boy hurriedly cried, "Ah, boo-hoo, please spare me." At that moment, Anner had already walked near Tuet Vu. He stared at the little girl, his face somewhat pale. The little girl looked at him and babbled, "Yeah." At that moment, she thought to herself, "Back then, everyone was worried about me. But only I noticed Anner's expression. He looked so worried and nervous. He definitely didn't mean to harm me. He was just a child who wanted to teach an outsider like me a little lesson." Then the little girl suddenly gave him a sweet smile and stammered as she opened her mouth. Seeing the little girl smile, Anner blushed and said, "Ah, she." She smiled. In an instant, his hands and feet became flustered. Her tiny hand reached out and touched Anner's hand. She held his hand and smiled. Their parents stood there watching and said, "Look, this child was only impulsive for a moment. Aren't they getting along quite well now?" Boo-hoo, I was truly worried to death. Anner's face grew redder and redder. It seemed the little girl had touched his heart. He thought, she's just an innocent baby. Tuet Vu lay on the bed, using her small, soft hand to hold Anner's finger, cheerfully babbling, "Ikaka." What she meant was, "Don't be sad. I didn't get hurt from the fall, and I'm not angry with you." Anner stared wide-eyed at her. It seemed his heart also began to waver. Tuet Vu spread her two tiny hands toward him and grinned brightly. "I like you. I like you the most, Anner." Anner no longer had the ability to resist this little sister. It was as if he had wandered into paradise, and his lips even curved into the shape of a heart. So cute. Avery and Muriel watched from the side as Anner fell head over heels in affection. Avery crossed his arms in front of his chest and mocked his older brother. "Look, second brother has been bewitched by her. No matter how you look at her, she doesn't seem like a newborn baby." Eldest brother Muriel also spoke up. "You don't seem like a 4-year-old baby either." The little boy could only fall silent, his expression full of unwillingness. When Lady Catherine was holding Tuet Vu in the room, Anner cautiously peeked in. "Mother, can I come in?" When she was feeding Tuet Vu milk, he barged in again and asked, "Mother, can I come in?" When she was lulling Tuet Vu to sleep, Anner ran in again. "Mother, can I come in?" In the end, his mother finally replied, "Anner, your little sister needs to sleep. Go outside and play for a while." Looking extremely wronged, his eyes watery, he stared at her. "Father ordered me to stay shut in at home for 3 months, so I can't go outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Tuet Vu and said softly, "Why does she sleep for so long?" Anner happily sat down beside her and rubbed Tuet Vu's little foot as she slept soundly. "I'll play with my little sister." Because Anner was always chasing after Tuet Vu, the puppy that usually played with him was forgotten and could only lie in a corner, whining. Seeing Anner like his younger sister so much, Catherine agreed. "All right, Anner, your sister is asleep, so stay here with her. Make sure she doesn't fall or have any accidents." He happily obeyed. "And my mother, you should go rest too." She gave him another reminder. "Don't wake your sister." It was hard enough to get her to sleep. In order to play with Tuet Vu, no matter what his mother said, he quickly agreed. Yes. Lady Catherine felt very reassured by Anner's behavior, and she was secretly moved. It seems Anner has grown up. Hey, wait, this doesn't seem good. She isn't dead, is she? Anner was both curious and worried as he poked Tuet Vu's cheek. Why isn't she moving? Touching Tuet Vu's chubby cheek, he liked it very much. So soft. Tuet Vu suddenly turned over, making a few little sounds with her mouth. Anner was overjoyed. She moved. She's alive. Seeing Tuet Vu turn her back to him, Anner poked the little girl's bottom. "Hey, your big brother likes playing with you the most. This great young master is right here, so hurry up and wake up." Perhaps Anner had forgotten his mother's instruction not to wake his sister. He only wanted to tease Tuet Vu awake so she could play with him. In the end, Tuet Vu did wake up. She raised her tiny hand and rubbed her eyes. Her little round mouth made soft babbling sounds. What she meant was, "This is terrible, terrible." Tuet Vu had been woken by the noise, and though she was not yet sure it was Anner, she looked at him and thought to herself, "I think I dreamed that 10,000 crows were all cawing at me at the same time. It was this brat, wasn't it?" Tuet Vu waved her hands wildly to express her anger. Because this body still could not speak, she could only make a few sounds. What she meant was, I'm so sleepy I could die. You rotten little villain. Inner could not understand what Tuet Vu meant in her heart. He opened his mouth wide and smiled. Do you want me to hold you? Tuet Vu puffed out her cheeks angrily and glared at him. What she meant was, hurry up and get out of the way. I want to sleep. Anna immediately reached out with both hands. Tuet Vu was startled. What she meant was, what are you trying to do? Anna wrapped his arms around her and picked her up. Then this great young master will reluctantly grant you this benefit. Clumsy and awkward, he picked Tuet Vu up. You should be proud. Third brother hasn't even dared to make this kind of request of me. Though his mouth said that, he liked it very much in his heart, while also feeling a little worried. What do I do? She's so soft. Anna held Tuet Vu on his arm. And she smells nice too. It seems she isn't actually that troublesome. Tuet Vu turned pale with fear when he picked her up. What she meant was, don't you dare drop me. Anna held her in his arms. Afraid of falling, Tuet Vu grabbed onto his shoulder, thinking fearfully, you little devil, do you not know how to hold a baby? This isn't very comfortable. Anna, knowing nothing, happily asked her, do you like me that much? Then he held Tuet Vu in his arms and kept turning left and right, making her dizzy. He, however, was extremely excited and kept spinning. Tuet Vu, you're Tuet Vu, right? You have a good eye too. As expected, I'm the best person in the Dui family. Tuet Vu was spun until her head whirled, and she let out a sound. What she meant was, I'm so dizzy, big brother. Anna pressed his forehead against Tuet Vu's. Since you wholeheartedly admire me, then I'll reluctantly accept you too. He closed his eyes and held her, immersed in happiness. Hearing him say this, Tuet Vu also blushed shyly. In my previous life, I was an orphan. I originally thought that transmigrating into this world was a punishment heaven had given me. But now I don't feel that way. It seems I really do have a home now. Lady Catherine always loved and carefully cared for Tuet Vu. The maids in the household also welcomed her happily and never made things difficult for her. She told herself that over these past few months, Lady Catherine had done her utmost to take care of her every day. Tiny Tuet Vu held the milk bottle in her mouth and drank, extremely happy. While drinking milk, she closed her eyes tightly and sighed in her heart. So soft, so warm. Seeing Tuet Vu's eyes tightly shut, Catherine worriedly asked, Tuet Vu, why are you so sleepy? You don't even have the strength to drink milk. The maid beside her smiled and said, during the day, I saw a young master Anna playing with a young lady for a very long time. She must be tired from playing. Tuet Vu slowly opened her eyes. Because she was sleepy, they were watery. She spoke up. In her heart, she complained. Was I playing with him? That brat treated me entirely like a toy. I am exhausted. Although Count D could not help with much, he still did not treat her like an ordinary newborn. He would discipline his 3 sons right in front of her. In the study, the 3 older brothers read books while enduring Count D's strict supervision, while Tuet Vu sat to one side, freely playing and having a wonderful time. Count D taught them sternly. Muriel has already been admitted to the Royal Academy. Anna, how are your studies in the arts going? Today, I'll test you on mathematics first. Hearing that he would be tested, Anna broke out in a cold sweat. Father looked down at the test. The question was, what is 17 plus 23? Anna hesitated, not knowing whether he should choose 45, 27, or 40. He stammered, Beside him, Muriel wrote coldly while speaking up to mock him. Idiot. Avery, sitting beside them, immediately answered, choose C, father. This seems like a good chance for me to understand this world. Tuet Vu slowly crawled toward the 3 older brothers who were studying. She crawled over and sat down beside Anna, then glanced at the test paper in his hand. Count D had no objection to Tuet Vu's actions. He only said to Anna, if you still refuse to study properly, I can only send you to a church school. Anna hurriedly said, I can continue receiving knightly education. My goal is to become a knight and charge into battle. This world's education seems similar to that of Europe in the past. Most knowledge is monopolized by the church. Education is mainly divided into royal education for the royal family and knightly education for the nobles. Ordinary schools do not seem to exist. Count D's face was stern. After King Creatine ascended the throne, there are no utterly illiterate knights in the spirit kingdom. When Tuet Vu heard him mention the king's name, she immediately felt resentful. Anger thundered in her heart as she secretly cursed. That terrible king, I'm so mad I could die. Her cheeks puffed out in anger as she moved closer to Anna and pointed at his test paper. The Count continued asking Anna, "What is the second question?" Looking at the next question, it was, "What is 9 times 21?" Anna hesitated again, scratching his head and pulling at his hair. He did not know whether he should choose answer A, B, or C. He stammered, I choose. Tuet Vu leaned forward and pointed at answer B on the test paper, then made a sound. What she meant was, Anna, choose this one. Anna actually trusted Tuet Vu. He immediately told his father the answer. I choose B. His father did not know he had help and said, correct. Anna was so delighted he nearly bloomed. Ichuza kurali. He hugged Tuet Vu and kept kissing her. As he kissed her, he praised her. Tuet Vu, you really are my little lucky star. I got it right. Tuet Vu was forcibly kissed by him until her head spun, and she could only complain in her heart. Your foundation is far too weak, brat. Work hard on your remedial lessons. Anna smiled until his eyes curved and lifted Tuet Vu high into the air. The 3 people around them looked at him helplessly. Suddenly, Avery said, Brother, you cheated. Anna immediately protested. Who cheated? You malicious little brat. Hearing the little boy say that, Tuet Vu also looked over. Avery pointed at Tuet Vu. She taught you. She's a witch. Anna immediately flew into a rage. Don't talk nonsense, you little brat. Anna waved his hand in front of the little boy. Count Duyi spoke up. Enough, stop making noise. He said to Anna, obediently take remedial lessons with Muriel. Then he turned to Avery. And you, Avery, I heard you used a curse on your younger sister. Hearing this, Tuet Vu turned pale, and anger also rose in her heart. Damn it, this brat dared to use a curse on me? So this is a world of magic? I want to tear you apart. Hey. Avery put on a pitiful look, tears welling in his eyes. He explained, is that a curse spell? I only wanted to make her stop crying, mother. Besides, it didn't work at all. I think my power must not be strong enough to hurt anyone. Or maybe she has an unusual constitution. Tuet Vu listened until she was stunned, her eyes round and her mouth slightly open. The unusual constitution Avery was referring to usually meant the rare few who were naturally immune to magic. Most of them were witches or bad people. Tuet Vu angrily waved her little hands around and shouted in simple baby babble. In her heart, she cursed, It's him. It's definitely him. That master of fake innocence. Avery immediately shot her a gaze as sharp as a knife, his whole body radiating a gloomy, murderous aura. But Tuet Vu suddenly grew worried. He couldn't have discovered something, could he? Could he know I'm not from this world? Forget it. I won't worry about it. Little brat, I'm not afraid of you. I'll show you how formidable an adult can be. However, the urgent matter right now was to figure out what magic actually was. You still dare talk back? Tuet Vu was shoved to the ground by a girl. That girl grabbed Tuet Vu by the hair and shouted, Do you believe I'll call my brother over to beat you up? You jinx. Nobody wants you. If you're so capable, call your brother to help you. The girl laughed mockingly as she looked at Tuet Vu. Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're an orphan. How could you have a brother? Tuet Vu fell silent, her face darkening. Who said Tuet Vu doesn't have brothers? Brothers, come here. A voice rang out. Muriel, along with Anna and the tall, imposing Avery, appeared with heroic bearing. Anna walked over, took Tuet Vu's hand, and helped her up. He said gently, The big brother you love most is here. Tuet Vu, are you all right? She blushed shyly and held his hand. Brother. Anna smiled gently at her. Tu y es vu ta merde. Brother. Boo-hoo. Tuet Vu suddenly came back to her senses and saw that she was still a tiny child lying on the bed. She wondered inwardly, was that a dream? She thought happily, it's true that I have 3 brothers. Even thinking about it surprises me. Tuet Vu clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest and smiled until her eyes curved. Will they really be that handsome when they grow up? Anna in the dream was so gentle. If only he were a little smarter now. Still, I'm not sure about Muriel. He's short. She sat up and calculated. Avery will definitely never become a good brother. He used cursed magic on me. Go away. Avery. Lady Catherine came to the bedside and helped Tuet Vu up, smiling as she said, Oh my, Tuet Vu is awake. Then let's go wash up. Today, we must dress up beautifully before we go out. The maids bustled about, cleaning busily. One asked, "Is Lady Catherine going into the city to shop today?" Another answered, "That's right. My lady said she'll be staying outside for 7 days this time." Someone else said enviously, "I wonder who will be lucky enough to accompany my lady into the city this time. My lady is always very generous to those who go with her. There are always lots of gifts." The maids chatted happily among themselves. "I heard she's also taking young Lady Tuet Vu along this time." Another said admiringly, "My lady is truly kind. She treats this young lady like her own child." Still, young Lady Tuet Vu really is very well behaved. She doesn't cry or make a fuss. On Tuet Vu's side, many outfits have been prepared for her, each gorgeous and beautiful. Everyone watched excitedly as she tried them on, changing into one set after another. Lady Catherine looked her over happily. "How about this one?" Tuet Vu was nearly exhausted from changing clothes. In her heart, she complained, "I've already changed through countless outfits." Women's demands when it comes to clothes really are endless. Third son Anner stood beside them, overjoyed. "Mother, are you really taking Tuet Vu into the city?" He pointed at himself. "Then will you take me along too?" She said coldly, "Mother is going to buy women's items." "Anner, surely you wouldn't be interested, would you? Your father is also going into the city. Stay together with your father and your brothers." He immediately declared confidently, "Then Tuet Vu won't see me for a very long time. Without me by her side, she'll cry." She mercilessly crushed his wish. "I will soothe her." By the time everyone had entered the city, Lady Catherine was holding Tuet Vu. "Sure enough, one should go out more. The house really is too quiet. I'm sorry, Tuet Vu. Anna has troubled you." She obediently wrapped her arms around Catherine's shoulder and looked around. "So, this is what a city in this world looks like. It's so lively." Looking in one direction, there were many stone buildings. Looking in another direction, it resembled Roman style. She heard people mention words like the Divine Tower and priests. The people of this world believed in the existence of gods, and according to what was said, the gods were believed to have bestowed magical power upon humans. A line of people, seemingly followers of some church, passed by. Everyone around them on the street moved aside and bowed their heads respectfully to them. Tuet Vu was curious. What exactly is magic? Do they all have magic? A while later, Lady Catherine carried her to the front of shop. She introduced it, saying, "This is Anner's favorite dessert shop. Let's buy some back for everyone. Tuet Vu will probably like it too, right?" The two of them leisurely entered the dessert shop. She carried Tuet Vu around the display counters, which were filled with beautiful cakes. "Oh my, isn't this Catherine?" Someone suddenly called her name. It was a group of ladies sitting not far from where she stood. They seemed to be holding an afternoon tea party together. A lady with long purple hair smiled and said, "So, this is the legendary child?" Her laughter carried mockery. Tuet Vu looked at that woman and suddenly felt uncomfortable. "Oh no, I have a bad feeling. Catherine, I didn't expect to meet you here." Someone said, "That's true. After what happened in your family, anyone in your place wouldn't want to go out and see people." Lady Catherine politely went over and sat with the three ladies. The purple-haired lady sighed, pretending to be full of sympathy. "Baron Duyi really has gone too far. He still hasn't handed that woman over even now." She covered her mouth with her fan and secretly laughed at her. "He is still protecting her. Has he not thought about your feelings at all?" Another lady's gaze was indifferent, as if she were bestowing a little sympathy upon Catherine. Stirring the tea in her cup, she said, "But this must truly be hard on you, Catherine." Lady Catherine looked troubled. "It isn't hard." In her heart, she thought, "Why did I come in here?" The purple-haired lady continued to sneer. "Don't you know? This child is the daughter of a mistress. I truly don't understand why men are like this." The person beside her chimed in, "Ah, how unfortunate." The three of them comforted her outwardly, but inwardly they were secretly laughing at her. Tuet Vu looked at them. These people are bullying Catherine. No matter what world it is, no matter one's age, identity, or status, there will always be the humiliation of the weak by the strong. The purple-haired lady added fuel to the fire. "Although she is a daughter and cannot fight for the inheritance, if you accept this sort of thing, men will certainly take a mile after being given an inch. How about I introduce you to a priest? Send this child to the church." With a splat, the lady was startled. Tuet Vu had splashed food onto her. She looked at her and babbled, meaning, "I didn't do it on purpose." Lady Catherine gave a slightly stiff smile. A person of morals would not argue with a child. She turned to Tuet Vu and asked worriedly, "Tuet Vu, are you all right?" Tuet Vu smiled and stretched her arms toward her. Manga. She meant that she was fine, and she kept calling Mama. Tu y es vu? Catherine was delighted. Tuet Vu call me mother. She was overjoyed. Tuet Vu call me mother. Acting spoiled, Tuet Vu raised her hands, held Catherine's face, and planted a kiss on her. Manga. The three ladies sitting with them were surprised when they saw this affectionate mother and daughter scene. They were stunned. Lady Catherine smiled proudly and joked. This child is far too attached to me. As long as she sees me, she won't cry or fuss. Although I didn't give birth to her, she's even closer to me. She added, women shouldn't value men too much either. Sometimes relying on children is even better. She asked with both seriousness and gentleness. Isn't that right? Lady Catherine dotingly rubbed Tuet Vu's head. It was clear that Lady Catherine truly loved this child. When the purple-haired lady heard what she said, her face turned sour. Another person spoke up. That's not wrong. Speaking of which, isn't your child still being fostered at your husband's family's home, even now? Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the purple-haired lady immediately changed the subject. Let's not talk about that anymore. I forgot to introduce everyone. She extended her hand. This is Lady Busty. She is outstanding. She can now frequently enter and leave the royal palace. Her elder sister is the little prince's personal attendant, personally chosen by Her Majesty the Queen. She's now also a trusted confidant in front of His Majesty the King. Looking at Lady Busty, who was feeding a child in her arms, it was very easy to recognize that the child was the little prince, Chiuban. A woman who was somewhat younger than the others smiled and said, "It is thanks to His Majesty's favor. However, my sister has her own difficulties too. I heard that the previous person was executed for some unknown reason. Because of this, the female attendants in the palace are replaced in batches every 6 months." The purple-haired lady laughed falsely. "Oh my, your elder sister is wealthy and noble. She'll be fine." The other woman immediately replied, "Yes, yes. Tu y es vu soudainement, Remembert." That's right. The book said that in order to prevent Chiu Ban's identity from being exposed, Cherno was extremely strict with the maids in the palace. Everything is indeed proceeding according to history of the Spirit Kingdom. The book recorded that the Dui family treated Tuet Vu very well. Tuet Vu spent a peaceful yet brief childhood here. Unfortunately, because she became an ordinary person with no abilities after Cherno and Chiu Ban learned of her whereabouts. Her life fell into a tragic situation in which she had no strength to resist. She was controlled by others. The Tuet Vu in the book seemed to turn into a puppet, ignorant and numb, manipulated by others at will. She made up her mind. No, since I have begun this life, I absolutely cannot sit around and wait for death. In this world, how can I take control of my own fate? I know too little information. Sure enough, I still have to rely on that. A while later, the two of them left the cake shop. Tuet Vu pointed with her hand. She meant, this is it. Magic. The thing she was talking about was the thick magic book placed before her eyes. Catherine had brought her to a bookstore, holding a long list in her hand. Tuet Vu was surprised. Why does Muriel need so many books? Can he even finish reading them? She waved her hands toward the pile of magic books. She meant, I want that. Lady Catherine picked up one and handed it to her. So you like this? She thought to herself, this child doesn't even know how to read yet. Why does she like books? Tuet Vu accepted the book, hugged it tightly to her chest, and gave Catherine a bright smile. She wanted to say thank you. Her heart was resolute. Magic begins here. The female lead's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open in astonishment. She was excited about something. The servants and even the head maid around her all held their breath and fell silent, watching. The floor was glossy, cool, and smooth. Light shone upon the walls and window frames in a distant, splendid, graceful way. In front of the little girl were many teddy bears, dresses, all kinds of jewelry for her, as well as ribbons, scarves, pillows, blankets, and stuffed animals such as ducks and rabbits in every size and variety, dazzling with all kinds of colors. But she approached those stuffed animals and the candies as if searching for something. She did not truly care about those cute items. The servants were extremely excited because they were certain she would like them, but they still could not be sure what she would choose. They smiled and asked, making their guesses inwardly. Which one does Tuet Vu like best? Which one will she choose? She remained innocent and uncertain, her eyes wide and hesitant. Tuet Vu's hair was held in place with a blue bow and decorated with a pretty ribbon. She found the red-covered book and happily murmured. She took it out, dust still sparkling on it. Tuet Vu flipped through the pages gently, with an interest rarely seen in small children. Her mother, Catherine, smiled kindly. Her hair was tied up, making her look extremely mature. She stroked her chin and said happily, "Ha, I told you all." Tuet Vu likes this book the most. Catherine even asserted with certainty, "That's right, she only wants this." Back then at the bookstore, she clung to me and insisted that I buy it. The girls could not believe their eyes. They chatted enthusiastically. "How miraculous," one girl said. Another girl quickly chimed in. Could this child be a goddess descended to Earth? But during all this, Tuet Vu was still flipping through the book and reading with a certain excitement. As she read, she thought, the writing of this world is different from my own. But after I came to this world, I can recognize it all. Because of this, she could continue reading what was written in the book. The magic of the Star Moon continent was believed to have two kinds of origins. One school believed that the god who created the world used his power and spread it into every corner of the world. Incantations were the codes that unlocked this divine power. Those with special constitutions could, through different incantations, unlock limitless energy. The other school believed that the god created the world from the elements. Magic incantations had the automatic function of extracting these elements. Those with special constitutions and sufficient strength could resonate with magic, producing miracles. Her emerald green eyes shone brightly as she discovered these new, interesting, and useful things. In short, I must firmly grasp magic incantations. She spoke each word clearly. Her hand traced along the lines of text as she read. She thought, learning incantations should probably go from easy to hard. I have to start from the first level. A lively, friendly maid came over and waved a cute bee-shaped toy in front of her, saying cheerfully, "Little young lady, look at this. It's so pretty. Do you like it?" She was clearly curious and also wanted the young lady to react happily to her. Tuet Vu looked up for a moment because she had been interrupted, but she was not very happy about it. She even seemed troubled. Her face darkened for a moment. She thought sadly, the most inconvenient thing about being a child is not having independence. This is awful, she screamed in her heart. I want quiet. As such emotion stirred within her, she suddenly noticed someone sitting beside the window, where light was shining in. It was Muriel. He was sitting with his chin propped on his hand, absorbed in thought as he read, focused to an extraordinary degree. His appearance was scholarly and bright. Then he turned to look at everyone with a stern, firm, and sharp gaze. His face before had been extremely contemplative. From him came the message. The living should not approach with that cold appearance of his. She turned to look at him with a gloomy, envious gaze. In this house, surely no one dares disturb Muriel. Being older is great. That evening, in the family's large dining room, light from the lamp shone down, creating an atmosphere that was luxurious yet extremely warm. The servants came one after another, bringing out the food. All of it was fine delicacies. The family could be considered fully gathered. The atmosphere was warm, and everyone chatted happily. Mother Catherine was concerned and worried as she hesitantly said, I don't know why Tuet Vu hasn't liked sleeping recently. She only likes hugging books. How could such a small child understand them? She recalled the image of Tuet Vu reading attentively, ignoring her surroundings, relying only on the lamplight as she read with full concentration. Hearing this, Count D's third son, Avery, picked up food while commenting indifferently. I already said she's a witch. Her obedient behavior before was all an act. His attitude also seemed to show extreme dislike for her. After saying that, he timidly looked at the silent Muriel and the dark-faced Anna. It seemed that both of them were dissatisfied with that remark. They looked at him unhappily. At that moment, Count Stephen D. cut his steak and said, Children grow up. It's very normal. He enthusiastically revealed a gentle and excited smile, voicing his own thoughts and expectations. After a little more time, Tuet Vu will be able to sit in a chair and eat. Children really do grow quickly. I'm truly looking forward to it. The clothes he wore were his usual attire, blending with a warm and gentle atmosphere. Suddenly, the light vanished, and the dining room became pitch black. Everyone in the room was shocked and stunned. What's going on? There's a ghost. Brother Anner screamed while holding his head. He was far too frightened and could not calm down in the face of this accident. Catherine hurriedly reminded him sternly, Anner, it's only a power outage. Calm down a little. Don't scare Tuet Vu. Then she turned to Tuet Vu and said gently, Tuet Vu, don't be afraid. It's all right. The power will be back soon. Avery mocked Anner, saying, Anner is really useless. Anner raised his fist high and cried out in dissatisfaction. What did you say? Count D remained gentle and calm in the difficult situation as he ordered, the power probably won't come back for another hour and a half. Light the candles. Catherine smiled softly, rubbed Tuet Vu's head, and said gently, Good Tuet Vu, it's all right. She was also worried that her daughter would be frightened by the sudden loss of light. However, Tuet Vu only felt intrigued and surprised because she had not expected that this world would also have power outages. Her eyes widened, for this was truly something she could not have predicted. Just then, a source of light appeared. Sparks came from nowhere, burning brightly and illuminating the dark room. They came from a fireball in Muriel's hand. His expression was extremely serious, yet he had clearly long been accustomed to performing the movement with practiced ease. His hand rose into the air. The flames surged and rippled one after another. They shone brilliantly, clearly forming the image of a creature. It was a phoenix. Such magnificent beauty could not be described in words. Tuet Vu's eyes went round with excitement. She reached out, trying to touch those sparks, crying out happily, Ah! It was as if she were surrounded by light, light that she herself had created. That feeling made her want to engrave it into her memory so that she could do it herself one day. The fire had been lit and the candles on the walls had been kindled. The room instantly brightened again. Both parents smiled gently. Anna could not help being surprised. Avery was delighted, and Tuet Vu was the most excited of all. Her eyes shone brightly. The scene before her was truly beautiful. The phoenix had descended beside Muriel. Muriel was sitting in his room, attentively reading a book with a solemn air. Just enough light filtered in from outside the door to bring out the delicate colors of the curtains and the plants in the room. His gaze was fixed, and those eyes of his were a striking blue that seemed to draw people in. Just then, there was a knock from outside. Knock, knock. He went over and opened the door with a creak. Sunlight fell across part of the doorway, looking sweet and pleasant, giving off a warm, classical feeling. Dressed neatly, Muriel stepped out. He showed no emotion at all. The sunlight behind him seemed perfectly cheerful, in complete contrast to him. The one knocking on the door was Tuet Vu. She was still crawling on the floor, a cute, sparkling glow radiating from her. Her face was plump, and her big, round eyes made it impossible to resist the urge to hug and pamper her. Her mouth curved in a slight smile, showing that she was very happy. Even so, he still coldly lifted her up and said with a darkened expression, Mother, tell the maids to watch Tuet Vu properly. Now she keeps wanting to run outside. I'm not comfortable with her showing up here. I've run into this several times already. He continued in irritation, while she was already scrunching up her face and crying from the pain of being suddenly picked up. Catherine had her back turned to the two of them. She had just been looking at the fresh morning roses when she heard Muriel speak. At this moment, he looked no different from a demon, while Tuet Vu was like a poor little rabbit shrinking in fear. It's because Tuet Vu likes you that she came to you. As Catherine explained, she took the child, who was still grimacing as she cried and sulked. Seeing this, she immediately comforted her. Oh my little Tuet Vu, come into my arms. But she'll disturb me. He turned and gave her an icy glance as he retorted, That boy. Catherine watched that cold figure return to his room and murmured softly. Tuet Vu sucked on her finger like a child as she watched him and thought, I've finally met a stubborn, hard-to-handle one in this world. Muriel. No matter how I act, it has no effect on him. 15-year-old Muriel was a model top student. Even before public education had been popularized by the Spirit King, he had already shown extraordinary knowledge. At the age of 10, he was noticed by a sage and was admitted by exception into the Palace Academy, where he studied alongside the children of the royal family. His personality was indifferent. Aside from studying, he had no interest in anything. Even when beautiful girls around him chatted cheerfully, Muriel paid them no attention at all. At the Palace Academy, a vast, beautiful, and magnificent school, people were walking to and fro. However, their presence seemed somewhat sparse, since he was someone who had entered from outside. Anner looked left and right, searching for his older brother as he muttered, "Why do they have to make me personally bring something to eldest brother? Still, this place really is splendid." He had not come alone, but was also carrying Tuet Vu with him. She thought to herself, "I have to find a way." Eldest brother is coming out. When he saw Muriel coming out through the gate, with many beauties accompanying him, Anner spoke up. One girl said to him, "Muriel, let's go eat together later." He quickly noticed Anner and Tuet Vu. Hearing the girl say that, he lifted Tuet Vu up. She still had not understood what was happening. He had already held her in his arms and answered the girl's invitation. "Sorry, I have to look after my younger sister." Both Anner and Tuet Vu looked indignant. They frowned, clenched their fists, and parted their lips slightly, because they felt as if they had been tricked by Muriel. The girl replied, "All right then, another day." Her face darkened as she turned and left. Anner's expression also turned gloomy as he asked Muriel, "What kind of lie was that?" Muriel calmly replied, "She's a duke's daughter. Neither you nor I can afford to offend her." A baron was the lowest rank, and Muriel was the son of Baron Dewey. Here, above barons were viscounts, above viscounts were counts, above counts were marquises, above marquises were dukes, and finally, above them all was the royal family. He seemed to think about something as he secretly watched the duke's daughter disappear into the distance. Then he turned to look at Tuet Vu and said, "I didn't expect this tool to still be useful." Tuet Vu looked up as if she could not believe her eyes. She was both shocked and somewhat angry, wanting to scream in her heart. "What are you trying to do?" In the palace classroom, students were gathered there. They sat properly, including people of all genders and ranks. There were many books on the desks, and they were varied. The room shone with beauty, filled with light from outside. Muriel was writing while holding Tuet Vu, but his eyes were turned toward the window. The teacher at the front held a wand while explaining, "That is how the delayed fireball spell works." This made Tuet Vu so excited and focused that she took the pacifier out of her mouth. Fire began to emerge from the wand. The elderly teacher, with a kind face, held a book while lecturing. "First, you must sense the elements that make up the environment. Humidity and temperature are not the same, so the incantations used are also not the same. Gather the elements to the palm of your hand." The four teachers directly explained things to Muriel. If you want to learn high-level magic, simply learning incantations is not enough. You must learn other subjects as well. You must study chemistry, physics, and the ancient elven script. This made Tuet Vu's eyes go round. She clenched her fists, extremely excited. She thought to herself, "I never expected that after exhausting all my efforts to win Muriel over without making any progress, I would now get exactly what I wished for." Books flipped rapidly with the flow of time, along with all that fascinating knowledge. They delighted her beyond measure. He stared attentively at Tuet Vu, feeling that something about her was strange. The atmosphere around her kept sparkling pink. Seeing this, he could not stop himself from poking her cheek with his finger, his face still cold. "What are you doing?" She puffed out her cheeks and looked up at him, appearing extremely adorable. Annoyed, she saw his face reveal a slight smile, his cheeks flushing faintly as if spring flowers were drifting by, and she cried out inwardly in frustration. "What are you doing?" At the library, the two of them met again. It was the Duke's daughter from earlier, the one who had invited Muriel to eat. But while he was selecting books, he saw her and answered, "Sorry, I have to look after my younger sister." They also met again in the gymnasium. The bright sunlight looked beautiful and pleasant. She brought a ball over to Muriel and Tuet Vu, but he refused again. "Sorry, I have to look after my younger sister." On a day off, the sky was clear blue with white clouds drifting lazily. It looked like patches of emptiness in that vast blue sky. Because the weather was so fine, the streets had become extremely lively. Muriel was still walking down the street, carrying Tuet Vu, while Anner followed behind, pleading, "Tuet Vu, let me carry you. She likes me more." With a gloomy face, Muriel walked coldly and replied, "Is that so? Did she tell you herself?" Anner puffed up his cheeks in a sulk and cried out, "Eldest brother is so hateful." 3 years later, inside the study, Count Dewey was attentively writing a letter. In that letter, he wrote, "Your Majesty the Queen, may you be in good health. The little princess is well in every respect. She is extremely intelligent, studious, and friendly. Everyone who meets her praises her endlessly." Tuet Vu's daily activities were listed one by one. She stayed by Muriel's side reading books without disturbing him. She could remain quiet for an entire day, and she also liked playing energetically with Anna beneath the sunlight. Tuet Vu's gentle, pleasant personality and intelligence made Count D so happy that he wrote in the letter, "She truly resembles a spirit descended to earth. I believe this is because the princess carries within her your majesty, the queen's divine bloodline. I hope the little princess will be happy and soon reunite with you." After Dui finished writing that letter, he thought for a moment, sighed, then handed it to Catherine and said, "Now give it to the secret messenger to send." Count Dui continued after handing it to his wife, "This is probably the last letter we will send to that person. That side has told us there is no need to send any more letters." Yet as soon as she heard Count D's words, Catherine held the letter in her hands and leaned gently against the window, looking down below as she softly replied, "Don't worry. As long as Tuet Vu lives well, that person will be at ease too." Down in the garden at that moment, maids of all ages surrounded Tuet Vu as they laughed and talked happily. "Little young lady, let's tell stories again. Little young lady tells stories the best." As soon as they finished speaking, she smiled and replied, "What do you want to hear? Today we won't tell stories about princes and princesses anymore. Let's change to something else." As Tuet Vu spoke, she thought, "I never expected fairy tales to be this popular." Looking back at the time that had passed, she said to herself, 3 years have flown by in a flash. Telling stories from books to win people's hearts and gather everyone together is also very important. Then Tuet Vu spoke again with firm confidence. "In this life, I absolutely won't let anyone bully Tuet Vu again." At this moment, she gracefully pointed both hands at her face and cheerfully told a fairy tale to the servants there. Once upon a time, there was a girl whom everyone loved when they met her. Everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. With eyes full of confidence, Tuet Vu enthusiastically told them the fairy tale. One day, Little Red Riding Hood went into the forest to bring food to her grandmother. At this time, Count Dui and Catherine were standing together in the study, looking through the window toward Tuet Vu. Up there, Count D stood with his hands clasped behind his back, Catherine beside him, watching her with a happy smile. At this moment, he began to speak. Tuet Vu is not an ordinary child. With a happy expression and eyes curved in a smile, Tuet Vu's foster mother smiled and replied, "Is that so? She is too clever, too understanding of people's hearts. How is she like a 5-year-old child?" She continued simply, "She is basically an adult in a child's body." But Count Dui had different thoughts. He quickly voiced what was on his mind. That may not necessarily be a good thing. At this moment, the two turned to look at each other. Suddenly, Count D continued, "If she were merely out standing here in the countryside, then that would be fine." Her foster father looked out the window and shared his worries with Catherine. "But if some royal prince or high minister takes notice of her, I fear that person only hopes Tuet Vu will live a peaceful life and does not want her to become involved in court politics. And besides, Tuet Vu's identity is extremely secret." So, he continued speaking. Suddenly, a knock came from outside, startling the two of them and making them turn to look. "Knock, knock." It turned out that the one knocking was Muriel. Stepping into the study, he greeted them. "Father, mother." Quickly walking toward his mother, Muriel boldly said to her, "Tuet Vu is already over 3 years old. When the 3 of us brothers were around this age, Mother had already invited tutors to teach us." He spoke amid her surprise. Then Muriel continued, "No matter what kind of education is chosen in the future, a basic education is very important." With a determined expression, his brows raised firmly, Muriel quickly presented his view. "Most of the time, I study at school and have no way to help Tuet Vu learn. I don't know whether father and mother have any plans." Hearing this, his mother replied with a sorrowful expression, while Count D stood beside her, frowning at her without saying anything. With a resolute look, Muriel continued telling them, "Tuet Vu is very intelligent. I fear she may be even more so than I was back then. If Tuet Vu receives a good education, she will certainly become a person the whole nation pays attention to." Hearing this, Catherine was startled, her eyes widening and mouth falling open as she thought to herself, "Isn't that precisely the situation Dui worries about most?" Then she quickly answered her son, I only want to keep Tuet Vu by my side. But Muriel was not satisfied and instead turned to ask his mother, Mother, why do you think that? Haven't you always believed that daughters should bring glory to the family? Seeing that his wife was in a difficult position, Count D replied calmly, Tuet Vu is still young. There is no need to worry. Outside, where the maids had gathered together, they were chattering noisily about what they had heard. The Baron and young Master Muriel quarreled. Do you know why? The servant telling the story continued recounting what she knew. I heard it was because of Lady Tuet Vu. In the distance, Avery stood gloomily and sorrowfully against the wall, listening to the maid's conversation. Young Master Muriel never cares about anything. Who would have thought he would clash with the Baron because of the little young lady? At that moment, Avery's expression revealed hatred. He frowned in anger. That evening, as he stood outside the door, he suddenly heard voices speaking inside the room. At that moment, someone said, Stop talking. This is not something we have time to discuss. Immediately afterward, he recognized Muriel's voice. Muriel replied to the person who had just spoken, I truly don't understand. Could be like outsiders say, that Tuet Vu is an illegitimate daughter, and that is why you treat her differently. As soon as Catherine heard Muriel's words, she said to him, Muriel, don't say any more. Dissatisfied, Muriel continued, This is unfair. Then all of a sudden, the door opened wide. At this moment, Muriel walked out of that room in displeasure and brushed past him. Avery, ignoring Avery's words, he walked away without looking back. Eldest brother, seeing his older brother like that, Avery frowned in anger and asked himself why his eldest brother's heart filled only with that little wish. Immediately afterward, Avery thought, in the past, Mother and my brothers all loved me very much. He remembered when he was still little. Back then, his mother had held him in her arms and smiled as she said to Avery's two older brothers, Avery is your younger brother. As his older brothers, you must love him too. At that time, Muriel had also gently touched him and coaxed him, be good, and Anner had loved him just the same. Anner had said then, I'll buy you candy to eat. But one day, his mother looked at Tuet Vu with that same loving gaze and gently said to the three brothers, Tuet Vu is still little. You must take good care of her. Then Avery said to himself, after that, everything changed. The days with Tuet Vu were all unhappy days for him. As soon as Avery entered the room and greeted his mother, what he received in reply was his mother being busy taking care of Tuet Vu. Avery, I'm very busy right now. If you're hungry, go to the kitchen and have the servants cook something for you, all right? Avery's sorrowful thoughts surrounded the boy's mind. Everyone was circling around that illegitimate daughter. Even with Muriel, on that day, when Avery happily carried his books and followed behind him, saying, Brother, take me to school with you. All he received was Muriel's cold indifference. No, the school does not allow entry. Because of this, the hatred in the boy's heart grew stronger and stronger. Why can she receive all of this? Returning to the present, his face was dark. Behind him, Tuet Vu had just stepped in through the door. As soon as she entered the room, seeing the person in front of her, she thought Avery. With a hateful expression, Avery frowned angrily, clenched his teeth, and said to her, I will never accept you. As soon as she heard those words, Tuet Vu was surprised and did not understand what had happened. In a saddened mood, her tone also became somewhat dispirited. People really cannot make everyone like them. The little girl gently placed a hand on her chest. Avery hates me like this because of Muriel. He is the only person in this family who still broods over me being an illegitimate daughter. In Anner's large study, the two siblings were still studying diligently. While Tuet Vu was still absorbed in her books, Anner had collapsed onto the desk, one hand still propping himself up. His expression still showed boredom, laziness, and suffering. Why does everyone have to do homework? Boo-hoo, I want to use this precious time to go outside and play. Tuet Vu continued to ignore him, and the little girl focused on thinking. I heard Muriel wants me to receive the same basic education as my three older brothers, but it seems Catherine and Count Dewey do not agree. Perhaps Count Dewey is worried. If I receive too good an education, and if a situation like Muriel's happens, I may be targeted by the court and my identity may be exposed. The pages of the book continued to turn. Inside were vast amounts of information waiting to be unlocked. And in the history books, I also lost my life because my identity was exposed. But without education, I can only be an ordinary, insignificant person. And when that time comes, I'll only be able to fold my hands and wait for death. Tuet Vu thought to herself. Then the little girl slammed the book shut and let out a thoughtful sigh. So Muriel isn't wrong. Count Dewey is even less wrong. I can't let them argue because of me. Sitting beside her was Anner. He was still crying over the pile of homework he could not solve. Tuet Vu, what's wrong? The little girl smiled faintly and replied, Brother Anner, I'm going to look for Brother Muriel. I'll be right back. Hearing that, the boy quickly grabbed onto her clothes, biting them and acting spoiled with her. Tuet Vu, is it because you don't like me anymore? His eyes were still full of tears. Then he rolled around and continued, acting spoiled with her. You think I'm stupid and can't do my homework, so you don't like me anymore, right? Tuet Vu let out a soft sigh, weary and helpless. In Muriel's room, Tuet Vu was sitting across from him, while he calmly took a sip of tea. The little girl said sadly and gloomily, This isn't right, is it, brother? Hearing that, Muriel answered without hesitation, Why don't you want to invite a teacher? Do you think you can study on your own? His expression became much more serious. Are you afraid I'll argue with father and mother? Then have you heard everyone gossiping, saying that because you're an illegitimate daughter, you're being treated differently? Do you want to just sit there and accept other people's speculation? He paused for a moment, then continued, These things are slandering all of us. Tuet Vu shook her head. As though she did not care, she answered firmly, I don't care what other people say. I know father and mother and my brothers love me very much. That's enough. Muriel gently blew on the cup of hot tea and said softly, I love you too. Tuet Vu immediately said cheerfully and confidently, Of course. Then Muriel walked over gently and stroked the little girl's head. Don't worry, I won't argue with father and mother. Tuet Vu answered coquettishly, You promised. Muriel nodded gently and said happily, Wait for me. I'll arrange everything properly. In front of the grand and magnificent mansion, 2 horse-drawn carriages were already waiting beneath the porch. From inside, the maids walked out in neat rows, each holding a plate of appetizing food. When Tuet Vu asked, one of them said, Are there guests at the estate? The other replied, Yes, Lady Tuet Vu. The Baron's young lady and the madam said, They are honored guests. They are currently in the great hall. Tuet Vu followed the maid's words and went over. The moment she reached the door, her expression filled with surprise and her heart paused slightly. Inside the great hall, besides father, mother, and her brother Muriel, there were also the honored guests the maid had mentioned. Muriel has always been outstanding, hasn't he? This time, I mainly came here to discuss his future development with him. One of the guests continued, Recently, I submitted an application to His Majesty to expand our nation's educational institutions, and I have also drafted a proposal for universal education. Each drink was placed neatly on the table. However, once the law is enacted, it will not function without talented people. And our country greatly needs outstanding teachers. I wonder what you two think about Muriel's education in the future. Count Dui and Catherine looked at Muriel with rather uneasy expressions, yet neither of them said anything. On the contrary, Muriel was very calm and composed as he listened to them speak about this issue. The outstanding young man who was promoting the future state of education was Dr. David. He said happily, As far as I know, Muriel intends to continue his studies. I hope he can participate in one of our graduate entrance examinations and take up a position. But Muriel feels that his future direction still requires the approval of you two. His meaning referred to Count Dui and Catherine. Count Dui's expression immediately brightened as he replied, Then that would be wonderful. It is truly an honor for our entire family to receive Dr. David's recognition. Standing at the side, Tuet Vu heard everything. Just then, the maids happened to enter. Because of her curiosity, she accidentally bumped into one of the servants, and very quickly, all the food in that maid's hands fell to the floor. Tuet Vu said remorsefully, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Because of this moment of carelessness, Muriel called out to her, Tuet Vu, come here. After hearing him, she was somewhat stunned. The other 3 people were no less surprised. Following her elder brother's call, Tuet Vu entered the great hall, where her parents and the honored guest were seated. There, in front of Dr. David, Muriel proudly introduced her. This is the little sister I told you about, Tuet Vu Duyi. Seeing this, Dr. David glanced over and smiled. The legendary cold Muriel. Who would have thought he liked his little sister so much? Muriel's mood suddenly changed. He abruptly became cold, frowned, and said, Like her? Not exactly. Tuet Vu could not help being shocked. Countless exclamation marks appeared in her mind as she looked at Muriel, who raised his teacup to his lips and drank. Muriel spoke unhurriedly. It's only pity. Dr. David offered a few comments about Muriel's attitude. Muriel's assessment of this little sister is indeed very special. Muriel calmly praised Tuet Vu. After spending a long time with her, teacher will discover that this little sister of mine is special. Teacher, Tuet Vu had been standing there all this time. Muriel opened his mouth and called her over. Tuet Vu, come here and greet my eldest brother's teacher, Dr. David. This teacher of my eldest brother is a renowned scholar. Sitting at the side, Dr. David could not help looking forward to seeing the special little sister Muriel had praised. Tuet Vu seemed to suddenly remember something. Using the memories of her previous life, she recognized Dr. David's identity and tremendous influence. Dr. David was a figure mentioned in the history books, a grand scholar of the spirit kingdom, a famous educator, and also a trusted confidant of King Jernak. Seeing that their daughter remained silent, the Count and his wife spoke up to remind her. Tuet Vu, hurry and greet him. As though understanding his son's intention, Count D wondered inwardly, is Muriel trying to make Dr. David value Tuet Vu as well? At this moment, Tuet Vu and the Count seemed to share the same thoughts. They had the same idea and were secretly calculating. In her relationships with everyone, when she first entered the Palace Academy, Tuet Vu's identity would be in danger. Count D silently worried about his adopted daughter's future. Tuet Vu seemed to understand the hearts of Count Duyi and his wife as she thought. Then Duyi and Catherine will be worried. Although Tuet Vu and the Count and his wife were not related by blood, they were constantly thinking and worrying about one another. Duyi could not help feeling uneasy as he thought for Tuet Vu's sake. I cannot let Tuet Vu perform too well. Tuet Vu also knew very clearly what she should do and reminded herself, I cannot attract his attention. She could not let her brother and that doctor wait too long. Tuet Vu grabbed her skirt and ran over, silently apologizing to Muriel in her heart. I am sorry. She unexpectedly ran over and hid behind Muriel's leg while he was still calmly drinking tea, pretending to look frightened in front of everyone. Muriel was immediately surprised by her unusual behavior. He frowned in confusion and wondered to himself, what is this girl doing? Seeing this, Duyi could not help being surprised as well, but he quickly cooperated. He gently stroked Tuet Vu's head and asked with concern, encouraging her, Tuet Vu, what's wrong? Hurry and greet the guest. Be good, Tuet Vu. Tuet Vu's actions matched Dee's thoughts from moments ago, making him wonder, why does this child's reaction seem as if she knows what I'm thinking? Has she seen through me? Tuet Vu continued hugging Muriel's leg tightly. She kept pretending to be afraid. Even when Dr. David looked toward her, she still acted timid and avoided him, unwilling to come closer. David seemed to sense that he was an unwelcome guest faced with her behavior. He could not help feeling disappointed in the Tuet Vu before him, who was avoiding him. Although David did not say it aloud, he quickly looked down on her in his heart. This timidness is probably normal in the eyes of adults, and also the most harmless. As though sensing something, Tuet Vu thought inwardly, this won't leave an impression, right? Seeing the atmosphere gradually becoming awkward, the doctor hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. It's all right, it's all right. She's only a child. Seeing this, Muriel could only sigh aloud in endless frustration. Muriel picked her up, trying to rouse Tuet Vu, who was still pretending. Tuet Vu, be obedient. You can recite the final digits of pi in the hundreds, can't you? At this moment, Tuet Vu immediately teared up and stammered, I can't recite them. Seeing this, Muriel could only feel helpless. His heart ached as though it were being squeezed, and he thought inwardly, you are not my little sister. Give Tuet Vu back to me. Tuet Vu ran back to Catherine's side and acted spoiled, asking to be held. Mother, hold me. The scene just now caused David's impression of Tuet Vu to drop even further. Seeing it in person is worse than hearing about it. Muriel praised his little sister far too much. Tuet Vu and Catherine returned to the kitchen. In contrast to Catherine and the servants, who were happily chatting together, Tuet Vu was silent, without a smile. She fiddled with some small fruits while thinking, this should mean I passed, right? Dr. David won't keep watching me anymore. Dui and Catherine can breathe a sigh of relief. Tuet Vu still could not stop worrying and continued sinking into her own thoughts. But just now, they mentioned Her Majesty the Queen, the birth mother of this body. Since I was born, I have never met her. Is Mother still well? Seeing her daughter focused on helping, Catherine clapped her hands and praised her. Tuet Vu is amazing, but she did not know that Tuet Vu was plotting. Sneaking away should be fine, right? Back in the Great Hall, only the Dui father and son and Dr. David remained. The atmosphere had eased considerably. Muriel was sparing no praise for the king of the empire. His Majesty Jernak possesses outstanding intellect. In recent years, he has pacified the Southwest, suppressed the chaos on the Spirit North Peninsula, and brought the Spirit Swift, Dark Knight, and Winged Spirit clans into our nation. He is the greatest king in the history of the Spirit Kingdom. Muriel continued praising him. In response to Muriel's sincerity, Dr. David also joined in, but along with that, the doctor keenly mentioned the queen. His Majesty is indeed a god of war, victorious in every battle. However, only with the comfort of Her Majesty the Queen can he bring peace to the world. Queen Aletta is of noble birth, gentle, and magnanimous. She is a blessing to our spirit kingdom. Dr. David continued praising the queen without pause. The image of the queen appeared amid his words of praise, making the queen seem even more elegant and precious. Dr. David did not stop there, but continued speaking in praise of the queen. I heard that the famous poet Hyde even wrote a poem to praise her. Without her fragrant beauty, there would be no end, drought, and destruction. He was about to complete the remaining line of the poem when a voice interrupted him. But your midsummer shall never fade. The voice belonged to none other than Tuet Vu, who was standing quietly at the corner of the doorway. At this moment, she seemed dazed and did not notice Dee's shocked gaze as he looked toward her. Suddenly, she jolted as though she had realized she had done something unusual, and she panicked inwardly. Oh no! It turned out that she had unconsciously completed a poem from the history books, something a small child could not possibly do. She kept panicking as she thought, I accidentally recited a poem about the queen from the history books. This is terrible. Seeing this, Dr. David could not help becoming interested and clapped his hands in praise. Tuet Vu, not bad. Not bad. David then bent down, questioning her in a gentle tone. How does a little girl like you know this poem? Tuet Vu seemed to stiffen completely when faced with the doctor's question. Even Muriel could not help being surprised by his little sister, who had been shy just now, yet now could recite a poem from the history books. He had the same question as his teacher, but did not say it aloud. Why does Tuet Vu know this poem? There was no other way. Tuet Vu thought anxiously. Then she quickly found an excuse to explain herself to the doctor. She said, I heard that Her Majesty the Queen is the gentlest and kindest person in the world. Someone in the estate sang and recited this poem before, so I remembered it. David held something like a letter in his hand. As though he had understood something in his heart, he smiled and said, It seems this invitation has found the right person. The doctor gently placed the invitation into Tuet Vu's small hand. When he handed it to Tuet Vu, he explained the appearance of this invitation to her. Her Majesty the Queen is kind-hearted. Every month, she holds a banquet in the palace and invites people from all walks of life to attend. This is Her Majesty the Queen's way of recruiting the worthy and treating scholars with respect. It is also an opportunity for us to admire her noble countenance. At this moment, Tuet Vu faced both Dui and Dr. David before her. David seemed extremely satisfied and continued. If the queen knew that a 5-year-old child could memorize a poem praising her, she would definitely be very happy. Tuet Vu timidly glanced toward Dui, as if wanting to express the thought in her heart to him. Can I? Dui took the invitation from Tuet Vu's hand. As he looked at the invitation, he worried about her safety. Letting Tuet Vu attend the banquet is somewhat risky. But this is a banquet hosted by Her Majesty the Queen. Thinking of the pitiful situation of mother and daughter, who had not yet been able to reunite after so many years, the Count knew this was the right moment. So he did not stop Tuet Vu from going to the banquet. 5 years. The Queen has not met Tuet Vu even once. This time is also a chance for mother and daughter to meet. There may not be another opportunity in the future. Then Dewey bent down. While gently stroking Tuet Vu's head, he expressed his gratitude to Dr. David. "Thank you for the invitation, Dr. David." Seeing this, the doctor laughed heartily and said to the father and daughter, Your whole family should prepare to receive an audience with Her Majesty the Queen." Dr. David continued speaking. And so, the Count's entire family went together to attend the banquet hosted by the Queen. They knelt together to pay respects to the Queen seated on the golden throne. In the dressing room of the Dewey family, everyone was bustling about, preparing everything for themselves in order to attend the banquet. A black and pink hat, along with many pink bows, was neatly tied onto the proper dress worn by Tuet Vu's tiny body. The little girl's adoptive mother smiled gently and said, "We truly are basking in Tuet Vu's glory. Our whole family can attend a palace banquet. Ever since the Dewey family declined, no one has asked after us for 20 years. As she spoke, she also revealed her sadness. Seeing her mother keep speaking like this, Tuet Vu could only stand helplessly in a corner and watch her talk. In another dressing room, Anner was staring intently at a hat, rubbing his chin as he said, "An ordinary hat does not suit my peerless beauty." Meanwhile, in another corner, two etiquette teachers were instructing Muriel in every movement. One teacher said, after meeting Her Majesty the Queen, a hand-kissing ceremony may be performed at the palace banquet. That dressing room was extremely busy, with everyone doing their best to prepare for attending the banquet. In another scene, Avery seemed uncomfortable with something as he stood still in one place, frowning. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It turned out to be Tuet Vu. She said, "Brother Avery, come with Tuet Vu to the banquet." Although she was smiling, in her heart she thought, "I've invited you like this already. You should at least give me some face." But no. Hearing that invitation, his face darkened and he answered coldly, "Who would want to go?" Hearing that, she frowned and puffed out her cheeks, thinking inwardly, "Stinky brat, why are you so awkward?" Then Avery turned away, waved his hand, and said, "I don't want to go." After that, he turned and left. In the royal palace, Jernak was speaking with his steward. The steward said, "Your Majesty, I sincerely ask Your Majesty to consider this." Jernak said in silence, "You mean that in this vast world, among all living beings, ordinary commoners and royal nobles are no different and should receive the same education?" Seeing this, the steward hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, the gods created the world. The royal families indeed possess extraordinary divine blood. But among tens of thousands of commoners, there are also a few with extraordinary natural gifts. I have a student whose aptitude is 1,000 times greater than mine. Your Majesty's blessings extend across the world, which is why children of the goddess have appeared many times upon the great land of our spirit kingdom. If we carry out comprehensive education for the masses, then even more people will become pillars of the nation. This is a blessing for our spirit kingdom, Your Majesty," he explained clearly to Jernak. After listening, Jernak rubbed his chin and replied, "All right, you just want me to raise the value of your public education proposal, so those old men in Parliament will approve it, don't you?" Hearing Jernak say this, the man laughed. "Thank you, Your Majesty the King. In addition, I have one presumptuous request." Hearing this, Jernak frowned and looked at him. He said, "That student of mine has already been assigned someone from the relief office to train him. In the future, he will certainly become a pillar of the Royal Academy, and he will also be a reserve teacher for the Palace Academy." He raised his hand and continued, "That person has a younger sister. In theory, she cannot attend school, but..." Before he could finish, Jernak's face darkened, and he cut him off. "You still want to seek benefits for someone else?" Then his face turned grim. He clenched his fist and slammed it onto the chair, saying, "What does a woman need to study for? I hate women." Seeing Jernak's expression, he hurriedly explained further, "Your Majesty, this child really is different. She is only 5 years old, yet she can already recite poetry by heart. She has a gentle temperament. An exception could be made to let her enter the royal primary school." Then his tone became more resolute as he said, "Although she is a girl, she is still of noble birth. She is the 4th daughter of the Dewey family. During the late emperor's reign, the Dewey family also rendered military service." Then he placed Tuet Vu's resume in front of Jernak. Seeing this, Jernak closed his eyes and waved his hand. "Enough. I understand. Withdraw." The man politely withdrew, then turned and walked out. After he left, Jernak frowned, picked up Tuet Vu's resume, and stared at it. Then he threw it straight into the trash bin beneath his desk. Elsewhere in the royal palace banquet hall, everyone was in high spirits, eagerly attending the feast. From a distance, the Dewey family had also arrived. Seeing the scene before her, Tuet Vu widened her eyes and stared with her mouth open, amazed by everything around her. In her heart, Tuet Vu thought, so this is the royal palace. There's a familiar feeling. Is this the scent of Her Highness the Queen? Tuet Vu remembered her mother. She thought, Mother, it has been 5 years. I have returned to this place. In the royal palace banquet hall, the decorations were extremely luxurious and splendid. The noble young ladies and young masters were also dressed beautifully and elegantly. They drank wine and chatted happily with one another. On the large table sat a huge 3-tiered birthday cake. Seeing everyone chatting happily together, Anner grew curious and looked around. He said excitedly, there are so many nobles, and I don't see any outsiders. He observed the surroundings and saw that everyone here was an influential noble. Judging from the way they dressed, it was easy to guess that their status was very high. Muriel picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and said in surprise, this is only one part of loose reign rule. It was known that the loose reign policy was an old method of rule from previous dynasties, using governance based on unifying the vassal lords. Standing beside the wine tower, Muriel said, Her Highness the Queen comes from a prestigious family. Over the years, His Majesty has fought firmly to expand the territory, and with Her Highness the Queen's tolerant heart, the Spirit Kingdom has been able to develop day by day. With His Majesty's tacit approval, the Queen began organizing this banquet once a month for the young ladies of powerful families. Seeing how handsome Muriel was and how knowledgeable he seemed about everything, the young ladies admired him greatly. They gathered around him and said, He's so handsome. He's really handsome. In another corner, Count Dewey and Catherine were also observing the banquet. Catherine said, What a pity. Because of her health, Her Majesty the Queen cannot appear at tonight's banquet. She felt somewhat regretful and thought, Alas, this time Tuet Vu won't be able to meet Her Highness the Queen. Then she clasped her hands before her chest, closed her eyes, and said, I pray that Her Highness the Queen recovers soon. Tuet Vu walked around and observed everyone. The little girl saw a woman cheerfully pouring wine for others. Everyone was chatting animatedly. Tuet Vu looked toward the seat in the center. No one was sitting there. Then she walked over to Count D, tugged on his sleeve, and said, Father, I want to go to the restroom. I can go by myself. After receiving her father's permission, she ran out of the royal palace. As she walked through the estate, she thought, in the history books, after Tuet Vu was taken away, there was no record of her meeting the queen again. This time, by coming to the royal palace, I have already changed the direction of several events. The little girl looked around and said, I hope I can meet Mother next time. Because she was too focused on her thoughts, Tuet Vu got lost. Panicking, the little girl said, Mother, where is this? As she looked around, she thought, I unconsciously ran to a place I have absolutely no impression of. In my previous world, if there was one thing I could say was neither good nor bad, yet also an unavoidable problem, it was that I had no sense of direction. And after coming here, the little girl still had no sense of direction. After walking only a short distance, Tuet Vu was already lost. She cried miserably, What do I do? Boo-hoo. Should I call out? Then the little girl turned back in the direction she had come from, only to discover that there was not a single person around. Tuet Vu began to feel afraid. Suddenly, there was a sound behind her. The little girl panicked and did not dare turn around. The footsteps drew closer and closer. Tuet Vu anxiously raised her head and saw a man dressed very nobly. Tuet Vu recognized who this person was, but she did not dare casually identify him. Jernak walked closer to Tuet Vu and asked, Who are you? Why did you barge in here? Tuet Vu looked nervously at the man before her and recalled what her mother had once told her. Tu y as vu? Promisme. After you enter the royal palace, except when Her Highness the Queen asks you something, you must not speak to anyone. All right. At that time, the little girl had obediently nodded and replied, All right, I'll be good. So now, when Tuet Vu met the king, she also did not want to speak. The little girl stammered, but Jernak was still staring at her coldly, making her somewhat afraid. Instead of answering, Tuet Vu turned and left. She used all her strength to run quickly in the opposite direction and thought, I'm dead. I'm dead. That's Jernak. If I get caught, I'm definitely dead. When she realized that Jernak behind her was still watching her, The little girl grew even more panicked and wanted to run faster. But her path ahead was blocked. A group of people wearing royal uniforms surrounded her. This was the king's personal guard. A guard grabbed the little girl and carried her over to Jernak. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, so Tuet Vu could not resist. The little girl could only helplessly let the guard carry her away. After they approached the king, one guard handed the little girl over to him. Jernak also reached out and took the little girl. The adult and the child looked at each other like that. After receiving the child from the guard, Jernak held her in his arms and stared at her, trying to determine who this little girl was and how she had managed to break in here. Seeing Jernak staring at her like that, Tuet Vu thought fearfully, there's a terrifying invisible pressure on him, just like a demon. So Tuet Vu could not bear facing the king at such a close distance. The little girl struggled, demanding to be put down. In the end, the king complied with her wishes. He placed the little girl on the ground and stepped back. Seeing this, two guards immediately drew their swords and rushed toward Tuet Vu. One raised his sword high and said, "Insolent commoner, how dare you break into the royal palace and startle His Majesty the King?" Looking at the two large men before her, the little girl trembled in fear, her face ashen. Then the two guards each took one side and dragged Tuet Vu outside. The little girl could do nothing and could only cry loudly. Tuet Vu tried to reach her hand toward Jernak and said, "Don't." Seeing that the little girl still refused to reveal her true identity, Jernak ordered his two subordinates, "Kill her." Hearing this, Tuet Vu became extremely frightened, as if the end of the world had come for her. After hearing the order, the two guards immediately obeyed. They released the little girl onto the ground and pointed their swords at Tuet Vu at the same time, causing her to burst into tears and beg to tell everything. But seeing that the little girl had learned fear, Jernak did not continue frightening her. He told the two men to withdraw and asked Tuet Vu, "Can you speak? Who are you?" Tuet Vu tried to look pitiful. She looked at Jernak with watery eyes and hesitantly said, "Ah." The little girl anxiously thought, "What do I do? Will he kill me? No, he won't recognize me." But I still can't stop trembling in fear. Thinking that she might be killed and that her identity might be exposed, Tuet Vu nervously gripped her dress tightly. But seeing the little girl's pitiful appearance, Jernak softened. He thought, what is this feeling? Sympathy? No, it's disgust. Then he smiled and said, "What a pitiful child, afraid, tiny and lost, like a little puppy with no home to return to." Seeing that the king no longer intended to kill her, Tuet Vu was very happy. But when she heard herself being compared to a puppy with no home to return to, she immediately became unhappy. The way she looked at the king was not very friendly. Jernak then ordered the subordinate behind him, "Find out where this child came from." The subordinate immediately bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, there is a banquet in the palace today. This child may have come along with the guests. Since she intruded upon your Majesty, I will take her." When Tuet Vu heard this, she immediately felt afraid. She was afraid Jernak would recognize her identity. Fortunately, he only said, "No need. Take her back." The subordinate accepted the king's order and respectfully replied, "Yes." Jernak was still watching the little girl and thought, like a puppy with no home to return to. Not unlike me back then. Outside the banquet hall, Count Dui and Catherine were very anxiously searching for Tuet Vu. Just when they did not know where the little girl had run off to, the king's subordinate led her in and said, "It is here. Have a maid take her inside." Everyone at the banquet had been chatting happily, but they suddenly stopped. Seeing the guards leading the child in, they began whispering among themselves, "Good heavens, whose child is this?" Another person said, "What a grand formation." Another young lady recognized the guards and was very surprised. She covered her mouth with her fan and said, "Hey, isn't that His Majesty the King's guard? This child is far too lucky." Hearing everyone discussing her, Tuet Vu was unhappy and thought, "Lucky? Does nearly being beheaded count as lucky?" After bringing the little girl into the banquet, the guards immediately left. Tuet Vu also curiously turned back to look at them. Her mother hurriedly came to her side and called, "Tuet Vu. Good heavens, Tuet Vu, I thought you had run off." Seeing her mother arrive, Tuet Vu hurriedly threw herself in her arms and said, "I made you worry, mother. I only got lost. The guards brought me back. But in her heart, the little girl thought, I can't mention meeting the king to avoid making father and mother worry. After that, Catherine took the little girl's hand and led her inside, reminding her, come on, hurry inside. Everyone was very worried. Tuetvu obediently held her mother's hand and walked inside, thinking, this time, it seems I survived a calamity. The next morning, in the bedroom, Tuetvu lay on the bed and looked out the window. The sun was already high. Sunlight shone into the room. The wind outside blew in, making the curtains flutter. The little girl still lay motionless on the bed. She remembered the scene yesterday when she had gotten lost and met Jernak, and said unhappily, ah, how annoying. Then Tuetvu lay face down on the bed again, gripping the pillow tightly with both hands, and thinking, meeting that person again made my sense of death feel even stronger. That ending is like a death drawing near. Downstairs, Catherine and her 3 sons were eating breakfast. She picked up a teacup and said, ever since returning from the banquet, Tuetvu seems a little strange. It seems like something is weighing on her mind, and she is no longer lively. What is wrong with my Tuetvu? Seeing his mother so worried, Muriel also recalled Tuetvu's gloomy face at the banquet and felt very worried. He asked with concern, is Tuetvu still sleeping? Catherine raised her hand to her forehead and rubbed her temples. She closed her eyes and sighed, saying, yes. The maid already went to call her. She said she would get up in a little while. Muriel was holding his teacup and about to drink. Hearing his mother say this, he frowned and said, Tuetvu never used to sleep in. Could she be sick? Avery, sitting beside them, also offered his own guess. It could also be that she saw a ghost. Hearing this, his mother was displeased. She immediately raised her hand, smacked the boy on the head, and said, what nonsense are you saying? After being hit, Avery immediately raised his hand to rub his head and cried, ow. At this moment, Muriel was deep in thought. He remembered last night's banquet, when the king's guards brought Tuetvu in and said, it is here. Have a palace maid bring her in. He also remembered the look Tuetvu gave the guards. Thinking of this, he wondered, did something happen to Tuetvu in the royal palace? At the same time, in the royal palace, the king was sitting at his desk. He once again remembered the strange little girl from yesterday and felt that she was both familiar and unfamiliar. He looked toward the document box beside him. Inside were Tuetvu's file and related information. The little girl was also the person Dr. David had recommended and praised repeatedly. He snapped his fingers. 3 sheets of paper in the box immediately flew into his hand. With a serious expression, he read the detailed information listed on them. He carefully observed the little girl's portrait on the paper and said, it's her, the pitiful puppy, the pitiful puppy. In Dr. David's office, Dr. David was sitting in his chair when Muriel walked in. He opened the door and asked, Dr. David, did you need something from me? Seeing him arrive, David said happily, I have good news for you. As for the matter you entrusted to me, your teacher truly spared no effort. Today, His Majesty the King can be considered to have relented. Your younger sister Tuetvu has a chance to enter the royal primary school. Hearing this, Muriel said happily, that's wonderful. Thank you, doctor. Dr. David removed the glasses from his eyes and wiped them briefly with a cloth. Then he put the glasses back on his right eye and said, however, don't be happy too soon. His Majesty the King will interview her personally. After returning home, Muriel met Tuetvu and told the little girl about this. After explaining the king's requirements, he said that is how it is. As long as you pass His Majesty's interview, Tuetvu, you can attend the royal primary school. Hearing that the person interviewing her was the king, Tuetvu was shocked and thought to herself, what? Seeing the surprised expression on her face, her elder brother thought the little girl was very happy. So he sat down, rubbed her head, and said, congratulations, Tuetvu. But in truth, the little girl felt very troubled and worried. She was afraid of facing Jernak directly. 4. In an important meeting, King Jernak sat in the center, presiding over the conference. Below him was a long table. Everyone sat around it, focused on the king. In front of each person was a sheet of paper containing important content. A close minister sitting in the first seat stood up and expressed his opinion. Your Majesty, that old man David brought up the universal education proposal in the meeting and actually demanded that every noble territory establish a school for commoners to study in. This is utter nonsense. How much money would that cost? Another person stood up and spoke. Exactly. Are we also supposed to steal the jobs of the church's monastery schools? For thousands of years, education on the Star Moon continent has been handled by the Pope. Aside from them, who does such a thing? Another person stood up to state his view. Besides, why would commoners want to study? David deserves death. That's right, that's right. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for us. The king was still listening attentively to everyone's opinions. Then he replied, understood. The personal guard standing beside His Majesty then reminded him of today's schedule. Your Majesty, it is time. At the gate outside the palace, 2 palace maids led Tuet Vu inside and said, please wait here. After that, the 2 of them went out. Seeing that the palace maids had left, the little girl turned her head and looked around. She thought, the king's interview actually requires me to enter the palace alone. And I'm in such a huge palace. Oh no, I'm a little panicked. The more Tuet Vu thought about it, the more afraid she felt. The little girl cried inwardly and said, boo-hoo. If Muriel were here, that would be great. 10 minutes later, still no one had entered. After waiting for a while, the little girl felt even more uneasy. Tuet Vu looked around once more and thought, is there really no one here? But she did not know that the king was watching from the upper floor. The subordinate behind him was also looking down and observing. Seeing Tuet Vu's anxious and restless appearance, the subordinate said, she seems to be frightened. Should we call a maid over? But the king replied, no. He continued watching Tuet Vu intently. At this moment, the little girl's hands were clenched together and held before her chest, as if she were somewhat frightened and tense. Jernak thought, afraid? That's right. He then said to the guard, she is afraid and weak. She does not know what to do. Down below, Tuet Vu was very anxious. She waited and waited, but no one came, so she had no choice but to move closer to the curtain. She stood beside it and thought, no one can see me, right? The little girl seemed to think that as long as she hid behind the curtain, everyone would stop seeing her. That way, she would not be afraid. From above, Jernak saw this adorable action and said, but she is also perceptive, familiar with survival, and thinks things through carefully. She is not simply a child. Hearing the king analyze it this way, his subordinate was very surprised. Then Jernak said, go down and take a look. And so the 2 of them walked down the steps together and came to the curtain where Tuet Vu was hiding. Hearing movement, the little girl immediately poked her head out to look. When she saw Jernak approaching with a guard, she immediately stepped out. The little girl stood facing Jernak and thought, Jernak. The moment Tuet Vu saw the king, she felt nervous and frightened. But she still tried hard to appear calm. Holding both sides of her skirt, Tuet Vu bent down in a noble curtsy and said, greetings to your Majesty the king. Yet in her heart, she was thinking in panic, when did he get here? How long has he been watching me? He hasn't been here the whole time, has he? Isn't this like the homeroom teacher suddenly coming to inspect? I have to stay calm. But seeing her calm appearance, Jernak asked, why are you no longer afraid of me? The moment she heard this, Tuet Vu trembled again. She thought Jernak was bringing up what had happened last time at the manor. So she anxiously thought, is he talking about last time? What do I do? The history books record that Jernak has a violent and unpredictable temperament. I have to deal with him carefully. In her heart, the little girl was thinking through all kinds of ways to deal with the man before her, but outwardly, she still tried to act as though nothing was wrong. She raised her face to look at His Majesty. Her eyes sparkled, showing admiration and joy, as she said, Mother said your Majesty the king is like a god, someone worthy of respect, and that there is no need to be afraid. Besides, last time, I was not afraid of your Majesty. I was afraid of the secret hidden in the darkness. Only someone whose identity is unknown is frightening. A person with status would not easily do evil. Out loud, Tuet Vu praised the king to the skies. But in her heart she looked down on him and thought, I'll flatter you until your nose points to the sky. You're a person of status, so you won't easily punish me. But Jernak seemed to see through the little girl's intention in praising him, so he merely asked, is that so? And thought silently, those are not sincere words. Although he knew Tuet Vu was not speaking from the heart, Jernak was not angry. This answer was precisely the state he was most familiar with. He saw the child who had once been a young boy. Jernak remembered the past, when he himself was small. He had once lied too, putting on an admiring expression as he spoke to the person before him. Royal sister is wise, brilliant, divine in martial might, and worthy of respect. He, too, had been someone facing the throne. Jernak still maintained his imposing, awe-inspiring bearing. He walked past Tuet Vu, stood before the door, and said, you too, or someone facing the throne. Seeing Jernak leave, Tuet Vu hurried after him with little steps. With an expression full of burning determination, she said she wanted to and thought, things have already reached this point. I can't run away anymore. Although going to Royal Primary School is dangerous and my identity might be exposed, it is a place where many talented people gather. As long as I can become the most outstanding mage, I can control my own fate. When Jernak saw her absolute determination, he smiled in satisfaction and thought that sentence was sincere. Afterward, he led Tuet Vu to have breakfast and tea. The little girl sat beside Jernak, looked at the food on the table, and thought, so I can actually have an intimate tea session with this pig trotter. To dispel her awkwardness, Tuet Vu picked up her teacup and drank. Jernak observed the little girl, then asked again, "Why do you want to go to school? You're only 5 or 6 years old. These are the most beautiful years of childhood. So why must you go to school?" Hearing the king question her, Tuet Vu immediately stopped drinking and replied, I want to become a mage. In the manor filled with flowers and morning sunlight, Tuet Vu's interview proceeded under extreme tension. His Majesty King Jernak slowly raised his teacup and said in a dismissive tone, "Tuet Vu, as expected of someone recommended by Dr. David. This method of yours was told to you by him, was it not? You disregard inherited bloodlines and dream of future accomplishments." Without the slightest hesitation, Tuet Vu firmly answered Jernak. "Your Majesty the King is one of the most famous mages on the Star Moon continent." Tuet Vu also remembered what her elder brother had once told her and continued, "My brother said this also represents the Spirit Kingdom's royal family achieving its highest accomplishment, far surpassing the previous monarch." The more Tuet Vu spoke, the more admiration she felt. Seeing her like this, the servant found her very cute and smiled. With a shy attitude, Tuet Vu shouted, "The later generation surpasses the previous one. I think that is very cool." Jernak's guard heard Tuet Vu speak so accurately and snapped his fingers in agreement, saying, "I also think His Majesty the King is very cool." Seeing that his guard's conduct was improper, Jernak glanced at him as a signal, frightening the guard into standing still without moving. Jernak lifted his teacup to enjoy it, then asked in puzzlement, "Your elder brother, Muriel, also studies at the Royal Court School, does he not?" When Tuet Vu saw Jernak mention her elder brother's name, she happily broke into a bright smile. With great pride, she replied, Brother Muriel is the most outstanding person. He was admitted directly." The atmosphere in the manor grew even warmer under the golden rays of sunlight. Tuet Vu silently reconsidered Jernak and thought, this pig trotter doesn't seem that scary after all. Seeing that the interview had become somewhat awkward, Jernak spoke up and continued asking Tuet Vu, "What do you know?" The question seemed a little abrupt, so Tuet Vu did not know how to react. Then she unconsciously said, Seeing Tuet Vu's surprise, Jernak looked at her and continued, "What specialty do you have? Let me test you." Feeling that Tuet Vu seemed to have forgotten the very purpose of her coming here, Jernak said challengingly, "This is an interview right now. Have you forgotten?" Jernak's words seemed to hit Tuet Vu right where it hurt. She hurriedly spoke up to explain, Tuet Vu sat in deep thought, calculating how she should perform. Jernak asking this means it is basically settled. I have to press my advantage and perform even better. But performing low-level magic in front of him does not seem very suitable. What specialty do I have? Then suddenly, a wonderful idea appeared in Tuet Vu's mind, making her eyes shine like stars. She secretly rejoiced, "I've got it." With a happy expression, Tuet Vu said to the king, "Your Majesty, Tuet Vu can recite pi to 100 digits after the decimal point." Tuet Vu felt that what she was about to perform would definitely satisfy Jernak. She secretly thought proudly, let your Majesty experience the power of Earth's basic education infrastructure." After hearing Tuet Vu's words, Jernak's face suddenly darkened, and he felt somewhat unwell. Then Tuet Vu began performing her recitation of pi. As she raised her fingers, she counted 3.1415926. The digits continued to come from Tuet Vu's mouth, leaving the surrounding servants extremely astonished. Everyone stared at the little girl with their mouths wide open. 5358974944459. The more Tuet Vu recited, the darker Jernak's face became. He sat with a solemn posture, tightly gripping the teacup on the table. In a daze, Jernak felt as though someone's hand were touching his back. It turned out that sensation was the image of the queen embracing him. Seeing this happen after Tuet Vu arrived, Jernak thought silently, it has come again. This feeling. Then suddenly, Jernak angrily stood up and walked away, calling for his servants. Someone. Jernak ordered the servants to take Tuet Vu away, escort her out of the palace. Hearing this, Tuet Vu was extremely startled and silently wondered what happened. After giving the order, Jernak walked off without looking back, leaving Tuet Vu to be taken away by 2 servants. She could only stand frozen and watch him go. Seeing this, Jernak's guard spoke up in Tuet Vu's defense, trying to salvage the situation. Your Majesty, little Tuet Vu truly is very impressive. Just now I used magic to count, and she really did not get a single digit wrong. But seeing that His Majesty King Jernak's expression was far too terrifying, he could only fall silent and did not dare say another word. The guard obeyed Jernak's command and led Tuet Vu out of the palace. As they walked, the servants' discussions rang out continuously. What happened to His Majesty the King? The person who could recite Pi correctly seemed to be only the previous monarch, who was also His Majesty the King's eldest royal sister. The previous monarch was famous for having an excellent memory. Only she could memorize the digits after the decimal point of pi at the age of 5 or 6. Does His Majesty miss the previous monarch? By this time, the guard had already brought Tuet Vu all the way to the carriage waiting before the palace gate. Sitting in the carriage, Tuet Vu kept looking out the carriage window. In an uneasy mood, she secretly blamed herself. Did I do something wrong? After the interview, Jernak stood in the great hall, which was filled with darkness. He kept pacing back and forth there. Seeing that the great hall was too dark, 2 servants brought candles to light it for His Majesty the King and asked, "Your Majesty?" When His Majesty saw the 2 servants enter, Jernak hesitated, drew his sword, and slashed the candle away. Then he ordered, "Get out." The 2 servants were so frightened their faces turned pale, and they quickly obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty." The rumor seemed to have already spread to everyone standing outside the palace gate. The discussions grew lively. I heard that when the daughter of the Dui family went to meet His Majesty the King, His Majesty became angry and left. Someone exclaimed, "Heavens, His Majesty the King became angry?" A curious person asked those around him, "What exactly did that child do? She really must have courage as big as the sky." The person next to him also chimed in, "Exactly. This really is impossible to deal with." This time, the Dui family is in serious trouble. A whole week had passed, but Tuet Vu remained at home with a gloomy expression, silently thinking, "I carried this uneasy, anxious feeling and lived through one difficult week." Then Tuet Vu thought she was lucky to still have a bit of fortune left. At least I did not bring a burden upon the family. Thankfully, Jernak did not issue an order to punish the Dui family. If Anna found out, I'm afraid he would cause a huge commotion. Sometime later, her elder brother Muriel told her that he had received an invitation from Dr. David and wanted to bring her along. He said to her, "This time, it is an invitation from Dr. David." The people going there are all learned and knowledgeable figures in academic circles. Anna does not like reading. If he went there, he would only feel bored. And so Tuet Vu agreed to go with Muriel. When the time came, Catherine, Tuet Vu's mother, led her to the carriage and worriedly said to her, "Tuet Vu, you have never traveled far from home before." Catherine held Tuet Vu's adorable face and gently asked her, "Do you feel afraid? Did you bring enough things with you?" Seeing that her mother was too worried, Tuet Vu tried hard to comfort her and make her feel more at ease. "Mother, don't worry. Brother Muriel is going with me, so nothing will happen." Although she told her mother she was not afraid, Tuet Vu was still a little frightened. She worriedly thought Dr. David invited Muriel and me to his manor. I heard there is a special topic that needs to be discussed, but I feel like Muriel deliberately arranged it this way because he wants me to relax. Standing beside them was Tuet Vu's father, who was also instructing Muriel, "Take good care of your younger sister." "Father, don't worry. I will take good care of Tuet Vu." Her father felt curious and asked again to confirm. Dr. David truly used a pen to specifically name Tuet Vu and asked her to go with you? Yes. As Muriel adjusted his cloak, he saw that his father was a little worried and immediately replied, "Yes, father." Teacher is someone trusted at His Majesty the King's side, so I think His Majesty the King is not actually angry. With an expression suggesting that everything was fine, Muriel continued, "I already said it. As the ruler of a nation, how could he possibly get angry at a child?" Avery suddenly appeared from behind his eldest brother Muriel and said unhappily, "Eldest brother, doesn't your conscience hurt? The Dewey family is clearly about to face a great disaster. You're taking the little witch out to avoid the storm, yet you say it as if you're so impressive and so partial to her." Seeing Avery speak so improperly, Muriel pulled the boy to one side to deal with him. "You brat, come here." Muriel pressed Avery into a corner of the wall. Then he gave him a sharp gaze like a warning and forcefully said, "Do you understand?" Frightened, Avery lightly touched his two thumbs together and answered in confusion, I understand, I understand." The carriage wheels gradually began to roll, and the figures of their family slowly disappeared from sight. Sitting in the carriage, Muriel saw that Tuet Vu had not been cheerful at all this past week, so he curiously asked, "Are you still bothered by the matter of the king's interview?" Tuet Vu raised her pitiful eyes to look at Muriel. Hearing him say this, she sensed that he was worried about her, so she silently thought, "He arranged this chance to go to the manor this time because of me. I can't let him worry." After thinking for a while, Tuet Vu replied to Muriel, "Everything had been going fine, and then I had no idea what happened." The more Tuet Vu spoke, the more disappointed she became. She had completely taken to heart what had happened at the manor that day, and continued. He suddenly darkened his face and left. Then Muriel suddenly reached out and gently stroked Tuet Vu's head, softly comforting her. "You'll be fine. Even if you cannot enter Royal Primary School, receiving guidance from Dr. David is the same." Muriel looked at Tuet Vu with eyes full of warmth, wanting to dispel the sadness in her, and continued, "His Majesty the King has always been unpredictable. You do not need to take it too much to heart." When Tuet Vu heard Brother Muriel say that His Majesty the King was an unpredictable king, she cried out in alarm, "Is that something you can say out loud?" Muriel dared to answer that way because he knew there was no one here except him and Tuet Vu, so he calmly replied, "There are no outsiders to hear it." After receiving Brother Muriel's comfort, Tuet Vu felt much better. She waved her hands continuously, looking aggrieved, and said, "That pig really is hateful." Seeing that Tuet Vu's mood had clearly eased, Muriel again raised his hand to stroke his younger sister's head and continued comforting her. "You are the first person to receive the opportunity to be personally interviewed by the king." Muriel looked gently at Tuet Vu and said, "Just that point alone is already very impressive." After hearing these words, Tuet Vu felt as though all her worries had vanished. She hugged Brother Muriel, making him a little embarrassed. Tuet Vu said, "Brother Muriel, you're so nice." Tuet Vu happily thought, as expected, after letting out my feelings with Brother Muriel, my mood has become much better. Maybe Muriel knows magic that can heal other people. Time passed very quickly. Before long, they arrived at Count Devonhill's castle. Standing there to welcome the two of them was Dr. David and his servants. David happily greeted them. "Muriel, Tuet Vu, welcome to my home." After hearing this, Muriel replied, "Thank you for troubling yourself, teacher." Seeing Muriel being polite, Dr. David said, "There is no need to be so courteous. Do not worry. I have many materials that I need your help handling." However, while Muriel and David were talking, Tuet Vu also seized the chance to curiously look around. Tuet Vu was curious about everything around her and suddenly felt that it was truly marvelous. She silently thought, "So this is the manor of this country's famous great scholar." Dr. David's manor is so beautiful. Far away outside David's manor, behind a large tree, two people with their bodies covered suddenly spoke. It seems Dr. David has guests. The one who spoke turned out to be Jernaxgard. Then he continued speaking to the person beside him. "Do we need to take another path?" After hearing those words, the person beside him slowly raised a hand and removed the hood of his cloak. The face beneath the cloak was that of the person who had been hiding himself. Then he spoke up. "Since when does the king have to make way for others?" Time gradually passed, and before anyone knew it, night had fallen, enveloping Count Devonhill's castle. Elsewhere, inside a mansion within Devonhill Castle, Dr. David stammered, "Why, Your Majesty?" At this moment, Dr. David felt extremely shocked because he had not expected His Majesty the King to be sitting before him. He spoke again in confusion. "I did not know you had come. so I was unable to welcome you from afar. For this matter, I will seal this place off to prevent others from disturbing you. I will immediately prepare. Jernak sat cross-legged on the chair with a dignified posture. Before he even bothered to hear David finish speaking, he hurriedly cut him off and instructed him. No need. The palace is stifling, so I only came out for a walk. What have you been doing with all that? Seeing that David seemed to have understood him, Jernak picked up his teacup and took a sip, still puzzled. I heard you invited famous scholar from society because you want to circulate something again? After hearing this, David immediately replied to His Majesty, yes, it is the universal education proposal. If it is approved, we will need teaching materials. I was planning to wait until the teaching materials took shape, then submit them for Your Majesty's review. But while Jernak set down his teacup, David stood up and explained to him, at present, this manor has gathered many sages and scholars. If they learn that His Majesty the King values these teaching materials so highly that you personally came here to supervise them, they will certainly feel deeply honored. Suddenly, David became excited again and again. His eyes shone like stars, and he bounced with delight as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, I am so moved. Early tomorrow morning, I will arrange for everyone to pay their respects to Your Majesty. But what answered David's joy was an extremely cold sentence from Jernak. We'll see. Jernak put one foot up against the table, his expression angry and imposing as he warned David, Don't probe me and arrange my schedule. Seeing that His Majesty the King was angry, David suddenly felt guilty and frightened. He took out a handkerchief to wipe away his cold sweat and replied fearfully, Yes. After warning David, Jernak stood up, walked straight toward the door, left David behind, and said, I'm going for a few laps. You do your work. After hearing this, David immediately replied, Yes. The next day arrived with warm sunlight filling the space. In the king's villa, 2 servants were busy cleaning when David came over and asked, Where is His Majesty? The maid who was sweeping immediately answered, His Majesty went out hunting early this morning. After hearing this, David could only clutch his head helplessly. Fine. David felt that the king was truly hard to predict and thought to himself, Heaven's will is difficult to fathom. I should just remain unchanged and respond to all changes. At the same time, at a dining table filled with tempting and delicious sweets, Tuet Vu was eating with an extremely satisfied expression. As Tuet Vu ate, she happily said, Brother Muriel, this is so delicious. Tuet Vu held a piece of cake in her hand and ate it with relish while secretly thinking, Everything here is wonderful. This really is paradise. Then, amid that reflection, a thought arose in her. I wish it could always be like this. Tuet Vu joyfully skipped about, looking at everything in Count Devonhill's castle. Behind her were Muriel and Dr. David, who were watching her. Everything inside Count Devonhill's castle carried a rich scent of arts and literature. Tuet Vu was amazed by it all and exclaimed, Wow, there are so many antiques. Little Tuet Vu continued playing to her heart's content with her kite, making the nearby servants constantly worry that she might get hurt. But she still happily said to Muriel, Brother, hurry and look, is my kite flying high? After flying the kite, Muriel brought Tuet Vu to attend a grand and splendid banquet. Seeing it, she asked Muriel in confusion, Brother, Tuet Vu then said with a sad expression, But I didn't bring any pretty dresses. Understanding Tuet Vu's feelings, Muriel snapped his fingers and cast magic, helping Tuet Vu obtain a beautiful dress. Tuet Vu's old dress from before transformed into a beautiful, sparkling blue dress. Seeing this, Tuet Vu exclaimed, Wow. Tuet Vu's eyes shone brightly like stars as she continued, Brother, you even know transformation magic? Seeing Tuet Vu so surprised, Muriel only gently replied to his little sister, It's simple. An intermediate illusion spell. It can only last 15 minutes. After hearing this, little Tuet Vu was extremely satisfied. She proudly said, Even 1 minute is enough. I'm the prettiest little girl here. After the banquet, the next day, Tuet Vu stayed with her brother in the library. She stood in one place and thought to herself, After spending several days playing with me, Muriel has begun working on the task arranged by Dr. David. Standing in a corner of the library, Tuet Vu was very shocked as she looked at everyone around her, then inwardly panicked. There's so many people. They want to create a set of basic teaching materials belonging to the spirit kingdom. Muriel sat reading the teaching materials seriously. That image radiated an intellectual beauty that was hard hard for anyone to match. Then David came forward to ask Muriel's opinion. This set of teaching materials of ours must include various mediums. Muriel thought seriously, then answered, I think we can add the spirit language, but there's no need to add overly deep or extensive content. Would familiar songs work? David held the teaching materials with a serious expression and said, basic education should go from the basics to more in-depth knowledge. David continued speaking, but up to now, I still haven't thought of a name for this set of teaching materials. First, it must be official. It must be solemn, but also not too awkward to say. Standing near Muriel, Tuet Vu suddenly spoke up as well, contributing her own idea. How about calling it the standard compulsory education materials? Then Tuet Vu stood with her arms crossed and explained proudly, receiving education is an obligation that every citizen must strive to accept. Hearing such words from a little girl, the scholars also began whispering among themselves, voicing their doubts. I don't understand compulsory education. Learning knowledge is a joyful thing. Why use obligation, as if binding people with labor? It seemed that everyone still did not understand what she meant. So Tuet Vu happily spoke up to answer their doubts. Only by turning the autonomous acceptance of the education system into compulsory education for all citizens, with a certain mandatory nature, can we ensure that everyone has the opportunity to receive fair education. After hearing Tuet Vu's explanation, David felt that this name was extremely reasonable, so he also voiced his agreement. Then let us call it the standard compulsory education materials. Our generation must work hard. David grew excited, his eyes again shining as brightly as stars. He thought to himself with satisfaction, I never expected that the lifelong wish I have pursued would be answered by a single sentence from this little girl. David said, when the youth are strong, the nation will be strong. In this life, I must search for peerless geniuses like this. At this moment, David raised his thumb and vigorously praised Muriel's little sister. Muriel, this little sister of yours is truly a treasure. Muriel and Tuet Vu looked at each other happily. Amid the enthusiastic applause from everyone around them, the cheerful atmosphere suddenly changed because a voice appeared. His Majesty the King has arrived. Tuet Vu became a little flustered. When she turned around to look, a large shadow covered her entire body. In the library, the cheerful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the voice. His Majesty the King has arrived. Then Jernak slowly walked in through the gate. Jernak entered with an expression that was both majestic and stern. Seeing Jernak walk in, Tuet Vu immediately felt a chill from a strange smell and secretly thought in fear, is this the smell of blood? Suddenly, Tuet Vu felt dizzy. Her vision darkened because of the blood scent. While Jernak stood before her with his guards, Muriel saw Tuet Vu faint. He hurriedly and quickly caught her, then shouted, Tuet Vu. After quite some time, Tuet Vu finally woke up. She was lying on a warm bed and slowly opened her eyes. When Tuet Vu opened her eyes and saw that everything around her was far too unfamiliar, she immediately sat up and secretly assessed the situation. Where is this? It seems I fainted just now because of the smell of blood. Little Tuet Vu then wondered inwardly, where's Muriel? Why am I here? Tuet Vu was startled when a group of servants suddenly appeared out of nowhere and asked, Young Lady Tuet Vu is awake? Wanting her doubts answered, Tuet Vu asked a maid, Hello, miss. Where am I? The maid immediately replied, You fainted just now. It was His Majesty who brought you here. This is the temporary residence Count David prepared for His Majesty the King, another villa inside Count Devon Hill's castle. Tuet Vu showed a blank and confused expression, unable to believe her own ears. The servant cheerfully continued. His Majesty the King ordered an early morning hunt and brought back a black bear. It was at the scholar's request. No one expected it would frighten young Lady Tuet Vu. As the servant spoke, they surrounded the young lady and looked at her. Tuet Vu said with a face full of admiration for the king, but that black bear really was huge and terrifying. Only His Majesty the King could have shot it down so easily. Hearing this, Tuet Vu fearfully imagined Jernak's fierce expression as he satisfiedly killed the huge and ferocious black bear. Thinking this, Tuet Vu gradually began to tremble. Her eyes went dizzy, and she jumped down from the bed very quickly with a frightened thought. This is that nasty pig's residence. Tuet Vu hurriedly and flusteredly ran off, saying to the servants, I have to go back. Seeing her run away in fear, the The servants also worriedly ran after her and called out, "Young Lady Tuet Vu, young Lady Tuet Vu, won't you rest a little longer? Your brother Muriel said they would be in the study until very late, if you don't want to." But Tuet Vu had already changed her clothes at some point and just kept running, paying no attention at all to the servant's words. In the end, Tuet Vu escaped from His Majesty the King's villa. She stood in front of the study door and observed, seeing that it seemed everyone was very busy, including her brother Muriel. Tuet Vu saw Muriel's figure as he discussed things with everyone, so she shouted, calling Brother Muriel. But because he was too focused on work, Muriel seemed not to notice Tuet Vu's call. She also realized this, so although she had intended to walk over, she ultimately stopped. Sensible little Tuet Vu could only comfort herself inwardly with the words, "I shouldn't disturb Muriel. Muriel is immersed in that shining world. Nothing should be allowed to disrupt him." Tuet Vu left the study and went to the dining room, thinking about what she would do. "I'll go to the lounge then." At the same time, Jernak also happened to walk into the dining room with a guard. Seeing His Majesty the King enter, everyone immediately paid their respects. "May His Majesty the King be well. Thank you for His Majesty the King's grace." Jernak turned his head and ordered the guard walking beside him, "You don't need to follow me anymore. Go to your own work." The guard immediately replied, "This servant takes his leave." Jernak watched the guard leave before finally letting out a sigh of relief. In the dining room, everyone seemed surprised to see Jernak. At the same time, Jernak took out a glass of red wine and drank it. After Jernak sat down in a chair, he finally noticed his surroundings and suddenly realized something. It turned out that the reason Jernak was surprised was because Tuet Vu was also sitting beside him reading a book. Tuet Vu stared at him until she froze. Their gazes met, so they awkwardly looked away. Jernak pretended to be cold, while Tuet Vu looked displeased. For a long while, both Jernak and Tuet Vu remained silent. Neither of them said a word to the other, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. The reason both of them were here was that in the entire castle, only these two people were idle. At this moment, Tuet Vu awkwardly kept staring at her book when suddenly her stomach growled. The sound of Tuet Vu's hungry stomach seemed to reach Jernak's ears, and he turned his face to look at her. Tuet Vu could no longer bear the hunger, so she stepped down from her chair, intending to reach for the cake on the dining table. But she could not reach it, so she sadly thought to herself, "I can't reach it." Suddenly, Tuet Vu looked at Jernak and pondered for a long while in hesitation. Jernak was puzzled when he saw that Tuet Vu was now walking closer to him. All of a sudden, Tuet Vu grabbed Jernak's hand, startling him in confusion. Jernak's eyes widened, even more surprised when he saw Tuet Vu sitting on the chair, holding his hand, and looking at him pitifully as she said, "I want to eat that little cake over there. Can you get it for me?" At the dining table, while Jernak was holding his wine glass and drinking, Tuet Vu came to his side and looked up at him intently, as if she had something to say. Jernak also looked coldly back at the little girl and did not move. The little girl put on a pitiful expression, her eyes watery as she looked toward him and said, "I can't reach it. You're the only adult here." Seeing that the little girl was very adorable, Jernak could not resist and ended up indulging her. Jernak reached out, picked up the serving tongs, grabbed the large piece of cake Tuet Vu pointed to, and placed it onto the little girl's plate. After getting the food she wanted, the little girl smiled happily until her eyes curved and said, "Thank you." Jernak looked at the little girl's face and again thought of the queen. The two of them had quite a few similarities, but their personalities were not alike at all. Tuet Vu seemed much more cheerful and lively. Yet he thought that the two of them were actually not the same. Outside, guard Ham Tuong opened the door and walked in. He was very surprised when he saw the scene inside. The atmosphere was harmonious. Jernak was drinking wine, while Tuet Vu obediently stood beside him, eating cake. The space was quiet, but also very peaceful. After finishing the cake on her plate, Tuet Vu held the plate toward Jernak again and asked, "Can I have another macaron?" Jernak cooperated very well and helped the little girl. He picked up the serving tongs and placed a red macaron onto her plate, while Tuet Vu looked at him with sparkling eyes. Seeing the harmonious scene between the two of them, guard Ham Tuong thought in shock. His Majesty the King actually picked up a cake for a child. No, the important thing is that young Lady Tuet Vu actually dared to ask His Majesty the King. After giving the little girl the pastry, Jernak saw his subordinate walk in. He knew Ham Tuong had something to report, so he immediately went outside. Tuet Vu stood behind the dining table. The little girl poked her head out and watched Jernak's back as he left, thinking he's leaving soon. When Ham Tuong saw the king walking toward him, he placed a hand on his chest, bowed his head, and greeted him, "Your Majesty." Jernak glanced at him, then walked straight outside. Ham Tuong immediately followed behind. He said cheerfully, "Young Lady Tuet Vu truly has a good personality. She doesn't hold grudges at all. Last time, this servant's whole heart nearly jumped into my throat." Hearing this matter, Jernak stopped and immediately turned his head to glare at Ham Tuong, making him tremble in fear. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this servant absolutely did not mean to make insinuations about you. But young Lady Tuet Vu really is different. This servant feels that the young lady is truly very mature." Jernak turned his head and looked ahead. He adjusted his collar and said, "She's just a little brat. Talk about the important matter." After leaving the dining room, the subordinate took out a tightly sealed letter, handed it to the king, and said, "Your Majesty, we have just received a secret letter from the Empire's crown prince." Jernak took the letter. He opened it to read and asked, "Has the person been brought here?" The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes." After Jernak finished reading the letter, he looked at Ham Tuong and instructed, "Come here first." In the dining room, Tuet Vu and Muriel were happily eating together. Muriel cut a piece of meat and said, "I'm sorry, Tuet Vu. Today, I didn't have much time to stay by your side. When you fainted, I should have stayed beside you the whole time. As your older brother, I failed to fulfill my responsibility." But Tuet Vu did not take the matter to heart. The little girl happily picked up food and placed it into her bowl, replying, "At that time, I was arranged to go to the castle villa by His Majesty the King's order. Brother Muriel had no way to appear right away. I can't blame you. Besides, I'm healthy now." Muriel looked at the little girl again and said, "Although I know that your being arranged to stay in the villa was His Majesty's grace, to be honest, I am not happy in my heart. Royal authority took away an older brother's right to stay beside his little sister at an important moment. This king of ours has no concept of family affection at all." Tuet Vu felt that her brother's words were somewhat going beyond control, so she reminded Muriel, "Your thoughts seem a little treasonous and disrespectful." But he did not seem to care at all. Muriel picked up his wine glass and said, "I'm only speaking the truth. Don't you hate that person?" Tuet Vu absent-mindedly picked up food and thought, "Clearly, I should hate that nasty pig very much. He separated me and mother. But when I think about how he helped me with a few little things, I actually feel quite happy. I'm so useless. What kind of biological father and daughter are we? I have to guard against him." While the little girl was absorbed in thought, Muriel secretly took out a blue hat that was very meticulously and elaborately designed, then placed it on Tuet Vu's head. He said, "It's for you." Tuet Vu took the hat down. Seeing the hat, the little girl felt very happy and said, "It's so beautiful." After eating, Tuet Vu wore that hat out to the manor and happily played around. Warm sunlight shone down on the castle's estate. Brilliant, colorful butterflies were also fluttering about. When Tuet Vu saw the butterflies, she was very delighted. The little girl happily chased after them, but no matter what, she could not catch them. While chasing the butterflies, Tuet Vu stopped before a lake. The water in the lake was clear and blue, reflecting the little girl's adorable appearance. When Tuet Vu looked at her reflection in the lake, she felt very delighted. Suddenly, from high above, a large bird with blue feathers swooped down and used its beak to snatch Tuet Vu's hat. The little girl hurriedly held onto her hat and shouted, "Let go of my hat!" But the bird stubbornly refused to let go. It used all its strength, trying to snatch the hat and fly away, but it failed. Seeing that it could not take the hat, it finally let go and only yanked off one flower from the hat before immediately flying away. When Tuet Vu saw that the bird had taken the flower from her hat, she cried out angrily. After the bird got the flower from the hat, it immediately flew up to a high tree branch where its master was waiting. Andy reached out his hand. The bird immediately landed on his hand and dropped the flower into his other hand. After receiving the flower, Andy felt his mood improve as well. He looked at the bird and said, "You lecherous bird. Could that little girl really be that pretty?" The bird seemed to understand human speech and immediately nodded over and over. Inside the room, Tuet Vu was sitting by the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside. Suddenly, the bird that had tried to steal her hat earlier flew over. When Tuet Vu saw the bird, she shouted angrily, "It's that rotten bird that stole my hat." The bird seemed to understand her insult, but it showed no fear at all. It still flew right up beside Tuet Vu and landed on the windowsill, its expression provocative, as if thinking, "So what can you do to me?" Tuet Vu angrily flung the window open and shouted, "Stop right there!" But the moment the window opened, the bird flew away again. Seeing this, the little girl immediately chased after it. Tuet Vu ran down the stairs and shouted, "Just watch me catch you." After leaving the castle, Tuet Vu ran in the direction of the bird, wanting to catch it. But the bird flew very fast. It kept circling above her head, making it impossible for Tuet Vu to catch it. After missing several times, Tuet Vu shouted angrily, "You rotten bird!" While she was absorbed in chasing the bird, the little girl did not pay attention to her surroundings. By the time she came to her senses, she had already arrived in front of the king. At this moment, the king's entourage was preparing to leave. Tuet Vu looked at everyone in surprise and thought, "This is..." Behind them, Ham Tuong saw the little girl and immediately smiled, saying, "Young Lady Tuet Vu, do you wish to follow His Majesty's carriage procession back?" But Tuet Vu felt that if she refused now, that would not work either, so she could only accept and agree. She had no choice but to say, "Aha, yes. Is that all right?" In her heart, however, she was secretly cursing that bird. Just now, the little girl had angrily thought, "That rotten bird made me embarrass myself." Afterward, everyone boarded the carriages and left. In front of and behind the carriages, guards on horseback surrounded them to protect the king's safety. Inside the carriage, Tuet Vu and Jernak sat beside each other. The space inside was very quiet. The little girl nervously clutched her skirt tightly and thought, "I never expected this wicked pig to let me ride in his carriage. Am I really just going back like this?" But Muriel still has to stay at Count Devonhill's castle to prepare the lesson plans. How did things turn out like this? Still, Anna must be missing me too. Muriel should also be able to work more at ease now. At this moment, Jernak was resting one hand against the carriage wall, looking out at the scenery outside and thinking, Ham Tuong is becoming more and more lawless. What is he doing arranging a child, hitching a ride home in my carriage? Then he turned to look at Tuet Vu and thought, if she makes a fuss, I'll throw her out of the carriage immediately. Suddenly, from outside the carriage, Tuet Vu saw the annoying bird from earlier. It circled above the carriages, then landed on the carriage in front. Tuet Vu immediately leaned her head out to look at the bird and thought, it stopped? Who is in that carriage? They can travel in the same procession as His Majesty the King. Back at the castle, I never heard that His Majesty the King had anyone else traveling with him. Perhaps because the journey was long, Tuet Vu gradually began to feel sleepy. The little girl leaned against the seat and fell asleep. In her dream, Tuet Vu saw herself lost. There was not a single person around her. With tears in her eyes, the little girl cried and called out, Dad, Mom, I'm here. Dad, Mom, where are you? But what answered her was only a terrifying silence. There was no one here. Tuet Vu continued crying and said, I'm here. She reached her hand forward and lowered it. Just as she was in despair because she had lost her way, someone came and took her hand. Tuet Vu looked up at the man and realized that this was Jernak. After that, Jernak held her hand and left together with her. Seeing that someone had come to help her and walk with her, Tuet Vu felt very happy and blessed. Because she was sleeping deeply, the little girl's head gradually tilted to one side. Just as she was about to fall over, Tuet Vu instinctively raised her hand and grabbed the person beside her. The little girl had grabbed Jernak's clothes. A while later, the little girl woke up. When she woke and saw that Jernak had not resisted or pushed her hand away at all, she felt very surprised. Tuet Vu stared at him, then remembered the scene in her dream. It was Jernak who had led the little girl away. So now she looked at him with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Suddenly, from outside, a guard shouted, Assassins, protect His Majesty. The members of the escort team immediately gathered together. They stood in a circle around the carriage to protect the king's safety. The royal soldiers and the assassins fought each other, causing a great chaotic battle. Tuet Vu was inside the carriage. When she saw so many people fighting outside, she became extremely frightened. Her heart pounded rapidly, thump, thump, thump. Just then, when Tuet Vu looked to the side, she saw an assassin stab and wound a member of the escort team with a sword. Perhaps this was the little girl's first time seeing such a scene of death, so she was somewhat terrified. Jernak immediately covered the little girl's eyes from behind and said, Don't look. While the two sides were fighting fiercely, the assassins used a spell talisman. as the talisman rose up and gradually transformed into an enormous green python. It circled around and opened its mouth wide, hissing at everyone. While everyone was fighting tensely, the assassins used a spell talisman. An extremely huge green python appeared. It spat fire toward the group and hissed at everyone. Seeing this, the royal escort immediately gathered together and shouted loudly toward the python. Forward! Inside the carriage, Jernak also noticed that something was wrong, so he went out to observe. When he saw that it was only an ordinary type of spell talisman, he used magic and said, "Just some nameless small fry." After that, he waved his hand. A stream of golden light radiated from his hand and rushed toward the giant python. The escort team was just about to charge forward when they saw the king appear, so they said in surprise, "His Majesty the King." Jernak walked past the crowd, looked toward the assassins, and calmly ordered, "Kill them all." The escort team answered in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty," and continued dealing with the assassins. After everything had been handled, a guard returned to the carriage behind. Andy was sitting in the carriage, and on top of the carriage perched a bluebird. Ham Tuong looked into the carriage and asked Andy, "Are you all right, sir?" Andy calmly stepped out of the carriage and said, "I'm fine. You all prepared very thoroughly." Ham Tuong cheerfully replied. From a moment His Majesty the King received the letter from Crown Prince Pol, everything was prepared perfectly. Although the Spirit Kingdom is not any great nation, we certainly do not lack outstanding mages. When the bird perched on the carriage heard this, it immediately chirped. Andy suddenly remembered Tuet Vu. He turned his head to look at the guard and, embarrassed, scratched his head as he asked, "Where is that child?" Ham Tuong then led Andy to the carriage in front and called, "Young Lady Tuet Vu." Inside the carriage, Tuet Vu was sitting upright on the seat, covering her eyes with both hands. It seemed the little girl was feeling afraid. When Andy saw the little girl's appearance, he crossed his arms and looked at her. He smiled and said, "Young lady, you really are timid." After that, he stepped into the carriage, approached Tuet Vu, and said, "All right, it's fine now. Young lady, open your eyes." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled down Tuet Vu's hands that were covering her eyes. When Tuet Vu heard an unfamiliar voice, she thought, a child's voice. When the little girl lowered her hands, she saw blood in front of her. Tuet Vu immediately trembled in fear, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Tuet Vu fainted at the sight of blood. Seeing the little girl suddenly pass out, Andy hurriedly caught her and thought, "Oh no, what is it this time?" He quickly supported Tuet Vu so that the little girl would not fall to the ground. Andy stroked Tuet Vu's hair and called, "Hey," but the girl did not respond. It seemed she had lost consciousness. Seeing this, Andy became extremely worried. He helped the girl sit on the seat. A subordinate outside saw this and explained, "Young Lady Tuet Vu faints at the sight of blood." Hearing the guard say this, Andy felt very guilty. He supported the girl's shoulders and said, "Oh." As he looked at Tuet Vu unconscious in his arms, the little girl's adorable appearance made Andy feel embarrassed, and his face turned red. After everything was resolved, the carriage procession continued on its way. After traveling a long distance, the group arrived at Count D's estate. Count D, Catherine, Anner, and Avery were already waiting at the gate to welcome the group. Ham Tuong led the carriage procession. He greeted the Count's family and said to Tuet Vu, "Young Lady Tuet Vu, I will return to report back now. Goodbye." Tuet Vu got down from the carriage and said happily, "Thank His Majesty the King for me, and thank you too, Ham Tuong." After that, the carriage procession left again. They continued their journey back to the royal palace. At this moment, Tuet Vu happily ran toward her parents and called, "Father, mother, brothers." Her mother was also very happy. She opened her arms to welcome the little girl and called, "Tuet Vu." As for her two brothers, one was excited and happy, while the other looked sullen and displeased. Tuet Vu ran toward her family and said, "I'm back." The little girl threw herself in her older brother Anner's arms and laughed very happily. Anner hugged the little girl and said, "Tuet Vu, you're finally back. Without your third brother by your side, did every day feel as long as a year? Let me see. You've gotten thinner. Boo-hoo, I missed you so much." Avery, standing beside them, was unhappy when he saw the two of them hugging each other so closely and said, "Humph, After that, everyone went into the house together. Tuet Vu walked into the villa and thought, I keep feeling that back then. Besides that wicked pig, I also saw another person. Was it someone in another carriage? While Tuet Vu was focused on thinking, Avery ran over from behind, patted her, and said, Why do you have the scent of dark magic on you? Hearing this, Tuet Vu hurriedly turned her head to look at her brother. Looking at her older brother's angry, sullen expression, the little girl did not understand what was going on. When Tuet Vu heard Avery ask that, she suddenly remembered that on the way back earlier, they had encountered assassins. Those bad people had used a spell talisman and created a huge green python, and Jernak had used magic to deal with it. But the little girl did not want to reveal this matter to Avery, so she only asked back, Dark magic. As for Avery, he kept staring at her to see whether the little girl was lying to him or not. Suddenly, Tuet Vu's face changed. Her eyes became dark and wicked. She said in a low voice, Those who learned this secret are already dead. When Avery saw the little girl's sinister face and heard her threaten him like that, he was frightened. He shouted, ah, and immediately stepped back. When Tuet Vu saw her brother's appearance, she burst into delighted laughter. Ha. Only then did Avery realize that she had only been joking with him. Feeling both embarrassed and angry, he said, You were scaring me. But Tuet Vu continued laughing. Ha. Then the little girl raised both hands, shrugged calmly, and said, You always scare me too. Now we're even. After that, she happily turned and left. Avery looked at the little girl's retreating figure, frowned, and thought, I keep feeling that this Tuet Vu is no longer the same as before. That evening, in the king's bedchamber at the royal palace, after a tiring day of traveling and working, the maids were changing Jernak out of his clothes. He stood still as the maids removed his outer coat. Ham Tuong stood behind him and reported, Your Majesty, the welcome ceremony for the honored guests from the Pole Empire and the banquet have been set. They will be held next Tuesday. Her Majesty the Queen is unable to attend, so... When Jernak heard that the queen would not attend, he was very angry. He coldly turned his head to look at Ham Tuong. Ham Tuong, who was reporting, sensed His Majesty's gaze and immediately stopped. The space suddenly became terrifyingly silent. When the escort team saw Jernak's cold and frightening attitude, they all felt worried. Jernak put on his night robe and said, Let her do as she pleases. Ham Tuong asked again, Then who will you invite, Your Majesty? Jernak looked displeased. He turned back to look at his subordinate and answered, There is no need. Without the queen, am I unable to attend alone? Since when has the divine king needed someone else's presence? Hearing this, Ham Tuong did not dare refute him. He could only lower his head and reply, Yes, Your Majesty. After that, he handed a list to Jernak and said, Your Majesty, this is the guest list for the banquet. Please look it over. Jernak saw that on the outside of the red guest list, there was a piece of paper attached with the words Special Guest, Andy written on it. He took the booklet and asked in surprise, Andy has someone he wants to invite? The guard respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Jernak opened the booklet. The guest Andy wanted to invite was Tuet Vu. When Jernak saw this name, he remembered the image of the adorable little girl when she had asked him to bring her food. He also remembered her panicked and shocked appearance when she saw the assassins dare to attack the royal escort. But remembering these things made Jernak somewhat thoughtful. After looking through the list and seeing that there was nothing unusual about the other banquet guests, he closed the guest list, handed it to the guard, and said, Send it to the madam. Ham Tuong asked in surprise, As Jernak walked away, he said, For the welcome banquet, have her bring the flower spirit princess. At Count D's estate, inside her bedroom, Tuet Vu was seriously writing a letter to her brother. The little girl carefully wrote, Dear Brother Muriel, you probably cannot imagine how I managed to return to Count D's estate. On the way back, we encountered. When she wrote up to this point, she stopped, hesitating over whether she should tell her brother about encountering assassins on the way home. Tuet Vu clutched her head and thought, Can I talk about what happened that day? Aya. While she was clutching her head in thought, a knocking sound suddenly came from outside the window. Knock, knock. Then the window was suddenly opened. The wind from outside blew in, making the curtains flutter. Seeing the window open, Tuet Vu hurried over to the window. The little girl poked her head out to observe her surroundings and said, There's nothing here. She looked around and saw that everything was empty, without a single person there. so she secretly thought, "Did I hear wrong? I really am thinking too much right now." Then the little girl returned to the table, sighed, picked up the letter, and looked at it, thinking about what she should write next. On a high tree branch, Andy and his bird were sitting there with their legs dangling. When Andy saw the little girl stick her head out of the window and look around, yet still fail to see him, he thought, "How stupid. Doesn't she know to look up?" Andy was sitting on the tree branch opposite the window, so he could observe the inside of the room. Tuet Vu was diligently writing a letter to her brother. Suddenly, he noticed the contemptuous look his bird was giving him and felt a little embarrassed. While tossing a stone in his hand playfully, he said, "I'm not an idiot, you know. What's with that look? Fine. I only came here to say one word. Sorry. After all, last time I caused her to faint because of blood. Forget it. I'll wait until the banquet and say it then." As Andy spoke, he attentively observed Tuet Vu's serious appearance as she wrote the letter inside the room. His face gradually turned red. It seemed the boy was feeling rather shy. Tuet Vu, dressed in a splendid outfit, confidently entered the hall with the servants behind her amid the gentle music. The guests who witnessed the scene were all stunned and could not help whispering among themselves, "Who is that little girl?" A servant respectfully bowed and took her cloak for her. This made the surrounding guests even more interested, and they whispered, "She actually receives treatment reserved for honored guests? My goodness, even a duke does not receive special care of this standard." I heard that the important purpose of today is to welcome the honored guest from the Pole Empire. Tuet Vu even had a servant bring water directly to her, making her unable to help feeling embarrassed as she thanked him. Thank you. A child being received so warmly made quite a few people unable to stop wondering about Tuet Vu's background. Tell me, could that little girl be the princess of the Pole Empire? Oh my goodness. Tuet Vu had been hearing them the entire time, but she did not speak. Blushing and speechless at their mistaken guesses about her, she gave an awkward laugh. Ha! His Majesty the King has arrived." The loud announcement echoed throughout the hall, attracting much of Tuet Vu's attention. It was the emperor and his concubine gradually entering the hall. Beneath the emperor's powerful radiance, everyone surrounding them had to step back to let him pass. Following behind them was a pretty little girl, tightly hugging a stuffed rabbit in her arms as she slowly walked in as well. It was none other than the Flower Spirit Princess, Jernak's youngest princess in name. The one who had suddenly appeared at the banquet welcoming the honored guests of the Pole Empire was a concubine, not the queen. A very doubtful guest began speaking up and discussing it. "I truly can't believe it. His Majesty the King actually brought Lady Churu with him. For all these years, His Majesty the King has never brought a concubine to a banquet, has he?" Another person chimed in, "Exactly. It looks like Lady Churu is about to escape her status as a lesser wife. After all, there are only 2 concubines left in the harem now." Tuet Vu happened to notice and overhear all the voices going back and forth. With the queen absent as usual, many people immediately gathered together and whispered all sorts of things. "What is going on? Where's Her Majesty the Queen? You don't know? I heard that in order to pray for blessings for the little prince, Her Majesty the Queen insisted on making offerings to the gods. She has gone to the Tower of the Gods." Hearing that, the other person could not suppress their surprise and spoke up. "What? Her Majesty the Queen has already entered the Tower of the Gods? Good heavens!" Tuet Vu had been listening all along, and now she could no longer hide her panic when she heard the news that her mother had gone alone to the Tower of the Gods. She stood alone amid the crowd surrounding the emperor, looking at him and his concubine as they slowly entered. The more she watched them stride into the banquet hall, the more Tuet Vu's heart grew tangled with sorrow for her mother. She was the queen of a nation, yet she had locked herself inside the Tower of the Gods, willing to submit to the deities. It was not because she wanted to pray for blessings for the little prince. That was not her child. She had done it for Tuet Vu. Unable to stop aching for her mother, Tuet Vu's tears welled up as she thought in anguish. Mother. Appearing together with the emperor was not only Lady Churu, but also the Flower Spirit Princess. Since this was the first time the guests had been able to meet her, they could not help being surprised by the princess's appearance and whispered quietly to one another, "Oh my, this is the first time the Flower Spirit Princess has been brought before the public so openly by His Majesty the King, isn't it? I heard that His Majesty the King only favored the little prince before. It seems that isn't the case." At that moment, the emperor also spoke to the Flower Spirit Princess. "Come here." Tuet Vu stood far away, still looking up at them. The flower spirit princess curtsied before the emperor. She said softly, "Father, flower spirit will dance for you." Amid the melodious music, flower spirit skillfully performed an elegant and graceful dance before the guests. But beside them, Tuet Vu seemed unable to blend into the banquet's atmosphere. She could not stop grieving as she thought of her mother, painfully locking herself alone inside the Tower of the Gods. While everyone was enjoying Flower Spirit's performance, Tuet Vu quietly left by herself. Her face could not hide its sorrow, as if she were about to cry once more. Suddenly, at that moment, someone patted Tuet Vu on the shoulder, accompanied by a call. "Hey, hey." In a hidden corner far from the center of the banquet hall, Andy greeted Tuet Vu in a friendly manner. "Hello." At that moment, Tuet Vu had not yet collected herself. She was so surprised that she froze at Andy's greeting. Seeing that Tuet Vu still did not react, Andy called her name again. "Hello, tu y es vu?" Tuet Vu's face was blank. She foolishly asked Andy, who was standing before her, "Do you know me?" Tuet Vu's words just now echoed repeatedly in Andy's mind, making his entire body seem to turn to stone. Andy immediately shouted at Tuet Vu, both angry and wronged. "Do you have a goldfish brain? Last time, the distance between you and me was less than 0.01 millimeters, and now you're acting like you've never met me." Tuet Vu was shouted at by Andy so hard that her hair nearly flew back. The blue parrot, traveling with Andy, hurriedly spoke up in Tuet Vu's defense. "Last time she fainted. It's perfectly normal that she doesn't remember." Andy helplessly covered his face and said, "You really are something." But Tuet Vu did not seem to pay attention. She was dazed again, lost in her own thoughts. Only then did Andy suddenly notice and become puzzled. He followed the direction of Tuet Vu's dazed gaze and saw that she was staring intently at the sight of Flower Spirit, happily throwing herself toward her parents after finishing her dance. Seeing this, Andy smiled and turned his gaze back to Tuet Vu, then teased her. "Do you admire her? Is it that all you girls have a princess dream? Being noticed by lots of people and having so many dresses you can't wear them all?" But Tuet Vu remained blank and silent, paying no attention to Andy's words. Realizing that he had joked a little too much, Andy awkwardly said to Tuet Vu, "Actually, being a princess of the Spirit Kingdom isn't anything special. If you come back with me." He continued speaking without noticing that Tuet Vu's face had long since darkened, and she was not responding. Taking the initiative to introduce himself again, Andy said to Tuet Vu in front of him, "Let's get to know each other again from the beginning. My name is Andy. Actually, I want to—" Before he could finish his confession, Andy was interrupted by a knight. "Your Highness, so you are here. His Majesty the King is about to introduce the honored guests to you." Seeing that he could not stay any longer, Andy awkwardly rubbed his neck and answered the knight from earlier. "All right, I'll come right away." He turned and walked away, but he did not forget to look back and say goodbye to Tuet Vu. Andy smiled brightly and said to Tuet Vu, "Wait for me to come back." Faced with Andy's sudden behavior, Tuet Vu could not help being surprised. She asked herself in confusion, "Are we that close?" In the grand hall of the banquet, at the center of the hall, the king of the Spirit Kingdom solemnly presented a wreath to Andy in front of all the guests. Witnessing that beautiful scene made many people below sigh in admiration and whisper to one another. "So this is the little prince of the Bowl Empire. He's so handsome. He really is the prince of the empire? Of course. If not, then think about it. Why would he receive such treatment?" Andy received the wreath. He smiled until his eyes curved and expressed his gratitude to the king. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Facing Andy, the king did not say anything more and only nodded gently. At that moment, the king shifted his attention elsewhere. He looked around as if searching for something. The guard beside him immediately noticed something unusual. He quickly asked, "Your Majesty, are you looking for someone?" The king's eyes continued searching, but his mouth said nothing. However, afterward, the king seemed to want to hint at something. He asked the knight from earlier, "Are there no children at today's event? The masquerade ball will begin shortly. Andy and Flower Spirit can't have no one to play with." The knight immediately understood the king's unspoken intention. He quickly asked, "Your Majesty wishes to ask about young Lady Tuet Vu?" The king said nothing, but he raised his brows awkwardly as though tacitly admitting it. Seeing this, the knight continued chattering to him about Tuet Vu. "I also miss that little girl very much. I saw her earlier, but I didn't have time to go and speak with her. Later, I will certainly take His Highness Andy, Princess Flower Spirit, and young Lady Tuet Vu to the small dancing lake." Seeing that the knight also liked Tuet Vu very much, The king suddenly grew angry. He glared and shouted at him, "Shut your mouth." The knight immediately became frightened. He let out a no, then used his hand to zip his own mouth shut. The masquerade finally began. Everyone put on masks to conceal their identities and dance together. At the masquerade ball, even those in the royal family represented letting go of hierarchy and distance, communicating with one another through love and sincerity, and enjoying themselves freely. Even children were no exception. Tuet Vu put on a mask like everyone else. She wandered around the grand hall, her heart full of thoughts about her mother. The official history of the Spirit Kingdom did not record anything about Tuet Vu and the Queen meeting. Perhaps in her previous life, the Queen had already entered the Tower of the Gods. Weaving through the crowd, Tuet Vu walked while murmuring to herself, "I wonder if there is any way to enter the Tower of the Gods and meet Her Majesty the Queen." But because she was too absorbed in thinking about her mother, she did not notice that a little girl in front of her was also walking toward her. After that, neither of them paid attention and they bumped into each other. The little girl was Flower Spirit. She fell weakly to the ground and cried out loudly, "Ah!" Seeing Flower Spirit fall, Tuet Vu hurriedly and flusteredly reached out to help her. She apologized to Flower Spirit first. "I am sorry. Are you all right?" Flower Spirit had been bumped into, but she kept sitting on the ground and refused to get up. She frowned and blamed Tuet Vu. "You bumped into me and made me hurt so much." Tuet Vu gently reached out to help her. Not only did Flower Spirit not thank her, she continued raising her voice at Tuet Vu. "You hurt me, so if you want to apologize, go put on a servant's clothes. Our figures aren't that different, and we're both wearing masks. What if someone mistakenly takes you for Flower Spirit?" Tuet Vu had been kindly holding out her hand, waiting for Flower Spirit to take it. Now, hearing those words, her whole body stiffened. Flower Spirit did not stop and continued speaking arrogantly and bossily. "I'm right, aren't I, big sister?" Tuet Vu was so angered that her whole body trembled. She shouted at Flower Spirit, "What are you saying?" Seeing that her kindness was not accepted and that she had even been blamed in return, Tuet Vu did not hesitate to retort. "Then why don't you bump into me once, and then you go change into a queen's clothes? If someone else mistakes you for me, I think I would feel quite uncomfortable too. Thank you." Flower Spirit was talked back to, and she was no less angry than Tuet Vu had been earlier. After arguing back and forth for a while, the two of them now seemed like enemies who could not live under the same sky, hating each other to the utmost as they cried out, "Annoying." At that moment, Andy happily ran over, interrupting their quarrel. Andy called out excitedly, "Hey, so you're here. I've been looking for you for ages. I have something for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Andy took off the wreath that had just been bestowed upon him. Then he gently placed it on Tuet Vu's head. Tuet Vu accepted the wreath, but she could not hide the dazed expression clearly shown on her face. But at that moment, Tuet Vu smiled slyly, as though she had her own plan. She asked Andy in front of her, "Do you know who I am?" At this moment, Flower Spirit refused to admit defeat. She stepped between Andy and Tuet Vu as they were speaking. She confidently asked Andy in front of her, "Brother Andy, you came here to find me, didn't you?" As she asked, she thought smugly, he really did mistake her for someone else. Brother Andy is an honored guest of the Pole Empire. How could he possibly give the wreath to her? Flower Spirit's eyes sparkled as she spoke coquettishly to Andy. "Brother Andy, may I have the wreath?" However, in response to Flower Spirit's feelings, Andy only scratched his head awkwardly and answered her. You are." Andy's stammer just now was like a basin of cold water poured over Flower Spirit, making her shake with anger. Flower Spirit immediately removed her mask, and a beautiful face was revealed. It seemed that tears had already filled the little girl's eyes. "Can Flower Spirit have the wreath?" Hearing this, Andy, who stood across from her, was somewhat panicked because he seemed to realize something. Flower Spirit was crying. It was because the little girl was crying that Andy reacted like that. Andy immediately stepped back. "Oh my gosh, don't cry." Tuet Vu stood beside them with her arms crossed, watching, and unconsciously sighed. "What a pitiful boy. This is unbearably nauseating." Tuet Vu turned her gaze straight toward Flower Spirit and said, "All right, stop pretending for me." She took the wreath from her own head and placed it on Flower Spirit's head instead. The little girl's complexion seemed to improve quite a lot. "Anyway, I didn't really want it." "Tu vu replied lightly." But that sentence seemed to anger Flower Spirit. The little girl frowned in displeasure and answered, "What did you say?" Tuet Vu seemed unwilling to argue. so she only shook her head in exasperation and said nothing. Then she turned and left. Before leaving, she even left behind a message. Don't be so sensitive. The blue bird standing nearby also had to admit that was so cool. Tuet Vu's reaction and current appearance made Andy's heart beat wildly. He felt it and stared intently, unable to look away from the little girl's gradually disappearing back. This feeling was simply too strange. By contrast, Flower Spirit, who was holding the stuffed rabbit in her arms, was gritting her teeth in displeasure as she watched. But she was also quite surprised that her brother had actually chased after someone else. Andy immediately took Tuet Vu's hand and said without warning, "Wait, Tuet Vu." She reflexively turned her face back. "Is this wreath from the spirit kingdom, or is it your hand?" Andy lightly took out a gold bracelet and gently replied, "I'll give this to you." Tuet Vu seemed to understand what he meant, and she stood stunned as if rooted to the spot. Flower Spirit stood nearby and saw everything. The little girl was furious, her heart filled with even greater resentment, to the point that her hand clenched tightly around the stuffed rabbit she was holding. Just then, a woman in a blue dress walked over. "Flower Spirit, what happened to you?" Hearing this, Flower Spirit turned back. With one look, she recognized that it was none other than her mother. She quickly put on a pitiful appearance in front of her mother. As soon as her mother saw the wound on Flower Spirit's hand, her expression immediately changed, becoming colder than ever. "Who bullied you?" Flower Spirit immediately looked frightened and answered softly, "No, no one bullied me." As for receiving that bracelet, Tuet Vu was even more bewildered. "Why do you want to give it to me?" Seeing this, Andy could not remain patient for long, so he took her hand and put it on her. His voice even carried a hint of complaint. "Idiot, there's no reason. In short, it's yours now. If you dare say you don't want it, I'll throw it away." Looking at the bracelet, Tuet Vu's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. "All right," she secretly thought, hot-tempered like a child. "Just how old are you?" While she was still staring at it, a voice made her start slightly and turn back. "Young lady, please come this way for a moment." It was a rather young man who seemed to be an attendant here. Tuet Vu gently asked back, "Are you calling me?" The other person answered without hesitation, "Please follow me over here. A guest is looking for you." Tuet Vu followed suspiciously, her heart full of doubt. "May I ask who is looking for me, and what for?" The other person did not answer. A strange, gloomy, murderous aura emanated from him. Then he suddenly turned around, quickly seized her, and gripped her hand tightly. Tuet Vu was shocked and screamed, "Help, someone!" To keep her from making a sound, the other party decided to cover her mouth with his hand. Tuet Vu was truly frightened. "No, if this continues, it won't work." She tried hard to calm down and think. "In situations like this, I have to stay calm. I have to think of a way. I've got it." She concentrated her mind. Fireball spell. It was a method Muriel had taught her. This made him suffer terribly. He let go and screamed, "Tu y as vu successfully escaped." She quickly ran away. Behind her, he chased after her while trying to shout loudly, "I only wanted to teach you a little lesson. I didn't expect you to know how to fight back." Tuet Vu glanced behind her and desperately sped up. As he got closer and closer to catching up, he said viciously, "Then don't blame me for being cruel." He pounced like a ferocious beast. This frightened Tuet Vu terribly. "Go die." Suddenly, from behind, that wicked man lunged toward Tuet Vu. The little girl turned back in shock and shouted, "Monster!" At that moment, she closed her eyes and anxiously thought, "I'm dead." Fortunately, immediately afterward, Andy rushed over in time and pushed her aside so she would not be hurt. She cried out loudly, then slowly opened her eyes and looked. After that, Andy gently asked her, "Are you all right?" Seeing a large wound on Andy's shoulder, she asked him worriedly, "You're hurt." Realizing that he had been injured, Andy looked up at his wound, grimaced, and said, "Oh no, this is going to be troublesome." After that, he gently turned around, helped the little girl up, and said to Tuet Vu, "Be good and stand here. Don't move. I'll be back in a bit." He glanced behind him and saw that the man was approaching. He murmured, "Soul-sacrificing spell, human puppet." Then that wicked man spread out a sinewy hand with long, sharp fingernails and laughed. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Andy turned around and grabbed his hand tightly. Staring at him, he smirked and said, "Interesting. Who exactly are you, and how do you know the forbidden arts of my puny kingdom?" Then, with a sudden boom, a flash of light burst out. He was no longer being held by Andy. After that, gradually, He screamed loudly in pain, then turned and fled. Seeing this, Andy smirked and said, "You still want to run?" After saying that, Andy hurriedly chased after him, leaving Tuet Vu standing alone behind him. Seeing Andy run after him, Tuet Vu could only stand there anxiously, calling his name and watching him go. At that moment, she thought, "Oh no, it's dangerous." Then suddenly, a voice rang out. "What is going on? What is this child saying?" It turned out that everyone in the palace had hurriedly run outside to where she was to check the situation. At that moment, Flower Spirit and her mother walked over leisurely. Flower Spirit's mother said sternly, "What happened? What was all that screaming?" At that moment, Tuet Vu hurriedly turned back with a pale face and said, "There's a monster, and he chased it outside. He's in danger." But when she heard Tuet Vu say that, the woman did not believe her. Her face darkened as she said, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could there be a monster in the palace? Guards, take her away." Seeing this, Tuet Vu turned pale with fear and thought, "She doesn't believe me. What should I do?" Then everyone suddenly cried out in unison, "Your Majesty." It turned out Jernak had come out with the soldiers and arrived where little Tuet Vu was. Flower Spirit's mother saw this and also softly called, "Your Majesty." At that moment, Tuet Vu grew even more anxious, her face turning ashen. She thought to herself, "No one believes me. That pighead definitely won't believe me either. Will something happen to Andy? What should I do?" Suddenly, Jernak came closer, stroked the little girl's head, and asked gently, "What did you see?" Seeing Jernak behave like this, all the soldiers were stunned and alarmed. He bent down close to the little girl, looked at her tenderly, and said, "Were you frightened? What kind of monster was it?" Then he gently lifted the little girl into his arms. Seeing this, Tuet Vu looked at him and answered softly. His original form was an attendant. Then he suddenly turned into a very terrifying monster. Tuet Vu continued describing it. Andy said there was a human puppet. They ran that way. "Your Majesty, please save Andy." Behind the little girl, Flower Spirit was glaring resentfully at Tuet Vu with a twisted expression. Soon after, several soldiers went to search for Andy. They called loudly, "Over there, be careful. Prince Andy, where are you?" All the soldiers searched everywhere, continuously calling out, "Prince Andy, where are you?" Inside the room, Jernak had brought Tuet Vu into the castle and sat down on a chair. Tuet Vu said, "Andy saved me from the monster," then chased after it. She looked worriedly at His Majesty the King and reported, "Is that monster powerful? And he won't be in trouble, will he?" Seeing Tuet Vu so anxious, Jernak gently turned to her and comforted her. "Nothing will happen. You should go rest first." After Tuet Vu left, Jernak and his men began discussing matters. The human puppet is a secret art of the Bull Empire. At the scene, we found 4 kinds of magical power. Aside from Andy and the puppet, there was also a fireball spell, and before he could finish, Jernak interrupted and said, "The fireball spell must have been Tuet Vu." Hearing Jernak say this, his subordinate replied, "Oh, this matter may not be simple. Crown Prince Eucalyptus has activated the Grand Teleportation Array. He will personally come here tonight." At that moment, outside in the castle hall, Tuet Vu was walking anxiously. Then someone appeared before her. It was Andy. Her eyes widened, and she called out, "Andy." The little girl ran up to him, held his hands, smiled, and said, "That's wonderful. You're all right." But after seeing Tuet Vu like this, Andy suddenly darkened with displeasure, flung the little girl's hands away, and said, "Don't touch me." "Andy?" Tuet Vu called his name in surprise. Seeing the bracelet in Tuet Vu's hand, he suddenly flew into a rage. He glared at her. Where did you get this bracelet? In his heart, he was certain he would never give this bracelet to anyone else. This woman, Andy. Andy grabbed Tuet Vu's arm hard. "You thief. Your whole family steals things. You stole my belongings." Hearing him say that, Tuet Vu was truly furious. She shook off Andy's hand. "You're making trouble for no reason, and I was worried for nothing about whether something had happened to you." Andy replied coldly, "Of course nothing happened to me." Tuet Vu froze slightly. "You, Andy." Andy brushed past her and left. "Just wait. When the time comes, I'll argue this out with you." The door slammed shut, and Tuet Vu's body began to tremble. She clenched her fists. "Hateful, you rotten brat." Tuet Vu was extremely angry. She took off the bracelet he had given her earlier and threw it into the darkness. The bracelet fell to the floor, striking it with a series of clinking sounds. A moment later, it lay quietly on the ground. Silence returned to the room, leaving only the furious Tuet Vu. "I won't give it back to you. I'll make you furious. You hateful thing." She walked over and picked the bracelet back up. Tuet Vu was very unhappy, her eyes downcast. She walked away sadly, unable to understand why he had been kind enough to save her earlier, yet was now so cold toward her. Suddenly, someone brushed past and bumped into her shoulder. Tuet Vu was shoved backward. "Who are you?" The boy coldly patted the spot that had touched her, as if disgusted by dirt. This person was Choban, a prince of the spirit kingdom, the queen's son. He grabbed her hair and asked, "Why are you here?" Tuet Vu remembered this person. When she had just been born, she had seen Choban being brought by the king to replace her. She immediately grew even more furious. He was the one who had replaced her, the queen's son. Choban's face twisted strangely as he grabbed Tuet Vu's hair and yanked hard. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Tuet Vu was furious. She used force to shove him away. "What business is it of yours?" Choban quickly grabbed her hand tightly, anger appearing on his face. "Do you want to die? No one has ever dared speak to me like that." Tuet Vu was pulled by Choban until she could not stand steadily. Right after that, she fell heavily to the ground. Her bottom hit the floor painfully, making her cry out. Choban stood there looking at her, evil gleaming in his eyes. Tuet Vu immediately sprang up. "You dare hit me?" In her heart, she kept cursing him. "You stole my mother, and now you dare treat me like this." The two immediately lunged at each other and started fighting in a mess. In the chaos, Choban pinned her down. He sat on top of her, smiling smugly and sinisterly. "Just try it." Tuet Vu was pinned under him and struggled violently, but she could not break free. She glared at him. Choban suddenly cried out. It was because Tuet Vu had used her hand to scratch his face until it bled. Choban stood up and stared blankly. Suddenly, from outside, a crowd of palace maids rushed in. "Your Highness, heavens!" Lady Churu also walked in and loudly scolded, "How bold! You dared injure the heir to the throne." The crowd continuously sided with Choban, then glared at her. Lady Churu looked down at her imposingly and said, "This is a capital crime." Then she ordered the guards, "Seize this bastard child." One tall guard after another advanced toward Tuet Vu, frightening her greatly. Two tall guards came forward and grabbed Tuet Vu's arms. She struggled and shouted, "Let me go." Lady Churu stood there, looking at her coldly. The woman smiled with malicious intent, staring at her with unfathomable eyes as she said, "Go die, you wretched pest." As Tuet Vu looked at her, her face also changed color, filled with both fear and anger. Lady Churu ordered, "Take her away and let His Majesty deal with her." Choban stood beside Lady Churu. Seeing this, he also looked at Tuet Vu smugly and laughed mockingly. His smile was both evil and full of satisfaction, revealing his desire to bully others. Tuet Vu could only accept being escorted to see His Majesty. She lowered her head and stood between the two tall guards, her departing figure looking small and lonely. Knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. "Greetings, Your Majesty, King of the Spirit Kingdom." Andy stood solemnly, one hand neatly placed behind his back and the other over his chest, respectfully facing King Jernak. He said, "A secret art of the Bull Empire has appeared in the Spirit Kingdom. I suspect there is a traitor inside the Spirit Kingdom colluding with the rebel ministers of the Bull Empire." The king listened calmly as Andy reported. Andy continued, "What does Your Majesty plan to do?" The king's eyes shifted as he thought. Then he said in a deep voice, "You are not wrong. At present, the most important thing is to protect your safety. As for the rebellious traitors, your father and I will discuss how to handle them." Andy was surprised. "My royal father is coming?" Jernak raised his arm in a signal. "Open the grand array." Streams of glittering light appeared. A mysterious-looking person appeared, holding a staff in hand, releasing dazzling rays of light mixed with blue and gold. With a crackling sound, a circular array appeared before Andy. The golden array was covered in many difficult-to-understand runic patterns. At the center was a large design resembling flower petals. A person gradually emerged from within the grand array, stepping out through white mist. A man with an elegant bearing appeared. His figure was upright and commanding, one hand resting at his waist. This was Crown Prince Eucalyptus, the first heir to the imperial throne of the Bull Empire. The Crown Prince said, "Jernak, long time no see." The king stepped forward and shook hands with the man before him. "Long time no see. Eucalyptus. Crown Prince Eucalyptus replied, "This useless son of mine has caused you more trouble again." Then Andy spoke up, "Father, I feel like you're the one causing trouble for me. You haven't even inherited the throne yet, and your son is already about to die from anger." The Crown Prince aggressively raised his fist as if to beat his son. "Your Majesty." Suddenly, a voice came from outside. A soldier came in and whispered into King Jernak's ear. In the council chamber, Tuet Vu was brought before His Majesty for judgment. Lady Churu knelt down and lamented, "Your Majesty, I failed to care for the prince properly, betraying the trust of the king and queen." Jernak stood on the platform and looked over the scene. Crown Prince Eucalyptus sat silently to one side, watching the situation unfold. Lady Churu put on a remorseful and pitiful appearance. With tears in her eyes, she clasped her hands before her chest and said, "I allowed Prince Choban to be injured. I deserve death for my crime." Choban stood beside her, watching her exaggerated performance. "I have to give it to you." Then King Jernak spoke and asked what happened. After that, he looked at Choban with a stern face and said, "Choban, you're already this grown, yet you couldn't even beat a little girl?" Choban immediately pointed at Tuet Vu, who was tied up tightly and kneeling on the ground, accusing it was her. "She took advantage of me not paying attention and scratched me with her nails." Tuet Vu also quickly explained herself. "You grabbed my hair first." Choban felt guilty, his face displeased as he stared at her. "You really don't know what's good for you." Tuet Vu's face also darkened in anger. He continued, "According to the laws of the Spirit Kingdom, injuring a prince is a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. Your head is about to be lost, yet you still dare talk back. I only scratched your face, yet you hate me so much you want me dead." Tuet Vu gave a faint cold laugh. She looked straight at Choban and said frankly, "What a waste that you're the queen's son." Her Majesty the Queen prayed for blessings on behalf of all the people, and even now she still confines herself in the Tower of the Gods. How are you worthy of being the queen's son? A petty person like you, even if you become king of the Spirit Kingdom, will never be worthy of the people's respect and blessing. A delighted laugh rang out in the silent space. "What an interesting little girl." Crown Prince Eucalyptus laughed and said, "It seems your Spirit Kingdom is not entirely filled with weak girls after all." The moment Crown Prince Eucalyptus spoke, he immediately drew everyone's attention to himself. The Crown Prince said, "According to your laws, this little girl should be executed." Tuet Vu looked at him uneasily. The Crown Prince suddenly made a bold suggestion. "Why not let this little girl become a woman of our Bull Empire?" Lady Churu looked at the Crown Prince in shock and shouted, "What?" Everyone around them was also stunned and broke into an uproar. What is he talking about? Who is he? Crown Prince Eucalyptus smiled faintly and said, "Let the little girl become my daughter-in-law." What do you think, Jernak? The Bull Empire was a force the Spirit Kingdom had always wanted to draw to its side. If they could form a marriage alliance and become friends for generations, it would be a precious thing. If Tuet Vu served as the bridge for this marriage alliance, she would become a meritorious contributor to the Spirit Kingdom. The matter of scratching the heir to the throne would also be reduced from a major issue to a minor one, and from a minor issue to nothing at all. King Jernak rubbed his head, looking somewhat troubled. "Don't rely on the fact that you and I are familiar with each other to talk nonsense here, Your Highness Crown Prince Eucalyptus." The Crown Prince smiled brightly and waved his hand. Everyone was once again shocked and thrown into an uproar. His Highness Crown Prince Eucalyptus? He is Crown Prince Eucalyptus? Lady Churu and little Prince Choban, upon hearing his name, were also so shocked they almost turned to stone. Crown Prince Eucalyptus winked. "Well, a ruler's word is no joke." King Jernak said calmly, "Eucalyptus, your word are going a little too far. You're only the Crown Prince, aren't you?" The Crown Prince also said seriously, "Do you really think so? You don't believe in my ability?" Tuet Vu watched the two of them arguing over her and felt somewhat dissatisfied. They were discussing the rest of her life, yet it seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with her. She pressed her lips tightly together. Is this the law of power? But Tuet Vu was stubborn. She raised her head to look at the two of them and said clearly, "So becoming the marriage alliance partner of the Bull Empire is my only choice if I want to survive?" Andy, standing in a corner behind them, immediately poked his head out with an expression that was both surprised and worried. "A marriage alliance with this thief? It can't be me, right?" He looked at Tuet Vu. She also raised her eyes and saw him. Their eyes met. He was startled and immediately hid to one side, avoiding her gaze. His face slowly turned red, and he raised a hand to rub his chest. After the incident in the council chamber ended, King Jernak returned to his room. I say, Jernak, are you actually listening or not? Crown Prince Eucalyptus spoke as Jernak absent-mindedly recalled the times he had met the little girl Tuet Vu. He turned around, looked thoughtfully at the Crown Prince, and asked, "What did you say?" In his heart, suspicion rose again. What exactly is Eucalyptus planning? After all, he was the monarch of a country. He could not help being on guard against those around him, especially when this person was also the Crown Prince of Bull, a powerful neighboring empire. Crown Prince Eucalyptus slowly walked over and stood opposite him. "I'm talking to you about the marriage alliance. Can you be a little serious?" Jernak's face was cold. "Speak." The Crown Prince of the Bull Empire said seriously, "You understand very clearly what I said today, don't you? Right now, I am only the Crown Prince in name. I'm not the head of the empire. My imperial father is already old and is very easily used by those around him. This time, the rebel forces are extensive. The only thing I worry about is the children. The internal situation of the Bull Empire is chaotic and turbulent." Crown Prince Eucalyptus clenched his hand before his chest, showing his seriousness. His eyes were sharp and determined. "As long as the internal rebellion is not quelled, I cannot bring them back to the empire." The Crown Prince said gloomily, "I have to let them remain in the spirit kingdom for a long time. The legitimate way to do that is through a marriage alliance. As long as he has not ascended the throne for even one day, the uncertain factors will not disappear for one day." Jernak crossed his arms, somewhat displeased, and asked, "I have so many princesses. Why must you choose a commoner?" The Crown Prince laughed playfully. "Oh my, are you reluctant? I only saw that you didn't say anything back then, so I saved the little girl's life." The king's gaze became serious. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I need to tell you that there is news of her." Outside the palace, a blue parrot was spreading its wings and flying about. The blue parrot flew while glancing around with probing eyes. The beautiful bird circled through the air. A person in a black cloak, hood pulled tightly over his head, looked at the bird. "Oh, good grief. Did you get lost?" The person quickly followed in the direction the bird flew. Passers-by around them noticed the strange movement and glanced after them. Elsewhere, a splendid carriage was slowly moving down the road. "Young Lady Tuet Vu, we will soon arrive back at Duni Manor." What happened in the palace this time truly caused a great sensation. "I heard you were about to become a princess consort of the Bull Empire." A guard riding on horseback ahead spoke excitedly to Tuet Vu without stopping. "This is truly a great, joyous event. We must announce it to the whole world and celebrate everywhere." The man kept chattering, failing to notice that Tuet Vu's face had long since darkened. Meanwhile, the blue parrot had already flown over to a vast manor. The beautiful bird landed on Andy's arm. He was wrapped tightly in a black cloak. Its round eyes sparkled as it waited for him to praise it. "Oh, good grief. I needed to go to the palace." Andy stood helplessly before the vast, unfamiliar estate. "Where have you brought me?" Tuet Vu walked along. "I'm finally home." She felt relieved and sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Tuet Vu sensed something, so she turned her head to look. It seemed like there was something there. But when she looked back, behind her there was only an empty, quiet scene. She thought to herself, "There's nothing. It must have just been my imagination." "Tu vu?" A voice filled with joy rang out. "Tuet Vu is back." Lady Catherine happily came out with Baron Duni and the older brothers to welcome her. She hugged Tuet Vu in her arms. "Mother's darling." Baron Duni stood beside them, his expression also filled with joy. Tuet Vu also happily threw herself into her embrace and hugged her. "Lady Catherine, I'm back." Anna looked at her, his face so delighted it seemed about to bloom. It was clear that he still loved this younger sister very much. Behind the bushes, Andy saw Tuet Vu's happy family scene. "Phew, so was her. I knew it. Why else would Acid Peter suddenly run here?" That beautiful blue parrot named Acid Peter had bright, clever eyes. It blinked smugly, as if confident that it had done something very good. That night at Duni Manor, the atmosphere was peaceful and bright moonlight shone down. Tuet Vu was sleepy. She covered her mouth with one hand as she yawned, holding a lamp in the other as she walked. Suddenly, the candlelight in her hand went out. Tuet Vu was restrained by someone from behind, and her mouth was covered. She was terrified, her face turning pale. With a clatter, the candle in her hand also fell to the ground. Shoo! Andy lifted his hood, revealing his face for Tuet Vu to see. "It's you? What are you doing?" Tuet Vu asked him. There was a hint of reproach in her words. She thought to herself, is he trying to tease me again? Andy looked at her and smiled gently. Andy, Tuet Vu was angry. She remembered how, back in the palace, he had treated her coldly and had even gripped her hand tightly. She raised her hand and pushed him away. In the middle of the night? Are you crazy? Andy was pushed backward by her. Andy fell to the ground, pain stabbing through him, and clutched one side of his chest. Ugh, ugh. Andy trembled, and Tuet Vu was startled too. Andy! She remembered that when he had saved her, he had been struck, leaving a large wound that ran from his shoulder down to his chest. He had been injured back then. Tuet Vu felt sad. It was obvious that he had risked his life to save her. Back then, had he been cold to her only because there were outsiders present? So he had been pretending? She pointed at his wound and asked, "Are you all right?" And he looked at her and said, "I'm okay." He scratched his head and laughed. "Well, I was a little too stubborn. I almost didn't make it. But look at me. Aren't I as strong as an ox?" Heh. In truth, he was not completely fine. He only wanted to reassure Tuet Vu, so she would stop worrying. Damn it, and he thought to himself. He had run into a secret art of the Pundi kingdom inside the palace of the spirit kingdom. He had originally thought he would be caught immediately. Then he suddenly spoke aloud, "Damn, I didn't expect a monster of that level." Right? And he looked a little embarrassed as he said to her, "I'm about to starve to death. Do you have anything to eat?" Tu vu froze une surprise. She had not expected him to appear at this hour, simply because he was hungry. A little while later, she brought over a tray of food. There were only 2 kinds of pastries on it. She said, "I could only find these." Andy took them and ate with great relish, wolfing down one pastry after another. As he ate, he spoke, but every word was extremely hard to understand. Eat, go back palace, contact His Majesty, or prepare carriage. Help eat. Actually, what he meant was that he had to return to the royal palace, and he wanted her to help contact His Majesty or find him a carriage so he could go by himself. But because he was speaking while eating, every word was distorted by the food in his mouth and became difficult to understand. Tuet Vu said worriedly, "Eat slowly." Somehow, Tuet Vu still understood every strange word he said. She replied, "I'll try asking Baron Vio to think of a way. He should be able to help." And he suddenly stopped chewing and became flustered. He hurriedly placed a finger against Tuet Vu's lips. "No, you can't tell anyone else." Andy said seriously, "My whereabouts cannot be exposed. I can't easily trust other people. I only trust you, Tuet Vu." Andy's eyes shone like stars as he looked at her. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Tuet Vu, who are you talking to?" Andy and Tuet Vu, who were inside the room, were both startled. They suddenly turned toward the door and listened as the thudding footsteps came closer and closer. With a creak, Tuet Vu's door slowly opened. Avery stepped into the room. He looked at the 2 people inside, and the 2 people in the room also stared at him in panic. The 3 of them simply stared at one another, speechless. As soon as Avery entered the room, he saw Tuet Vu and Andy sitting inside. All 3 of them stared at one another. Avery backed away, holding one hand in front of his face defensively, and asked in shock and panic, Who is he?" The boy looked at the half-eaten pastry in Andy's hand, then looked at the 2 plates of pastries on the floor, and became furious. He shouted in an indignant voice, "Very well, Tuet Vu. You actually dared to bring a wild man into my house. I'm going to tell." Before he could finish, Andy covered his mouth. A strong, cold hand pressed firmly over his lips. "You're quite bold. Who are you planning to tell, little brat?" Andy said in a threatening voice. It was the aura of dark magic from back then. Avery recognized it immediately. When had Tuet Vu gotten involved with someone this dangerous? No, she herself was already a dangerous witch. Thinking of this, the boy's whole body trembled with fear. His eyes widened in panic as he looked at Andy. Seeing this from the side, Tuet Vu spoke up in a worried voice. "Andy, don't hurt him. He's my older brother." And he turned back, his gaze cold, and said, "If he spreads my whereabouts, I'll be in trouble. You people of the spirit kingdom don't keep your word." Then he turned back and placed both hands on Avery's shoulders. "In any case, I don't want any accidents." A mysterious purple demonic aura radiated from him. When Avery saw it, he trembled even more and said fearfully, "WH, what is this?" Andy folded his arms and looked at the boy, his gaze sharp. He warned, "You know what happens when you provoke me, don't you? If you're smart, keep your mouth shut." The magical power coming from him frightened Avery so badly that he collapsed onto the ground. Such terrifying power. The boy trembled and said, "Is this person a monster?" The boy used all his strength and scrambled out the door, shouting, "Aya!" His scream echoed throughout the corridor, carrying Avery's extreme fear with it. Tuet Vu and Andy watched him go, not knowing what to say. Cough, cough, cough. And he coughed a few times. Blood flowed from his mouth, and Tuet Vu asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" He raised a hand to wipe his mouth. His face had turned a little pale as he said, "In order to warn that brat, I used power I shouldn't have used. This is a bit troublesome. It seems I've caused trouble for you. I'll leave." Tuet Vu grabbed his hand and looked at him worriedly. "But your body," and he pulled his cloak hood tightly over his head, hurried to the window, and jumped down, leaving Tuet Vu standing there helplessly, filled with worry. In Avery's room, the boy had found quite a few books and tossed them messily across the bed. He flipped through them page by page, his eyes scanning line after line, as if searching for something important. No, this won't do." The boy said, "I have to tell father and mother." After thinking this, the boy sprang up and immediately ran off. His small legs rushed out of the room as fast as they could. As he ran, Avery shouted loudly, "Father, mother, I have something important to say." Finally, he reached the room. The boy stared nervously at the door, stretched out his hand, and shouted, "Father." Tuet Vu brought a wild man from outside into the house. At the same time, the boy pushed the door wide open. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at Avery, who had just barged in. And unexpectedly, sitting on the chair was Andy, the wild man the boy had intended to report. He was sitting right beside Avery's father. Andy took a sip of hot tea and winked in greeting at him, as if nothing had happened. This is... Avery pointed at Andy, his expression displeased. Andy merely looked at him gently and smiled. Tuet Vu walked over and pulled her older brother's hand. "Brother Avery, hurry and sit down over here. You didn't expect this, did you?" The little girl smiled happily at him. Ew. Avery frowned in annoyance as he looked at her. He recalled what had happened the previous night. Tuet Vu had run outside and called loudly, Andy, don't go. Please trust me. Baron Vio and Katrine are both very, very good people." The little girl had spoken in an extremely certain voice, trusting the two of them completely. From within the bushes came a relieved sigh. Andy stepped out. All right. The boy had chosen to trust Tuet Vu. His hand pulled down the hood of his cloak. Returning to the present, Andy placed one hand over his chest and bowed his head respectfully, showing courtesy and respect. He said, "Baron Vio, greetings. I'm Andy Noel Charlier. I hope you can quickly contact the royal palace and help me." The boy raised his head, his eyes filled with anticipation as he waited for the Baron's answer. Baron Vio looked at him and considered his name. Andy Noel Charlier. Charlier. He was royalty of the Pundi Kingdom. It seemed this was a serious matter. The Baron agreed and said that he would contact the palace for him immediately. Then he wrote a letter and had someone deliver it. Avery sat in a chair, arms crossed, looking at his father in disapproval. He was extremely unhappy with the presence of that wild boy, Andy. Beside where he sat were Andy and Tuet Vu. Tuet Vu asked Andy, "Is your wound urgent? Should we have Vio find a doctor to examine you?" He said, "There's no need," and explained, "This wound was caused by forbidden magic, so an ordinary doctor can't heal it." The boy tried to comfort her, saying that he was fine. Once he returned to the royal palace, King Charlotte would probably have a solution. Even so, the little girl was still worried about him. At this moment, Anno rushed in, accompanied by his white dog. He shouted, "Tuet Vu, who is he?" The boy pointed at her and wailed loudly, "You don't like me anymore?" Tuet Vu pulled Andy over and introduced him. "Brother Anno, this is Andy, my good friend." Andy gave a friendly smile. Full of confidence, he shook Anno's hand and happily greeted him. Anno burst into tears. "Wah, Tuet Vu, you have another cat now." Baron Vio walked over with a smile. "I heard Tuet Vu say that you were injured while helping her. Tuet Vu has made a sincere friend. I'm happy for you children." Hearing this, the boy was very happy as well. He asked eagerly, "Then will you agree to let Tuet Vu return to the Pundi Kingdom with me?" The Pundi Kingdom? Baron Vio hesitated slightly. Outside, cheers rang out. "Young Master Muriel is back, Master! Young Master Muriel is back." The servants kept carrying things down without stopping. Muriel pointed to a box and said to his mother, "Mother, this is a gift for you. The others are for my younger siblings." "Muriel," Tuet Vu called loudly from afar. The little girl had recognized him and waved in greeting. Then the little girl ran over and threw herself into his arms. He held her happily upon seeing her again. "Muriel, why are you back? I heard Dr. David say you had to stay there for another half a month." Tuet Vu could not hide her confusion as she asked him. He rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Because I missed you all, Tuet Vu." And he walked over and called to the little girl. Hearing the voice, Muriel turned to look. That one glance startled the boy, and he suddenly felt pressure. And he raised a hand to the back of his neck and greeted him. He tried hard to maintain his bearing. In contrast to Andy's attitude, Muriel raised his brows and returned the greeting with clear dislike. His cold and distant gaze made the atmosphere tense. Everyone went into the reception room together. Muriel and Tuet Vu sat talking, while Andy stood by the window, admiring the scenery. Tuet Vu moved closer to Muriel and asked, "Brother Muriel, is Dr. David well?" He rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Very well. He often praises you. He is very satisfied with your proposal regarding compulsory education." That had been Tuet Vu's proposal last time. The little girl had said that a system of education that people accepted voluntarily should become compulsory education for all citizens, with mandatory force behind it. This time, Muriel had returned while also carrying Dr. David's commission to meet His Majesty the King and push for the public education bill to pass. At the conference, Dr. David was eager to establish schools for commoners in every city. Although this bill had been proposed long ago, it still had not been passed. If that happens, everyone will be able to go to school. That's wonderful. Tuet Vu could not suppress her joy. Dr. David is doing something great. In the future, all the people of the Spirit Kingdom will thank him. The little girl spoke from behind, and he watched the two of them converse. The boy seemed to be thinking about something. He had never seen Tuet Vu like this before. At first, it had only been Acid Peter, the blue bird he kept, who thought she was beautiful. Or perhaps the boy himself had felt the same way. Later, when he saw how she did not panic even after spreading her wings, it constantly stirred in him an impulse to protect her. The boy had not expected Tuet Vu to discuss profound topics he could barely understand with her mature older brother. While he was thinking, Andy heard Tuet Vu call him, bringing him back to his senses. The little girl asked him, "Andy, what is the basic education system like in your Pundi kingdom?" Being asked so suddenly made the boy rather surprised. Muriel, who was drinking tea, turned and asked him, "Andy, how are your grades? Are you excellent in every subject?" Avery suddenly popped up from somewhere and mocked him. Don't tell me you're illiterate." The word illiterate seemed to stab straight into Anno. Behind him, Anno cried out loudly, "I knew you didn't like me." It was truly a confession without being accused. Muriel rubbed Anno's head and wiped away the boy's tears. "When the city school is built, you must study hard. If you don't study properly, what use is crying here?" His words only made the boy cry even louder. Tuet Vu pulled Andy's hand and introduced him to Muriel. "Brother Muriel, let me introduce him to you. This is Andy. He is the friend I met in the royal palace last time. He helped me before." Hearing this, Muriel became a little worried. He asked again, "Tuet Vu, were you bullied in the royal palace?" The little girl explained, "No, there were just a few small misunderstandings." "Don't worry." Muriel sat down and rubbed the little girl's head. "So you really were wronged." Suddenly, he noticed that Tuet Vu was tightly holding Andy's hand. Avery complained from behind, "Brother, this guy isn't a good person. He has the aura of dark magic on him." And last time, Tuet Vu had it on her too. What secret are they hiding? Muriel's displeasure showed on his face as he separated the two children. Andy folded his arms and defended himself. "You've been spouting nonsense since yesterday. The aura of dark magic is because I was attacked. You can't be imagining me as one of those dark magicians, can you?" The boy placed a hand over his chest and clearly corrected him. "My name is Andy. I am absolutely not some dark magician who can't appear in the light. I received an invitation from the king of the Spirit Kingdom and came from the Pundi Kingdom." Before he could finish, Muriel interrupted him. "I know. I heard that a rebellion has broken out inside the Pundi Kingdom, and after several months, it still has not been quelled. You were brought to the Spirit Kingdom by Crown Prince Eucalyptus, weren't you? I heard that King Charlotte very much wants to use this chance to help Crown Prince Eucalyptus suppress the internal unrest, so the two nations can sign a treaty of friendship lasting 100 years. He spoke all at once, as if he knew everything about Andy. The boy was confused and wondered, how does he know everything? Suddenly, strange blue streams of energy appeared in midair and spread throughout the room, surprising everyone. Avery shouted, "It's a positioning spell." To explain briefly, a positioning spell merely determines the target's location. Its aura carries no danger. Muriel reassured everyone, there's no need to worry. It's Heracles, the high priest at His Majesty's side. I think that in the entire spirit kingdom, the only one capable of controlling magical energy over such a large range is him. But outside, the blue streams of energy made everyone panic. Good heavens, what is happening? A servant shouted from within the dense mist. A person appeared from nothingness. His long, smooth purple hair fluttered in the wind, and he wore formal attire. Beside him were 3 attendants dressed the same way. He placed a hand over his chest and smiled, speaking in a respectful tone. "Your Highness may return to the palace now." In front of the grand and magnificent manor gates, sunlight shone everywhere. A group of people in a golden carriage were already waiting. The purple-haired man led Andy toward the carriage, while everyone behind them saw him off. But before leaving, Andy still looked back at Tuet Vu. The little girl raised a hand and waved to him. "Andy, he'll be all right, won't he?" Her face could not hide its sadness as he left. "Goodbye, Andy. You must live well," she said. Anna witnessed this scene, his eyes and mouth wide open in astonishment. Holy crap, who exactly is he? Beside him, Brother Avery propped his chin in his hand and pondered. "His Highness, is he a prince?" Muriel told his younger siblings. "He should be a prince of the Pundi kingdom. From the look of it, he is crowned Prince Eucalyptus's son." Tuet Vu, who had not reacted in time, finally exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." After that, the carriage and the entourage departed. Inside the carriage, Heracles said, "Do you intend to keep enduring it like this, Your Highness?" Then he lightly slapped Andy on the back, making him cough. Andy said, "In front of a girl, I have to maintain my poise no matter what. I'm a man too, you know." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from his mouth. Heracles continued, "Your ability to escape is truly impressive. After we obtained news of you, we searched for an entire day before finally finding you here." Andy replied, "What is there to be proud of in that?" Heracles then asked, "Are you very close to the people in that manner?" Then he propped his chin in his hand and thought back. "Just now, I saw a child who seemed to have rather good magical talent." Andy asked in alarm, "Who are you talking about?" Good heavens, there really is something wrong with your eyesight. Heracles propped his chin in his hand. "Did you not get along with them?" Back at the manor, Muriel was talking with Tuet Vu. "Actually, there's a main reason I came back this time. I heard that the Pundi Kingdom intends to form a marriage alliance with us, and it was Crown Prince Eucalyptus himself who selected the marriage candidate. They said the one chosen was you, Tuet Vu." Hearing this news, Tuet Vu could not help being horrified. Muriel gently asked her, "Tuet Vu, a lot of things happened in the palace, didn't they?" Then he rubbed the little girl's head. Feeling wronged, she told him everything. "I don't know why that proposal was suddenly brought up," she continued. Hearing this, Muriel's heart ached for the little girl as well. So Tuet Vu had gone through so many frightening things. It was very scary, wasn't it? Tuet Vu held his hand and said happily, "I'm not scared anymore because I'm home now." He continued, "Although I don't know why Crown Prince Eucalyptus chose you, his demand is very clear. He wants our spirit kingdom to help him put down the internal rebellion and bring peace as a result. It will also allow his own country to recover its strength after the rebellion is suppressed. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. For a nation, perhaps it would be a good thing." He turned to look at Tuet Vu. But Tuet Vu, he truly was very worried. Could she live far from home in a foreign land, marry someone she did not know, and become a political bargaining chip? But Tuet Vu was not the king's daughter. Perhaps this matter could still be turned around. After all, the king still had 6 princesses. So this time, Muriel wanted the king's opinion. He wanted His Majesty to cancel this absurd proposal. "Brother," Tuet Vu looked at him and pleaded, "Brother, it's very dangerous. Don't do that. Although having my life controlled by others makes me unhappy, I don't hate this matter that much." She thought to herself, "Brother doesn't know that leaving the spirit kingdom may be my path to survival. If my identity is exposed, there may only be death waiting for me." Muriel wondered, "Is the marriage partner Andy?" Tuet Vu replied, "I don't know. Crown Prince Eucalyptus didn't say." He rubbed the little girl's head. "Because it might be Andy, you don't hate it?" His words made the little girl blush bright red and step back, shouting, No, that's not it. Of course not. She wondered, why would Muriel think that? How old is Andy, anyway? In the royal palace, a loud scream rang out. What, marriage? I don't want to. That was Andy's scream. He kept resisting everyone around him. I was only gone from the kingdom for a few days. What exactly have you people done? Andy shouted furiously. Seeing his son lose control like this, Crown Prince Eucalyptus immediately said, Son, calm down. Then Andy placed a hand on his chest and asked in a ringing voice, Why must I enter a marriage alliance with a princess of the spirit kingdom? Has our punny kingdom declined to this point? Aren't you always saying that the men of House Charlier must forever stand upright between heaven and earth? I am a prince, yet now I have to sell my body. After hearing his son's question, Crown Prince Eucalyptus raised a hand to his head with a cold expression and said to him, Andy, have you still not recognized reality? You were struck by the forbidden curse puppet technique. Those people could appear at any time. I must let you boys remain in the spirit kingdom openly and legitimately until the rebellion is suppressed. Hearing his father's explanation, Andy crossed his arms with a sullen face and said loudly, If you all made this decision while I wasn't here, then just let Anvin get married. It's not like anyone said exactly who has to be in the marriage alliance, right? Andy's loud voice was heard by Anvin. He walked out arrogantly, came closer, and said, I'm the older brother. So it turned out there was a secret in this kingdom. Punny Kingdom had a great secret. No one knew that Eucalyptus's heir was actually a pair of identical twins. Then Anvin walked over and stood in front of Andy, saying, The heir isn't you, so you should marry her. Hearing his younger brother's firm words, Andy snapped loudly, You're only prettier than me by 1 minute. The moment they were born, the curse had wrapped around their entire bodies. In the dangerous royal family of Pundy Kingdom, eyes that wanted to take their lives were hidden everywhere. To ensure that at least one child would survive, all these years, they had disguised themselves as one person and lived that way. It was a matter of survival. If I absolutely have to marry her, it's not impossible. Then what benefit will you give me? Anvin asked. Hearing his younger brother's question, Andy raised his brows and asked Anvin in return, What do you want? Anything is fine. Then be my dog, brother, Anvin asked and answered happily. Hearing Anvin's bizarre answer, Andy immediately said angrily, Hey, I'll hit you. Hearing his two sons talking nonsense, Eucalyptus clenched his fists and roared furiously. What nonsense are you two little brats spouting? This is state business. How can you joke about it? King Charlotte has already agreed to me. Soon, it will be announced nationwide. This is a major diplomatic matter. Obediently fulfill your duty as princes. Hearing the angry words from his father's mouth, Andy resisted fiercely. I don't care. Even if I die, I won't marry a princess of the spirit kingdom. In a certain palace hall, sonorous voices rang out loudly. We pay respects to the son of the spirit kingdom. May your majesty enjoy endless fortune and peace. Then Tuet Vu Vio was seen slowly and calmly walking in. Suddenly, the king's majestic voice rang out. Stephen Vio, I heard that when the late king was still alive, your Vio family was also considered noble with brilliant glory. Now, though it has declined, at the very least, you still possess noble blood. Then the king's face grew solemn. He interlaced his hands and said, I have summoned you here today because there is an important matter to announce. Your daughter, Tuet Vu Vio, has caught the eye of Crown Prince Eucalyptus of Pundy Kingdom. He wishes to have her made a princess of the spirit kingdom and marry her into his family as part of an alliance with his son. Hearing that proposal, Tuet Vu's parents' faces flushed red. Sweat poured down their faces, and they cried out in shock, What? Then Tuet Vu's father raised a hand to his chest, stammering and unable to form a sentence. Seeing how worried her father was, Tuet Vu held her father's hand in her own small hands and gently comforted him, saying, Father, it's all right. Don't be afraid. Then His Majesty the King continued speaking. Tuet Vu is still young. Living far from home in a foreign land would bring countless difficulties. I will consider refusing Eucalyptus. Suddenly, Tuet Vu's face darkened. She thought sadly to herself, this day has come after all. Saying I'm not afraid would be a lie. Tuet Vu placed both hands on her chest, her brows curving downward. She continued thinking, I must think this through clearly. If I marry far away to Pundy Kingdom, will it be beneficial to my future? Although my connection to Charlotte will be unavoidable and there will be a certain danger, once I marry into Pundy Kingdom, it will be the same as completely escaping this mire. My future will change from that point onward. That miserable ending where I die tragically will no longer exist. Then Tuet Vu spoke up. No, your majesty, Tuet-Vu agree. Tuet-Vu agrees to marry into Pundi Kingdom for the peace between the two nations. Hearing her answer, His Majesty the King was also stunned. After an intense inner struggle, once she had made her decision, Tuet-Vu and her parents asked permission to leave. Seeing that they had left, Anvin asked his older brother, "She knows you're the one who has to marry her?" "Shut up," Andy shouted angrily. Voices outside the palace suddenly rang out. Many people were whispering and discussing among themselves. "Goodness, have you heard? His Majesty wants to confer the title of princess on someone new. Pundi Kingdom is wealthy and powerful. If it can become a supporter of the Spirit Kingdom, that would truly be a good thing. I heard that the Crown Prince of Pundi Kingdom carefully chose her himself. Pundi Kingdom is wealthy and powerful. If it can become a supporter of the Spirit Kingdom, that would truly be a good thing." Then more questions were raised by the crowd. "I heard that the Crown Prince of Pundi Kingdom carefully chose her himself. Have you heard? Who exactly is that lucky girl? What talent and virtue does she have?" Hearing everyone gossip so much, Tuet-Vu lowered her head in fear and worry as she walked. Seeing this, her father placed a hand on her head, stroked it, and said, "Tuet-Vu, are you all right?" Tuet-Vu smiled and replied. After returning home, Tuet-Vu's father rubbed his head and tugged at his hair, saying worriedly, "How did this happen?" Once she enters a marriage alliance and is given the title of princess, Tuet-Vu will have to enter the palace to live. I can't bear to part with Tuet-Vu, but even more importantly, as her father was stammering, his eyes suddenly widened and sweat poured down his face. Many thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind. The palace is too dangerous. If Tuet-Vu's background is exposed, that would be the grave crime of deceiving the king. As he was worrying about his daughter, a knock sounded at the door. Tuet-Vu peeked her head in and said, "Father, can we talk for a bit?" Then she walked over and sat near her father, asking with concern, "Father, are you worried that I have to marry into Pundi Kingdom? Or are you worried that if I don't learn palace etiquette well in the kingdom, I'll commit a serious offense?" Tuet-Vu's sparkling eyes looked toward her father as she said, "Although I'm also very worried that I won't do well. What should I do? What if I go to Pundi Kingdom and can't shoulder the responsibility? But I feel that not doing something just because I'm afraid of making a mistake is wrong. Father, I want to become an outstanding person. Although I know you and Mother hope I'll be healthy and safe, I want even more to become someone who makes you and Mother proud." The image of his strong-willed daughter was clearly reflected in her father's eyes. He was stunned and said inwardly, "Since when did Tuet-Vu become so grown up? Has she grown up already?" After that, Tuet-Vu's father lowered his face, his expression thoughtful. "Yes, Tuet-Vu cannot hide for her entire life. Her Majesty the Queen must also hope to see Tuet-Vu living healthily and shining brightly. I must also work hard to face these difficulties. I hope that one day I can seek justice for the Queen and Princess Tuet-Vu." Then Tuet-Vu threw her arms around her father and said with a happy smile, "Father, actually, last time in the royal palace, I made a mistake. It was Crown Prince Eucalyptus who saved me. I feel that he likes me very much and won't let me suffer any grievances. Please don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. I have been granted the title of Princess Edward, and it will be announced nationwide. When I come of age, I will marry into Pundi Kingdom," Tuet-Vu said. After that, His Majesty the King placed the crown on Tuet-Vu's head, and she also expressed her gratitude. She held out her hand for His Majesty the King to take and lead her forward. Voices rang out one after another. "May God protect the Spirit Kingdom. Princess Edward will bring 100 years of peace to the Spirit Kingdom." Originally, after the conferment ceremony, the families would become in-laws. Princess Edward and the imperial grandson of Pundi Kingdom would conduct a meeting ceremony and announce their engagement. After the arrangements were made, seeing that the ceremony still had not begun, everyone began whispering and asking each other, "Why hasn't it started yet? What are they waiting for? This is such a grand display. Have they found him yet? Goodness, where did His Highness the Prince go?" Seeing Tuet-Vu standing alone in the crowd, the two young men over there glanced at her and asked each other, "Did he run away from the marriage?" Everyone continued discussing heatedly. Meanwhile, Tuet-Vu stood alone in the crowd, frightened and worried, looking as though she was about to cry. While Tuet-Vu was feeling uneasy, in a corner of the royal palace, Andy said while climbing over the wall, "Anvin, help me this once. I'll repay you in the future." Seeing his older brother speak like that, Anvin could only stand there helplessly. and watch. After climbing over the fence, Andy said loudly in delight, "Who would want to marry that hateful princess?" Then he laughed loudly and asked himself, "Acid Peter, am I right or not?" Seeing that his older brother truly did not want to marry, Anvin crossed his arms and thought deeply. Brother is so stupid. He doesn't even know who the marriage partner is. Suddenly, the corner of Anvin's mouth curved into a smile. A thought abruptly appeared in his mind. If I really marry that little girl, would brother go mad? That seems a bit interesting too. But in the banquet hall, malicious words continued to ring out. Running away from the marriage? Is Pundi Kingdom going back on its word? Prince Andy is usually very easy to get along with. I didn't expect him to be so decisive. That's only natural. How could someone from House Charlier be satisfied with a marriage alliance to a commoner girl? Wasn't it said that Crown Prince Eucalyptus personally chose the bride? Who knows? This time, His Majesty the King has completely lost face. How is this going to end? As for Tuet Vu, she stood alone in the noisy, whispering crowd, her hands clasped over her chest, sad and isolated. Then she said in her heart, "Andy. My marriage partner is Andy. I thought he didn't hate me. But sure enough, when it comes to being his marriage partner, I still can't be accepted. I've already been announced to the world by Charlotte as Princess Edward. If I can't go to Pundi Kingdom, then I really will fall into the mire of the palace and be unable to free myself. What should I do?" Tuet Vu asked herself worriedly. Then everyone suddenly cried out in fear, "Why, Your Majesty?" It turned out that His Majesty the King had appeared. Seeing this, Tuet Vu also thought to herself, He's angry." Then His Majesty the King walked toward Tuet Vu. She stammered, unable to finish her words. Why, Your Majesty?" After that, His Majesty reached out and lifted Tuet Vu into his arms, then shouted angrily, "Eucalyptus explained this to me. Where is Andy right now? Charlier, are you looking down on my spirit kingdom?" Then Julio walked in with a worried expression. He explained, It's a misunderstanding. My son suddenly fell gravely ill, so there was no way for him to attend the ceremony." His Majesty the King's expression became stern as he looked straight at Julio with furious eyes. Seeing this, Tuet Vu also wondered, Is he protecting me? After stammering a few words, Tuet Vu continued, "Your Majesty, Andy." But before Tuet Vu could finish speaking, the king interrupted her and asked, "Are you still calling me Your Majesty?" Hearing that question, Tuet Vu froze. She stammered in reply, Father." Because of those words, Tuet Vu's face turned bright red. Inwardly, she screamed fiercely, "Why am I blushing? He's not a good person at all." After being reprimanded by His Majesty the King, Crown Prince Eucalyptus hurriedly said to Tuet Vu at once, "Tuet Vu, my good daughter-in-law, surely you won't be angry, right?" Hearing this, Tuet Vu hugged His Majesty the King tightly and showed a worried expression. "If you do not resolve this matter properly, then I will disregard your son entirely," His Majesty the King warned sternly. After that, at Eucalyptus's temporary residence, "Still haven't found him? Is that little devil Andy trying to anger me to death?" Crown Prince Eucalyptus roared furiously. Then he continued angrily, "Where is Anvin? Have Anvin take his place this time." Hearing this, a subordinate replied, "His Highness Anvin is missing as well. Find those two brats for me." Crown Prince Eucalyptus shouted furiously, giving the order. After that, all the servants in the residence ran around searching, calling out, "Your Highness Andy! Your Highness Anvin!" As for Anvin, he was lying leisurely on the palace roof, holding a ring as he said, "This invisibility ring is actually quite useful. Forget it. If I marry that princess, brother will sever ties with me." In King Charlotte's study, His Majesty held a teacup with a sullen expression and asked while speaking, "So, in the end, you still haven't finished discussing this with your son, and you made my royal family suffer such great humiliation." The prince of a two-nation marriage alliance actually ran away from the marriage. Is he even human? Hearing this, Crown Prince Eucalyptus said fearfully and quietly, "Don't mind that brat. Isn't that enough? As long as we exchange the state letters, Tuet Vu will be my daughter-in-law. You want my daughter to get engaged to your son in a daze, without even a ceremony? It's only the engagement now, and it's already like this. When it comes time for marriage, won't you want to bully my daughter even more?" His Majesty the King questioned Crown Prince Eucalyptus in return. Then he shouted angrily, "Are you planning that once she is in Pundi Kingdom, I won't know anyway, so you can act without restraint?" Crown Prince Eucalyptus refused to back down and spoke even louder. "I already said it was a sudden situation. Do you think I'm dead? Besides, the men of House Charlier will not bully women. His Majesty the King stared directly at him and said, in any case, I will not approve this engagement unless Andy obediently accepts it. At that time, we could discuss each necessary step of the process. But I'm about to return to my country. There's not enough time. There is no room for negotiation, His Majesty the King said thoughtfully, seeing that His Majesty the King was saying these things for her sake. Tuetvu secretly looked on and murmured inwardly, why is he acting as though he cares about me so much? It's only a political marriage. As long as the state letters are exchanged and the protection of Pundi Kingdom is obtained, isn't that enough? Why is Charlotte still being so insistent? I must have misunderstood something. He isn't that gentle. After a round of arguing, Tuetvu was brought to the princess's bedroom. These are the betrothal gifts sent by Pundi Kingdom. These are rewards bestowed upon Her Highness the Princess by His Majesty the King, the servant said. Then a maid walked over. Tuetvu spoke gently to her. Your Highness the Princess, you are now His Majesty the King's 7th princess. From now on, you will live in the royal palace. Starting tomorrow, we will learn court etiquette. Tuetvu also obediently looked over and listened to those instructions. In the reception room, the etiquette teachers and maids had already arrived. They stood in a neat line. The leading Countess Miller said, Your Highness the 7th Princess, I am Countess Miller, your etiquette instructor. First, we shall learn a little etiquette for meeting His Majesty the King. After speaking, Countess Miller lightly held both sides of her skirt, bowed, and demonstrated. After watching the etiquette instructor do it, Tuetvu lightly held both sides of her skirt as well. She lowered her head and said, Tuetvu pays respects to His Majesty the King. After finishing the etiquette lesson, Tuetvu went before her father. She repeated the curtsy and said, I pay respects to His Majesty the King. The king sat in his chair, looked coldly at the little girl, and said, Rise, Tuetvu. Let me introduce you to Lady Joka. Tuetvu and Hoatin are about the same age. From now on, Tuetvu will follow her. Lady Joka, standing beside him, wore a gentle expression. She looked at Tuetvu with affectionate eyes. Charlotte turned to Joka again and continued, Perhaps this child can play with Hoatin. Hearing this, Lady Joka said in surprise, Your Majesty. Perhaps everyone knew that Charlotte's harem was not large. The whole country knew that this king disliked women. He was not obsessed with beauty. Aside from the queen, there were only a scattered few people in his harem. Now, the queen had lived in the Divine Tower for many years, and there were only 2 women in the harem. Lady Joka was one of them. King Charlotte looked at Tuetvu again and said, The palace already has people to teach her and a place for her to rest. One child will not take much of your attention. It is just that the ranks in the palace are strict. A child still needs a mother. You should properly fulfill the role of a mother. Hearing this, Lady Joka lowered her head to accept the order and replied, Yes. But the look in her eyes as she gazed at Tuetvu was not very kind. She frowned and thought, His Majesty personally summoned me, yet it was only to arrange something like this? He wants me to properly fulfill the role of a mother? What is this? As she thought this, she recalled the previous moments between Tuetvu and Charlotte. The king had always been a cold person, but when he was beside Tuetvu, he always appeared very gentle. Lady Joka angrily clenched both hands in a fist and thought, What exactly is going on with this little brat? No, that is not right. It cannot just be because of the marriage alliance. This child, after listening to the king's instructions, Tuetvu happily went to Charlotte's side. He also placed his hand on her head, rubbed the little girl's hair, and said gently, From now on, in the palace, this person will be your mother. Hearing this, Tuetvu was speechless, but the little girl did not show any disgust or dissatisfaction. Charlotte raised his hand again and pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with affection. But after her cheek was pinched, Tuetvu unhappily said, What are you doing? What are you doing? This scene of filial harmony between father and daughter should have been very beautiful. But in Lady Joka's eyes, it felt glaring and impossible to accept. She angrily thought, Why does this child receive Charlotte's attention? But when the 2 of them turned to look, she immediately changed her expression and attitude, then smiled and said, I shall obey your Majesty's wishes. After that, Lady Joka went to Tuet Vu's side, knelt beside the little girl, and said, "Seventh princess, from now on, if you need anything in the palace, please tell me. Here, treat me as your mother." Tuet Vu looked at the woman with an unhappy attitude and thought, this person was clearly so vicious before. She wished she could kill me. Now she is suddenly gentle as water. She is a fence-sitter who goes whichever way the wind blows. I must be careful. After the king left, Lady Joka put on a friendly expression and said, "I will take you to meet a good friend." Then she brought Tuet Vu to her daughter's room and said, "Hoa Tin, your royal father has arranged a friend for you. She is here. Her name is Tuet Vu." In her room, Hoa Tin was playing with building blocks. Seeing someone arrive, the little girl turned her face to see who it was. Lady Joka led Tuet Vu inside and said, "You two should play nicely together." After that, she and the servants left and closed the bedroom door. Hoa Tin, holding a stuffed rabbit in her arms, walked to Tuet Vu's side and asked, "Did you come to play with me?" Tuet Vu replied, "I'm the seventh princess newly conferred by His Majesty the King. His Majesty told me to live with Lady Joka." Tuet Vu carefully observed Hoa Tin's expression and thought, "It looks like she does not recognize me. That is best." Hearing this, Hoa Tin tilted her head and looked at Tuet Vu, then happily said, "Lady Joka is my mother. Then from now on, we will be the best of friends. You are the seventh princess, so are you younger than me? But can I be the little sister?" Hoa Tin has always been the little sister. "You will love me, right, Sister Tuet Vu?" Hearing Hoa Tin say this, Tuet Vu also agreed, going along with her wishes as she said, After Tuet Vu agreed to let her be the little sister, Hoa Tin felt very happy. The little girl pulled Tuet Vu's hand and brought her to play, saying, "Sister Tuet Vu, do you want to stay with me? I can give my room to you." In Hoa Tin's bedroom, everything was arranged very neatly and cleanly. The objects were also very expensive and precious. Her bed was always covered with many stuffed animals. When Tuet Vu entered the room, her first impression was that everything was brilliant and sparkling. The wardrobe was also very tidy, and there were many princess dresses of all kinds and colors. Hoa Tin introduced the things in her room and said, "These can all be given to you too. You have never seen dresses as beautiful as these, have you?" Tuet Vu felt a little awkward. She pulled her hand out of Hoa Tin's and said, "I have my own room." "Lady Miller," said Your Highness, "the princess cannot casually use another person's space or another person's belongings. So I should." Princess Hoa Tin became unhappy when someone rejected her and said, "Who is Lady Miller? Is she more important than your best friend?" After speaking, Hoa Tin put on a sad face, her eyes brimming with tears as if she was about to cry, and said, "Do you not like me?" Seeing this pitiful appearance, Tuet Vu helplessly said, "Then I will try asking Lady Miller first." She sighed, rubbed her forehead, and thought, "This is a troublesome child." After that, the two children went together to see Lady Miller. Hoa Tin pleaded and acted spoiled so that Lady Miller would agree to let Tuet Vu stay in the same room as her. Under her earnest, spoiled requests, Lady Miller finally agreed that she could temporarily stay in Hoa Tin's room, making it easier to cultivate sisterly affection. But Hoa Tin, who had said she would give her room to Tuet Vu, actually made her sleep on the small servant's bed used by attendants in Hoa Tin's bedroom. The little girl lay on the large, soft, luxurious bed, while Tuet Vu lay on the tiny bed placed right beside Hoa Tin's. Tuet Vu was unhappy, so she pretended to close her eyes and sleep first. On the large bed, Hoa Tin lay on her stomach with her hands propping up her chin, looking at Tuet Vu on the small bed. She was still playing with the crystal ball in her hand and said, "So you can actually sleep like that? I still prefer the big, soft bed. This is wonderful. We can talk while drifting into dreams." At this moment, Tuet Vu had her eyes closed and was pretending to sleep. When she heard Hoa Tin's words, she was unhappy and thought, "I just temporarily do not want to argue with her, that is all." Suddenly, she heard a clattering sound. Tuet Vu immediately opened her eyes and looked around. She saw a crystal ball had fallen to the floor. Hoa Tin sat on the bed with a pitiful expression and said, "Ah, sister, my crystal ball fell. Pick it up for me, all right?" Boo-hoo. Seeing the little girl act spoiled and whine at her, Tuet Vu sighed, got out of bed, and thought, "If you're sleeping, why play with a crystal ball? Is she a dog? Living really is not easy." Then she bent down to search. After feeling around on the floor for a while, she finally discovered that the crystal ball had rolled under the bed. Tuet Vu reached under the bed and said, I found it. After that, she picked up the crystal ball and handed it to Hoa Tin. Hoa Tin sat on the bed and took the crystal ball, then happily said, "Sister is the best." Seeing the little girl order her around like this, Tuet Vu was unhappy. She sighed and thought, "She is basically treating me like a servant." But Tuet Vu did not make a fuss. The little girl only unhappily said, and thought, "Forget it. I have only just entered the palace. I did not want to cause trouble." The next morning, when the sun was already high, the two little girls had also woken up. Tuet Vu looked at the brilliant princess dresses of all colors and styles and liked them very much. The little girl's eyes sparkled. She thought, "Is that troublesome child really letting me wear these? It is hard to believe." Then she went to the wardrobe, looked over the colorful dresses, and decided to wear a purple princess dress today. But just before her hand touched the princess dress, the two servants immediately stepped forward and said, "We will help your highness." After that, they chose another outfit on their own and changed Tuet Vu into it, wearing a dress she did not like. The little girl felt very unhappy. She thought, although they said the wardrobe was open to me, the maids only dare to take the dresses Hoa Tin does not like for me to wear. I knew it would be like this, but it does not matter. After the two servants finished changing Tuet Vu's clothes, Hoa Tin had also just finished changing. She wore a pink princess dress with an extremely intricate and gorgeous design. Tuet Vu, meanwhile, only wore a very simple blue dress. Hoa Tin happily looked at her and asked, "Do you like these dresses?" Although Tuet Vu was unhappy inside, she did not want matters to become more troublesome, so she only replied, "They're all right." Hearing this, Hoa Tin happily came closer, took Tuet Vu's hand, led her outside, and said, "Then play games with Hoa Tin." In the back garden, the two children were playing together there. No one knew what the two children had said, but Tuet Vu felt very angry. Her whole body trembled. Then she raised her hand and slapped Hoa Tin hard across the face. When Hoa Tin was struck, she was somewhat stunned. The little girl raised her hand to cover her face. From afar, the king and several guards walked over. The maids immediately bowed and greeted His Majesty the King. Charlotte walked past the two maids and headed toward the two little princesses. When Hoa Tin heard that the king had arrived, she immediately pretended to burst into sobs. "Boo-hoo-wah, boo-hoo-hoo." The little girl cried miserably, while Tuet Vu stood beside her, merely watching coldly, her expression rather aggrieved. The king came closer to the two little princesses. He folded his arms, looked at the two little girls, and asked sternly, "What happened?" After King Charlotte asked, Hoa Tin immediately cried even louder. The little girl cried while rubbing her eyes and said, Hoa Tin." Hoa Tin did not want to cry. "Hoa Ting hut, boo-hoo." As for Tuet Vu, she stood aside. The little girl clenched both hands tightly, her face somewhat aggrieved, but she still said nothing. Seeing that Tuet Vu did not tell her father what had just happened, Hoa Tin immediately peeked at her. Feeling wronged, Tuet Vu recalled the whole matter from beginning to end. 10 minutes earlier, when the two were playing together in the garden, Hoa Tin was playing with the crystal ball in her hand. She accidentally dropped it into the pond. The crystal ball rolled into the pond and sank into the water. Hoa Tin pretended to panic and said, "Ah, fell. Sister, please pick it up for me." But Tuet Vu did not want to. She looked at the rather deep pond in front of her and said, "It fell into the pond. It cannot be picked up. It is too dangerous." Seeing that Tuet Vu was unwilling to listen to her, Hoa Tin angrily said, "You always pick things up for me. Do you not like me anymore now?" Faced with Hoa Tin's unpleasant attitude, Tuet Vu only calmly said, "But this time, it cannot be picked up. Something will happen." Hoa Tin shouted again, "I want my ball. Pick it up for me. Pick it up for me." But this time, Tuet Vu would not give in and obey the little girl anymore. She unhappily turned to leave and thought, a child throwing an unreasonable tantrum. Hoa Tin felt very angry and uncomfortable that Tuet Vu dared to defy her. Seeing that Tuet Vu was about to turn and leave, the little girl immediately stepped forward, grabbed Tuet Vu's hair, and said, "Pick it up for me. I am your best friend. You must pick it up for me." The more she spoke, the harder she pulled Tuet Vu's hair, making Tuet Vu cry out in pain. The little girl turned back unhappily and said, "Let go of me." But Hoa Tin still refused to let go. While pulling Tuet Vu's hair, she shouted, "Pick it up for me. Seeing that Tuet Vu still had no intention of listening to her, Hoa Tin angrily shoved Tuet Vu forward with force. Tuet Vu staggered and nearly fell. The little girl angrily shouted, "Are you crazy?" She brushed Hoa Tin's hand away from her hair, but unfortunately, she ended up slapping Hoa Tin across the face. A sharp smack rang out. Thinking back to this point, Tuet Vu still felt very uncomfortable inside. Seeing that Tuet Vu remained silent and did not answer or explain, the king said again, "Why are you not speaking?" Seeing Tuet Vu being scolded, Hoa Tin secretly laughed in her heart. The little girl walked over to Charlotte, grabbed the hem of his clothes, and said coquettishly, "Father, it hurts." Charlotte turned to the servants beside him and said, "Take Hoa Tin away and treat the injury on her face." The maid immediately replied respectfully, "Yes." Now, only 2 people remained in the garden. Charlotte stared fixedly at Tuet Vu. The little girl also stared back at him. Tuet Vu felt somewhat afraid and uneasy. She was afraid her father would punish her for hitting Hoa Tin, but she still did not intend to explain. Charlotte walked to the little girl's side, placed his hand on Tuet Vu's head, and said, "Do you think saying nothing will gain the greatest benefit for yourself? If you do not explain, are you not afraid I will punish you?" Hearing this, Tuet Vu was very surprised. She guessed that Charlotte also believed she had not deliberately hit Hoa Tin. Charlotte knelt on one knee on the ground, faced the little girl, and said, "Are you really not going to defend yourself? A person should fight for the greatest benefit for themselves at all times, should they not?" Hearing this, Tuet Vu both understood and did not quite understand. The little girl naively raised her eyes and looked at her father. Charlotte said seriously, "The way you are now, flustered, afraid, and unable to speak, how will you survive when you go to the Pundi royal palace? Will you let people bully you?" Hearing this, Tuet Vu immediately shook her head and said, "No, I. Would you be willing to listen to my explanation?" Charlotte stroked the little girl's hair again and said, "I saw everything. Moreover, I am your father. Of course, I am willing to listen to my daughter's explanation. You can tell me anything, and you can also make reasonable demands." Hearing her father say this, Tuet Vu looked at him with worshipful and happy eyes. Charlotte pulled the little girl into his arms to comfort her. The feeling of being sheltered and protected moved Tuet Vu so much that she burst into tears. Seeing this, Charlotte pulled the little girl away and thought, "Is she crying?" Tuet Vu, with tears in her eyes, looked up at her father and thought, "Tears really are a tool for gaining sympathy." He raised his hand to wipe the little girl's tears and said, "Although shedding tears can be useful, you may only do this in front of me. And do not think that showing weakness works for everything. In front of outsiders, you must be strong and brave. Even if you have to use every means available, you cannot let others humiliate you. Otherwise, I will not feel at ease sending you to the Pundi kingdom." Feeling her father's love and concern, Tuet Vu was deeply moved. The little girl cried with tears in her eyes. She threw herself into her father's arms and called, "Father." Tuet Vu returned inside the castle. She walked in the direction of Hoa Tin's bedroom. As Tuet Vu walked, she recalled the conversation she had just had with her father. Charlotte had said, "I saw everything. Moreover, I am your father. Of course, I am willing to listen to my daughter's explanation." Remembering these words made Tuet Vu very moved. She thought, "Even though I know he is only treating me gently because of the marriage alliance, I still cannot help becoming attached to father like this." The little girl remembered that the history books had recorded many bad things about her father. She thought dejectedly, "If only I had not seen the history of the spirit kingdom. If only I did not know those truths. I want to throw everything aside and embrace him, even if I am deceiving myself, even if I can never teleport again." While Tuet Vu was focused on her thoughts, she had already arrived before the door of Hoa Tin's bedroom. When Hoa Tin heard movement, she immediately opened the door, walked up to Tuet Vu, and said loudly, "You injure me by hitting me, and you still have the nerve to come back?" Seeing that the little girl shouted in her face as soon as she opened the door, Tuet Vu was somewhat stunned. Then, without waiting for Tuet Vu to say anything, the little girl put her hands on her hips and angrily said, "How did father punish you? Looking at your pitiful appearance, do you think I will feel less angry when I see it? You dare to hit me. I will absolutely never forgive you. Do not dream of sleeping in the same room as me again." After that, Hoa Tin slammed the bedroom door shut, leaving Tuet Vu standing frozen in the corridor. She looked at the room in front of her, then decided to turn and leave. The little girl wandered around the castle and did not know where she should go. She looked around this large, yet empty castle, then decided to go outside the manor. At this time, the sky had already turned to evening. The wind rustled. After Tuet Vu had walked around for a while, she stopped in front of an old building. She thought in surprise, "What is this place? It is so gloomy." The wind blew hard against the wooden door, making scraping sounds. Scrape, scrape. Tuet Vu stared at the tightly closed door in front of her and sighed. It was thought that in King Charlotte's inner palace, there had always been a rumor like this. Deep within the palace was hidden a terrifying secret. Why were Charlotte's children born of different women, the queen and other consorts? Yet there were only 2 consorts in the palace. No one knew where the others had gone. From inside that mysterious building came a strange rustling sound. Rustle, rustle. Princess Edward walked toward the door. Just as she reached out to touch it, Countess Miller came over and asked, "What are you doing here? This place is strictly forbidden. No one is allowed to enter. 7th Princess, do not come here again." The little girl's outstretched hand instantly froze. Princess Edward lowered her hand and turned to look at the Countess. Countess Miller looked back at the child and said, "Let us go back." After that, she took Princess Edward's hand and walked in the opposite direction. But the little girl was still extremely curious. Princess Edward turned her head and looked toward the door once more, thinking, "What is behind that door? Why was it forbidden?" The Countess brought Princess Edward back to her bedroom. In Princess Edward's room, after the Countess led the little girl inside, she immediately instructed her, "It is getting late. Sleep early and do not wander around anymore." After that, Princess Edward bathed, changed her clothes, and got into bed. Listening to Miller's reminder, the little girl obediently lay down. The Countess still stood beside her, staring at her until the child fell asleep. When she saw that Princess Edward seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, the Countess finally turned and left. She went out and gently closed the door. Princess Edward lay there for a while, feeling the space around her grow quiet. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. Princess Edward thought back to the building from earlier and wondered, what secret is behind that door? Charlotte, are you a gentle father or a bloodthirsty devil? The little girl's thoughts wandered until, without realizing it, she fell asleep. The next morning, Princess Edward woke up. She straightened her clothes and decided to search for the mysterious building from yesterday again, to see what was inside. The little girl wandered all around the mansion, thinking, "It is not here. It is not here either. Where exactly was it last night?" After walking in many different directions and still failing to find the mysterious building from last night, Princess Edward felt extremely frustrated. She headed in another direction and saw someone standing there, so she called out, "Andy." Hearing someone call him, the little boy turned to look. Princess Edward walked over to Andy and said, "I thought that when you saw me again, you would apologize to me." He did not understand why the little girl said that, so he replied, "Really? Why?" Princess Edward raised her head, looked straight at Andy, and stated the reason. "You ran away at the critical moment. Breaking off the engagement caused a great deal of trouble for me." Andy thought Princess Edward said this because she wanted to marry him, so he felt very pleased. His eyes lit up as he replied, "I thought you would be very happy that the engagement was broken off. Could it be that you truly want to marry me?" Princess Edward stood in a room with an unhappy expression and said that his thinking was childish. A political marriage is a choice made by 2 nations for their shared interests. It has nothing to do with whether I want to marry you or not. The little girl thought to herself, why did Andy suddenly become like this? Are men so changeable? Andy crossed his arms and replied, "So to you, in this political marriage, it does not matter who you marry." The little girl said, "Thinking of it that way is not wrong." He kept looking at her, then smiled and said, "You are very interesting." But in her mind, she thought, "Poor brother." Suddenly, someone shouted, making the 2 of them turn to look. It was Hoa Tin, who cried loudly. Princess Edward's face darkened as she asked, "Why are you 2 standing together?" In the vast and glittering palace, the 3 of them stared at one another. Then Hoa Tin said, "Princess Edward, you hit me yesterday, and now you are playing with someone else and ignoring me." Princess Edward said angrily, "You are the one who ignored me. Do not throw a tantrum for no reason." And he moved closer to her and smiled as he said, "I understand now. You want to get married because you are being bullied and cannot wait to leave this place. She turned her head, looked at him, and said, "What does that have to do with you?" His bright red eyes shone as he looked at her and said, "If you beg me, I can agree to help you." It felt as if, in that whole scene, only the two of them were speaking heart to heart. Hoatin was left like an outsider and angrily walked away. Outside, the palace was both vast and luxurious, radiating dazzling beauty. Everywhere, in Lady Joka's chambers, a voice could be heard coming from somewhere. "It is not here either. The Azurazer orb was personally bestowed by His Majesty the King. Losing it is a grave offense, do you know that?" This made the servants run around searching for the orb. After speaking too much, Lady Churu seemed tired. She raised a hand to her forehead, sighed, and said, "Who saw it last?" Hoatin was about to enter, but stopped when she saw everyone searching. Only then did the little girl remember that earlier she had taken the orb to play with on the grass. She had not paid attention and had accidentally let the orb roll into the lake. This frightened her. Inside, light was shining dazzlingly everywhere. She stepped inside, causing everyone to fall silent. They turned to look at her, somewhat afraid. Then the lady's question startled her. "Hoatin, were you the one who took the Azurazer orb?" Terrified, she stood by the door with her hand against it, trembling and unable to speak properly. It was Princess Edward who lost it. This forced Princess Edward to explain to the lady, "I did not lose the Azurazer orb. I do not even know what it is." The woman then said, "It is all right," and summoned a great purple power. A revolving circle appeared before the little girl. "Bring Tapiros out to examine her, and we will know whether you are telling the truth." Tapiros was a spell summoned through magic. It fed on human dreams and accompanied human consciousness and thoughts. As long as it entered someone's body, that person would no longer have any secrets. The little girl grew frightened when she saw that power and thought, "This is the Tapiros that Muriel once mentioned. If it catches me, then my identity will be exposed." Everyone stood in the room. The lady and the two princesses were there as well. The summoned power was preparing to enter the little girl's body. Princess Edward hurriedly dodged them. "Absolutely not." Then she ran off. The woman shouted, "Catch her," forcing the servants to chase after her. Hoatin called out, "Hey, Princess Edward." The servants chased her to a stairway leading downward. Someone said, "Your Highness, you cannot go that way." "Your Highness." A servant reached toward her, panting from running, but everyone shouted loudly, "This is the Forbidden Hall. Do not go there. Stop." As she ran, she thought, "It is that door." But after taking only a few steps, she tripped over something, causing the little girl to fall. She then shoved open the door to that room. The inside was extremely gloomy. The lady who had chased after her was standing behind her, making Princess Edward feel terribly afraid. Then the woman said, "This is a forbidden place. Entry is not allowed. Seventh Princess, do not come here again." It seemed that she was only the woman's stepdaughter after all. Even though she had not taken it, she was still framed. Then all the servants even chased after her. What could such a small princess possibly do? That room felt both lonely and dark. When the door was opened, not a single ray of light shone into the room. The room had to be special and contain something important for it to be called forbidden, a place no one was allowed to enter. Suddenly, a question rang out. "Who is there?" All the maids present became anxious. Princess Edward, sitting on the floor, felt just as awful. Then suddenly, all the maids knelt down together and bowed their heads. This frightened Princess Edward, making her flinch and look behind her. Seeing this, the little girl became more worried than ever. Then the loud sound of a great door closing rang out, startling the little girl and making her face turn pale. The castle became strangely quiet. Every framed picture and recessed wall grew dark. Princess Edward remained silent, looking at everything around her. Then, from another direction, King Charlotte gradually appeared. He was holding a sword in his hand. He turned, frowned, and said, "It has been a long time since anyone entered this place." Hearing Charlotte say this, Princess Edward hurriedly replied, "I am sorry. I did not mean to disturb you." Then the little girl explained further, "They were trying to catch me. I was very scared, so I ran here to hide." Hearing this, Charlotte remained silent and said nothing. At that moment, Princess Edward thought to herself, "So this is what lies behind the door. The so-called forbidden place, the place Father Charlotte does not allow outsiders to set foot in is actually a memorial room for the late king. As if sensing the sorrow in His Majesty's eyes, the little girl thought even more. The people in the portraits are all his family, right? His gaze is so lonely, as if it is speaking of solitude. Then, suddenly, Charlotte raised his sword before him and wiped it, asking, "Judging by your appearance, you have caused trouble?" When she heard the king say this, the little girl walked toward him while explaining what had happened. They said, "I took the Adjurazer orb, but I did not do it." Seeing the little girl approach him, Charlotte thought to himself, "It seems she is not as afraid anymore." He asked the little girl, "Is that so?" Princess Edward replied, "It truly was not me. Everyone knows that the Adjurazer orb was bestowed upon Lady Joka by you. Even if I took it, all I could do would be hide it. It would be of no use to me." The little girl continued explaining to him, "Besides, I am still so young. I cannot use it anyway." Seeing the little girl explain like that, he continued, "What if you took it out to play on a whim?" Hearing this, the little girl frowned, turned to look elsewhere, and said in a reproachful tone, "I am not interested in things that are only pretty on the outside." Seeing the little girl's expression and hearing her words, Charlotte suddenly said softly, "You really are very much like her." After that, he looked up at the portrait of his wife hanging on the wall at the center of the room and said, sharp-tongued. Seeing this, Princess Edward was confused by his words. Not understanding, she scratched her head and said, "Huh." Then the little girl gently murmured, "The 13th monarch of the Spirit Kingdom, Emilino. She was the previous ruler, and afterward, she was your eldest imperial sister." The little girl thought to herself, "I seem to have read about this in the history of the Spirit Kingdom before." Princess Edward gently stepped closer. Standing face to face with Charlotte, the little girl said, "I do not want to be like her." Hearing Princess Edward's words, he asked, "Why?" The little girl softly replied, "Because you do not like her." Hearing this, Charlotte fell silent in surprise. Then the little girl continued, "Ever since this room was closed to outsiders, only you have silently faced them. Beside these portrait frames, there are faint traces of rubbing. That means when you miss them, you cannot help touching them." The little girl looked up at the portrait of that woman and said, "But this portrait of Emilino is clearly hung in the most conspicuous place, and yet there is a little dust on it. That means you rarely look at her. She must be someone you dislike." "Yes." Hearing the little girl say this, Charlotte suddenly spoke in a low, quiet voice. He said, "Is the person I hate someone who makes people hate her?" The little girl softly replied, "Yes." At that moment, many scenes from the past appeared in the little girl's mind. How the king had gently protected, comforted, and coaxed her before. In her heart, the little girl thought, because father is actually a gentle person. Then the little girl reached out her hand, took Charlotte's hand, and said, "I also have people I hate. I will help you keep this secret. I will not tell anyone else." Seeing this, he also held Princess Edward's hand and said, "Previously, you said you wanted to go to school, did you not?" Hearing this, the little girl smiled brightly and replied, "Yes. Will you agree to let me go to school?" Seeing the little girl's expression, he said, "Forget about studying outside. Study inside the palace instead. Did you not say you dislike things that are only pretty on the outside? Then work hard at your studies and stop getting into trouble all day." Time passed in the blink of an eye. Before long, a month had gone by. At a royal elementary school, classes here were not divided by grade, and students were allowed to freely choose their courses. In the end, assessments would be used. Princess Edward stepped lightly into this school. The school had both younger and older classes, and the most outstanding students would receive focused instruction from the teachers. She observed her surroundings, but all her attention was soon drawn to a crowd noisily flattering someone. In the middle stood a little boy with his hands on his hips, looking extremely confident. His appearance could be called handsome, but among the other students, he was a peerless beauty. His gaze also turned toward her. With one look, they recognized each other. So they had met before, had a rather unpleasant interaction, and even disliked each other. The two silently stared at one another, and the entire space fell so quiet that not a sound could be heard. The Royal Elementary School had originally been a place of study for the children of the royal family and their relatives. After the public education bill proposed by Dr. David was passed, schools for commoners were built in various places. Furthermore, the Royal Elementary School also allowed nobles to recommend talented and virtuous children to study there. naturally making it a model for commoner schools. The blond boy who had once picked a fight with Princess Edward gave a cold, arrogant snort and said nothing, leaving only a glance behind him. A man and a woman then walked over. The man had his arms crossed, while the woman was holding books. They were likely teachers at this elementary school. I heard that because Prince Jared likes lively places, His Majesty the King decided to expand enrollment, the woman walking beside Dr. David said softly. Dr. David replied kindly, no matter what, it is still a major event. In this way, nobles and even commoners will have the chance to study with the descendants of the royal family. Across the Star Moon continent, I suppose only our spirit kingdom places such importance on commoner education. The other person also answered, that is true. I always feel that His Majesty the King is very decisive, someone who does what he says. Dr. David said. Princess Edward looked at the children. Among them, Joe Ban turned and walked away, as if he had no interest in her at all. Let's go. Standing on higher ground and observing everything was a girl with a braid tied to one side. On the left side of her head, she also wore a butterfly-shaped hair clip, looking extremely pretty. Her blue eyes were filled with deep thought, and she was speechless. At the dining table, two women were eating breakfast. Beside them on both sides stood maids. Below them, a little girl was holding a stuffed rabbit in her arms. Her other hand wiped away her tears. Mother, boo-hoo-hoo. It was none other than the little girl Hoa Tin. While crying, choking up, and wiping her tears, she said, I want my doll. I did not want to go to school. I did not want to be with so many strangers. Lady Churu frowned and replied, what is this now? The lady seemed already fed up with her child's demands and tantrums. A maid quickly came over. Her hands were still neatly placed, and she bowed slightly before speaking gently. I heard that the council has passed the public education bill. All children must participate in compulsory education. The nobles and members of the royal family must do so even more. But she is. The maid stopped, seeming hesitant. Lady Churu waved her hand for the maid to continue. But after Princess Hoa Tin tried going to the school, she did not seem to adapt very well. After hearing this, Lady Churu's expression looked rather grim. The lady lightly picked up the still-hot teacup, raised it, and sadly replied, I know about this news as well. It is just that His Majesty the King. Why did he suddenly make such a firm decision? She paused briefly and took a small sip of tea. He has never liked girls discussing affairs of state. I did not know why his temperament suddenly changed. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman sitting beside her spoke up. Her face was smiling. Perhaps there has been a turning point. This unexpected sentence surprised Lady Churu quite a bit. The woman's hands rested neatly on the table as she recalled a moment from her childhood that she should not have remembered. Lady Layla Godai, Godi, in the study of this magnificent and resplendent palace. The attendants were still focused on tidying up the pile of documents scattered across the desk. The person who entered from outside was none other than Charlotte. Walking beside him was a rather young man. All 7 princesses are going to school, the young man said in surprise. He seemed to realize that he had overreacted, so he tried to lower his voice. Has Your Majesty not always disliked girls going to school? I heard that in the inner palace, only the first princess and the 4th princess are exceptionally talented and study the classics. The other princesses all wish to become proper ladies. He thought for a moment, then raised both hands and clicked his tongue in confusion. Your Majesty seems to have changed. After hearing that from beside him, King Charlotte's expression darkened slightly, becoming unusually gloomy. He replied coldly, "Shut your mouth." His words were filled with killing intent, as if he were about to strike the other man down on the spot. Just as the conversation between the two of them was coming to an end, someone suddenly appeared and spoke, startling them both and making them reflexively look over. "Your Majesty, I have a private matter to report." Before King Charlotte could react further, the guard continued, "I heard that Dr. David wishes to teach personally at the Royal Elementary School. I wonder if my 2 untalented sons might have the fortune." Before he could finish speaking, another person quickly appeared, startling King Charlotte just as much, and immediately cut in, raising his voice without hesitation. "Your territory is 18,000 meters from the royal capital. Are you seriously planning to send your children here to study? What exactly are you thinking?" He had no intention of stopping. "Your Majesty, my son is 8 years old this year, just the right age to enroll." No one knew where all the courtiers had come from, but they gathered one after another, competing to report about their children and ask whether they could study at the royal school. "Your Majesty, my child, Your Majesty, that little one." All kinds of chatter left King Charlotte frozen in place. This was too difficult. He did not even know what else to say. Princess Edward walked lightly alongside another man, who was much taller than she was. The more she listened to his account, the more bewildered she became. What? His Majesty agreed? Noble children can also enter the Royal Elementary School now. Princess Edward was puzzled, wondering when he had become so easy to talk to. The young man instinctively raised his hand and answered cheerfully. His Majesty said that a unified talent recommendation process will be carried out. As long as they pass, it will be fine. Hearing this, her heart filled with anticipation, and her expression brightened visibly. In that case, my brothers also have a chance to enter the Royal Elementary School, don't they? If that's true, that would be wonderful. After all, she did not know many people there. If her brothers could enroll with her, it would truly be something worth celebrating. Hearing that, Princess Edward ran off happily, not forgetting to look back and say excitedly, "I have to tell Muriel." The scene shifted back to the Dooney Manor. A hand was carefully holding and reading a letter. Princess Edward had sent a letter back to Count Dooney's family to inform them. With her current status, returning to the Count's household would probably be very difficult, so she could only write a letter home. As soon as Muriel finished reading it, he quickly instructed the two younger boys in front of him. "Anna, Knifely, you two should prepare to take the Royal Talent Selection Assessment. If you are chosen, you can attend school together with Princess Edward." With Princess Edward alone in the palace, it is hard not to worry. If you two go there at the right time, you can look after her. As soon as Anna heard this, he hurriedly became excited. "I want to take part. I want to join the selection." Knifely, who had been standing beside him with his arms crossed and listening the whole time, wanted even more to tease him after hearing what Anna said. "If even you can be chosen, then the royal school is doomed." "You." Anna seemed to feel that he had been looked down on, and he shouted at Knifely in embarrassed anger, "Get lost." The two brothers began playing around and chasing each other. "Get over here, you rotten little brat." "Heh, no way." But Muriel, who had been standing beside them the whole time, gazed silently out the window. In his heart, he could not help thinking of Princess Edward with longing. I wonder how Princess Edward is doing now. His eyes stared blankly into the distance, as if filled with countless unspoken worries. Muriel could only miss her and call her name. Princess Edward. It made the image of her affectionately calling his name appear even more vivid. Brother Muriel. At the royal school, the lecture hall was filled with boys and girls waiting for the teacher to begin class. Princess Edward wore an elegant student uniform and sat attentively listening to the lesson. Yet in her heart, she did not forget to remind herself, "I can finally go to school." This feeling is a little like going to school in my previous life. But someone reborn like me must seize control of her own fate. She sat there busily writing the script of the Spirit Kingdom into her notebook, asking herself in her thoughts, "I wonder if my brothers will be able to come." The teacher stood at the podium teaching the lesson, and the boys and girls below all listened diligently. Princess Edward was no exception. She focused carefully on the lecture. By the time she returned to her own palace, the sky had already begun to grow dark. A servant called out to her, "Seventh Princess, it is time to eat." Princess Edward was not distracted at all. Her attention was fixed entirely on the pile of books on the table, and she studied with a level of concentration and diligence no less than she had shown in class. Seeing this, the servant could only call weakly, "Seventh Princess." The nanny standing behind them witnessed the entire scene and could only sigh helplessly. These two children. The servant could not hide her admiration and praised Princess Edward without holding back. Princess Edward really is hard-working. Even after the sky had completely darkened and so many people had already hurried into sleep, Princess Edward still sat on her bed, writing notes ceaselessly in her books. As she wrote, she studied the thing called magical power. The stronger a person's magical power, the more respect they receive from everyone. However, in the Spirit Kingdom, as people's prejudices continued to grow, mages were all men. Heroes had even less to do with women. As she thought of these words, her hand wrote the words "the frail female." Faced with a mindset that valued men and looked down on women, a belief already deeply rooted in the people of the Spirit Kingdom, a small girl like Princess Edward became even more troubled. Her face clearly revealed worry for the future before her. Then she silently made a plan for herself. If she wanted to survive safely, She had to eliminate King Charlotte's prejudice. Countless images from when Princess Edward was little seemed to return all at once. When she thought of eliminating his prejudice, she knew the king's prejudice seemed to be the deepest of all. That was clearly shown by the fact that he had abandoned Princess Edward when she was still young. She clenched her fist, and determination surged in her heart. She had to become more and more outstanding. If I become more excellent than everyone else, more powerful, will there be a day when he sighs and wonders why I am not his biological child? Thinking of the king's expression as he sighed in disbelief filled Princess Edward with strength. When that time comes, will the sword of Damocles disappear? She silently asked herself whether that sword would vanish once she had become more capable and could make all of King Charlotte's prejudices disappear. Another early morning arrived. Princess Edward continued going to the royal school to study. At that moment, Princess Edward stood at the podium, facing all the gazes of her classmates as she fluently recited a series of strange incantations, completing her recitation. She stood before the class confidently and clearly explained the origin of the incantations she had just recited. The above are magical incantations invented by the Mage of the previous century in an aquatic environment. They can control water currents to varying degrees. As someone who had transmigrated from a more modern world, Princess Edward had enough knowledge and methods to study these incantations. I have discovered that the educational foundation I received over many years on Earth is very helpful for my current studies. For example, my memorization ability is stronger than an ordinary person's. When dealing with overly complex incantations, I can usually manage by using single words. Seeing Princess Edward's rapid progress in learning incantations, the teacher did not hesitate to praise her. Princess Edward learns magical incantations very quickly. You have great talent. You truly are remarkable. Then Princess Edward returned to her seat at the teacher's instruction. Princess Edward, return to your seat. We will continue the lesson. She went back to her place and pulled out her chair, preparing to sit down. She had only just sat down when a blonde female classmate sitting at the desk behind her pointed at her and mocked her. TCH, she just got lucky and happened to know those spells. She really loves showing off. How disgusting. The girl with her hair in a high bun sitting beside that classmate also agreed and added, exactly. Look at her. Who does she think she is? But they did not stop there. The girl with the high bun continued picking at the matter of Princess Edward, having only recently been acknowledged by the king. I heard she is the 7th princess His Majesty only just recognized. The blonde girl immediately showed disdain toward Princess Edward. Does she really think she has become a noble young lady? A precious princess? What is she worth? Then the girl continued arrogantly, believing that Princess Edward had always been beneath them. She cannot compare with a true princess like us. Hearing this, another female classmate pursed her lips as if displeased. It turned out that sitting beside the princesses who had been talking nonstop just now was still another person. She was the 4th princess, Paula. Even though the others were speaking ill of Princess Edward, Paula did not say a word, neither defending her nor joining in the slander. She simply sat there with her arms crossed, listening to everything.